System Finale. The System Apocalypse, Book 12. Written by Thao Wong. Narrated by Nick Podell. Chapter 19. We come into the city of Last Hope, which is really called something else in Galactic, but translates as Last Hope, and seems much more evocative than the galactic name of 𝗬𝗏𝗏, trailing smoke and flames. A quartet of drakes sweep behind us, while their mother, a much larger and stronger presence, is tangling with our very own dragon. You know, that's just vicious, I say, watching as Mother Drake and Eyeless tangle in the middle of the sky. Another swipe, and Eyeless nearly takes off another one of the half-dozen feet the Drake has. I'm pretty sure your girlfriend could have ended it ages ago. "She's not my girlfriend," Bolo answers, just before he takes a couple of hopping steps. The giant harpoon he holds launches off like an oversized javelin, flying through the air to tear into the side of one of the younger drakes harrying us. It screeches as Bolo hauls backward on the rope entangled in the harpoon, only for the entire thing to tear out of the creature's body. "Damn it! You're not very good at that." A heavy thunk to my right comes from one of the harpoon guns and their crew firing their own harpoon at another drake. This one flares its quartet of wings, leg coming up to catch the harpoon and stop it from impacting its body. The entire body twists and jerks with the momentum, a part of me feeling the way the system, mana, turns on and warps reality to keep the drake in the air. A fraction of a second later, the harpoon explodes, throwing the drake aside, leaving it trailing smoke. Of course, that's just 2 of the 4 drakes. Flame bathes our entire ship, the shields failing to stop the magic being cast directly on the vessel. I feel the heat licking at my skin, my eyeballs drying up. Then the anti-magic runes and mages kill the spell. "You could help out," Bolo says. I point down where Ali pops out of the vessel's side and waves, launching Ez at the drake. The drake's eyes widen in surprise at the tiny red flying golem charging it before it reacts. It manages the initial dodge, but isn't ready for when Ez decides to hit the thrusters and twist in mid-air to land on its back. And spoil their fun? I shake my head. What kind of man would I be? It's a bit of a waste, even if I do get experience from Ali. When Ez tears into the drake and rips apart scales and flesh, all that experience gets lost in translation, with only a small portion of the amount that I should be getting sent to me. In the lower decks, the hands are holding off at my command, just watching for trouble and taking the occasional pot shot via a beacon of the angels on the ground monsters. Mostly, they're holding back for when they're really needed. One negative of being made of mana: the more they use, the less durable they become. I'm still not entirely sure what experience really is or why it can change. Not to say I don't have dozens of hypotheses, but they're just hypotheses. More importantly, some of the things experience does contradicts what I believe to be the base idea of the system, churning unaspected mana into system mana. See, if the system was meant to purely focus on churning mana, then the artisans who create golems and other weapons would receive a much higher experience amount for the kills their weapons provide. Then, you just automate the creation of billions of weapons and give them out, and voila, you get a ton of experience. But of course, the system doesn't do that. It doesn't even give that much experience unless you are directly connected and in control of the weapon. There are drone operators and swarm commanders and the like who make use of technology in their fights, but their experience gain is significantly reduced. Considering everything I've learnt, I'm leaning toward a couple of hypotheses. I'm just not sure which one is right. The first is that the system has tried that. And I do note a few instances where newly integrated high-technology planets recovered after the initial shock of mana and system integration have gone down that route. Problem is, it has a tendency to concentrate power in the hands of a few artisans, entrepreneurs, manufacturing overlords who already have everything set up. But sapiens all die at some point, whether it's age or accident. Then chaos ensues, because all those experience points have nowhere to go, no person to help build and sustain and boost all these tech items. At the same time, monsters go up in level since mana keeps flooding in, leaving everyone struggling to handle the new disaster. The system, having seen these problems, just doesn't let that happen. From a long-term perspective, it makes a lot of sense. The other discussion is that the reason the system doesn't want automated systems killing off monsters is that it's actually ineffective at achieving the system's main goal. Churning mana from unaspected to system mana is the basic goal. Monsters do that just by existing. It's the very basic interaction of mana with the monsters, guided to some degree by the system, that keeps them running. Monsters aren't as effective as sapients at changing mana over, but they do have the advantage of quantity over quality. However, golems, automated turrets, weaponized systems, even large-scale explosives, they don't require much in terms of mana use. Many of their operators rely on passives, which have been shown, for the most part, to be a net negative compared to active skills. It's why I think some of the passives are nerfed in their overall utility compared to others. In this case, the killing of all these monsters on an automated basis becomes a net negative for the system, since it loses out on the total mana switchover. As such, it's better to nerf such exploits before they become a thing, forcing people to get down and dirty, trading active skills and pain for the lives of the monsters. The third hypothesis is one that makes the entire aspect of automated weaponry and scales it up to look at it from the context of the Forbidden Zone, then highlights the failings. It pretty much goes like this. For whatever reason, weapons, both automated and projectile, without the direct intervention of an individual, do not do as much damage as they should. Take a beam rifle. Fire it. It does, say, 100 points of damage base. Take the same beam rifle, put it in the hands of a soldier, and let him fire it. Without active skills, it stays at 100 points of base damage, assuming, of course, he hits properly. However, a soldier will have the opportunity to use passive and active skills. He could make it a personal weapon, soulbind it, use an active skill to overcharge the weapon, and the like. A simple weapon becomes much more powerful. Never mind, many basic combat classes have passive bonuses against resistance as part of their build. Then you add in the likelihood of targets dodging, and damage scaling when used actively jumps well ahead of automated systems. Yes, I know. Most automated systems, programmed correctly, can react faster than sapients, assuming they are programmed better. Assuming the monsters don't have their own abilities to mess with the software, the sensors, the way the weapons interact with the world. Assuming, of course, that the monsters don't just evolve to step around the new tools. So, anyway, crafted weapons, to be used properly, need an individual to use them. Thus, the Eretrians have power armor and beam rifles and co-joined personal weapons that are fully or semi-soulbound. Thus, the need for artisans to create disposable weaponry, but not too much, since too much disposable weaponry is a drain on the resources. Thus, the fact that any place that uses automated weaponry for defense has to use multiple weapons of the same tier as a threat to take threats down. Even then, they normally end up needing physical backups, none of which is insurmountable. Until you realize that the Forbidden Zone doesn't care. It keeps expanding. The monsters within keep growing in size. If you rely entirely on automated weapons which need to be repaired, which are needed in higher quantities than something wielded by an individual, which are, in the end, fallible, you set yourself up for failure when the Forbidden Zone, with its own monsters that keep evolving and leveling, comes out. The things in the Forbidden Zone don't necessarily follow the normal laws of this reality. Look at the Doppler fish we fought, or, more scarily, the Colossus. The only thing stopping the Colossus from rampaging through normal space is the mana density around it, its body needing the higher densities to survive. But those levels keep rising, and fleets or a web of weaponry attempting to keep those creatures at bay will eventually fail. If nothing else, because of the cube law of volume. After all, mana is expanding in a sphere, which means each time it does, there's ever more space for the Galactic Council to patrol. It's why there's an ever-increasing need for dungeon worlds, why the Galactic Council is always fighting for resources, and why even empires like the Movana split apart, because the needs of administrating an ever-growing empire creates fractures. End of the day, all these theories mean little to anyone but the fools looking to game a complex system that has evolved and changed over centuries. The rest of us? We just take what we get and hope it doesn't bite us in the hand. I'm not sure raising a kid in violence and blood is the way to go about things, Harry says. Something about mental damage and creating psychopaths. That's the old world. The one where asshats who shouted in your face about going home to where you belong could get away with it because punching them in the nose meant you got thrown into jail, I say. This world? Punching them in the nose is you being polite. I see Harry's face at my first line, getting the result I expected. I'm sure he has heard that refrain too, probably more than me, come to think about it. Being black in England must have seen its own challenges, ones that I have no idea about. So teach them violence immediately, because if you take out both their eyes first, they can't take your own, Harry says at last, disapproval still in his voice. Hadn't thought of it that way. Hadn't thought of it at all, really, beyond the fact that Ez seems to enjoy running its new, more lethal body through the paces. But sure, why not? And who's to teach him when you should or shouldn't use violence? Or do you intend him to be like you, reaching for your sword whenever things don't go well? Harry says challengingly. What's it with you all? I mean, you know how I operate. Hell, you're tentatively in agreement considering you're here. I wave to take in the surroundings. And it's worked out, hasn't it? So why bitch at me about it? Don't you think Ez deserves more than this? If he's really meant to be a child, then our obligation is to teach him right from wrong. I do. Do you teach him when compromise is required? When morality and honor and ethics conflict? How to handle that conflict and how to choose the right one? How about empathy? For those you'll trample on your way to the rarefied heights you've climbed, Harry says softly, almost gently. I said I'm sorry. Pretty sure you haven't. Harry pauses. But apology accepted. He shakes his head. It isn't about me, though. You know that, right? Yeah, I sigh, and nod toward where Ez and the others continue their fight, tearing up the drakes who finally pull away. But that's why we have you and 𝗵𝒕o. When it gets down to it, she'll teach him honor and morality and ethics, and you'll teach him what it's like to be one of the little people. Harry stiffens, and for a second I wonder if I've pushed too hard. Sometimes my jokes miss, mostly because I don't make enough of them. Then he relaxes, muttering, harsh. But true, I have to blink step away when he then proceeds to try to throw me off the boat. Once we get close enough that the city's defensive measures can range on the drakes, they flee. 𝗵𝒕o makes an appearance at the last moment, flash-stepping into space and swinging Hitoshi down on the drake that Ez has been worrying, ending its life. I see her turn to scold the golem in the most 𝗵𝒕o way possible, by listing all the different things Ez did wrong in killing the monster, from missing vital spots to not making full use of its abilities. I make sure to make myself scarce, since I know how easily her ire could turn toward me, so I'm at the bow of the ship when we glide into the floating branch we're meant to tether to. Why exactly is the tether something with a status bar? I say to Ali, looking upward. The entire tether has multiple floating platforms, each of them bulbous and squishy, tiny tendrils reaching out to grip the floating airship while we anchor with our own rope to the main line reaching up the center. Multiple platforms, but if you squint hard enough, you can see the status bar right at the top. Because it's alive, of course, Ali says. The con here is a 𝗧𝗵𝒲 carnivorous tree using a die-rotating platform class. What? I ask. For once, the library has nothing to say. While the questers have always been interested in classes, there are so many, and the fringe ones are both necessarily interesting and also often useless for exploring the system. So there are surprisingly large gaps in classes. On the other hand, most common and uncommon skills and classes are recorded, so I can't really complain. It gives me a leg up over and above most individuals. Dire rotating platform, Ollie repeats with exaggerated patience. Kusma trees come in a variety of species, but the carnivorous ones are particularly rootless. Of course, they're also carnivorous and, generally, have a rather wide palate. So, platform classes provide them a useful role to fill in locations like this, while also making them the perfect lure for certain monsters. In fact, Ollie's eyes glaze over and he points upward. There! I crane my head back and see what he means. High above us, even higher than the floating status bar, a flock of pterodactyl wannabes are wheeling, searching for an easy dinner, waiting for 𝗵𝒕𝒆𝒎 to leave the Drake corpse alone. In their focus, they've drifted a little too low, and Ďakan acts. Branches shoot out from the top, moving so fast they might as well be guided missiles. The flying dinosaurs wheel away, but just like any good surface-guided missiles, the branches move, twisting in midair and literally splitting apart. Branches hook into wings, piercing leathery skin and spreading poison and branches through blood vessels. Momentum is staggered, halted, then gravity asserts itself, the creatures falling. At the same time, the branches reel the monsters backward, drawing them closer to the main trunk and the smallish platform at the top. I can't see what's on the platform, but I can just imagine a giant mouth with many, many teeth. So what, it's a self-guarding tether that gets XP by being bait? Ollie nods at my question, and I can't help but rub the back of my neck, even as I watch a half-dozen Zylarg natives tromp on board to chat with the captain and his quartermaster. Customs officials, I'm assuming. You know what? Fine. I don't really need to know more than that. What? Don't want to know the entire ecosystem and biology and classes that some sentient, moving trees have come about? Or the many, many plans to use their population and planets as mana sumps against Forbidden Zone expansion? Ollie teases. What? I frown. Why? Oh, sapient trees. I bet you could pack a lot of them on a planet. In theory, 𝗧𝒐 says, appearing beside my side in a flash of lightning and thunder. I twitch. Lightning Step is his own fast movement skill. I've seen him use it a few times, though it has its advantages and disadvantages compared to Blink Step. Unlike Blink Step, it doesn't actually teleport one, but shifts his body from matter to energy before making him reappear. That means certain kinds of dimensional locks don't work against him that would work against me. But it does mean other forms of blocking movement can stop or even hurt him. It's also really flashy. Literally. And I prompt the Yarrick when he chooses not to elaborate. They're sapient creatures that want to procreate like we do. Crowding means they get upset, can't grow as much. So they've rejected multiple attempts to crowd them. Doesn't stop the Galactic Council from doing it, though, using economic and physical incentives and punishments to drive them to restricted planets, 𝗧𝒐 said. Why didn't I see them before? I say, frowning. I mean, we spent a few months clearing out quite a few restricted planets with the Eretran Paladins. You'd think I'd have come across an entire species before. I say as much, which results in something I hadn't expected. Ďakan freezes, the entire trunk trembling after a second. My intuition goes off and I step backward a little as I feel the regard of the tree, the way the branches seem to be populating the area around the ship. Shadows grow around us as leaves and branches turn inward, and I hear a few muffled curses. Ah, Ollie sighs. You and your big mouth. What did I do? The 𝗬𝒑𝒻𝒲 and the Eretrans have a long-running grudge. It started a couple of millennia ago when a Grand Paladin chose to destroy one of the 𝗬𝒑𝒻𝒲 colonial worlds, 𝗧𝒐 says, eyeing me sideways. How is it that you do not know that? I thought you hid your status because of that. I'm hiding my status? I say, puzzled. I crane my head upward, trying to see my own status bar, which of course is idiotic and impossible. Giving up, I look at the spirit. Of course I did it for you, Ollie answers the unspoken question. I'm not an idiot. Didn't think you would be blurting out your alliances either. The tree shudders and the spirit turns toward the trunk, waving a little fist at it. Enough with the posturing. Boyo over here could tear you apart without even breaking out his soul-bound weapon. And that's just him. So go back to soaking up some sunlight and be glad he ain't out to cause another genocide. I smack myself in the face as Ali speaks. You can't say things like that. Why not? You do. No. I don't threaten genocide. Ever, I say and turn toward the tree. Look, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, I don't do genocide. Not against living things, though monsters and goblins, well, that's different. You get that, right? But against living things, that's just wrong. I don't know the history of shit, and really, I got bigger problems to deal with. So let's live and let live, or else it'll be live and die, me and you, respectively. The tree shudders, but I'm already turning away from it to look at Ali. That's how you do it. You're both insane, 𝗧𝒐𝒃 says, turning from both of us. But effective, I say, jerking my head toward where the tree is retracting its branches and roots. Really, what kind of idiot masterclass tries to threaten a ship full of heroics? Raised voices from the gangplank have me turning to see the 6 custom officers stalking over, looking all kinds of annoyed. Welp, that kind, it seems. Bones crunch under my hand, the body bouncing off the railing edge before flopping over. It plummets through the air, and only 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reaching out a branch to grab the falling body stops it from impacting the ground before my victim shakes off the stun. Now, repeat that again, but a lot more politely, I say. I ignore the glowing pair of beam weapons and the shots they took at me, the ones that pinged off my soul shield. See? I can be reasonable. The quintet looks at one another, their leader having been summarily dismissed. Eventually, a long-legged figure steps forward, its features so close to what I'd consider female that I'm left guessing at its sex. Its voice isn't much better, bordering the line between masculine and effeminate. Your presence in the city is not wanted. Seeing my narrowing eyes, it continues hastily. Please vacate the premises as quickly as possible. Well, if you guys got out of the way, we'd do that, I say. We just need a quick stop off at the shop, pick up some toys, and then we're gone. That is not, or we could fight our way through town, take it over and gain access to the shop that way, then fight our way back out. I shrug. Your call. I need the experience, so I'm good with either. I'll even let you guys evacuate the civilians. An hour good enough? You would not dare, it says, chin going up. You just declared yourself honorable enough not to undertake genocide to our tree. Exactly. Genocide. Indiscriminate killing. I point at him. But if you get in the way between my objectives and me, that's not indiscriminate anymore. Tilting my head, I speak to Ali. They have how many heroics here? 4, one of which is a port authority and will likely stay out of the fight, Ali says. Non-combatant class, and if he dies, they get swarmed and lose access to other services, especially if 𝗧𝗵𝗲 dies. Keep going. I was going to, boyo. The other 3 are a mix. 2 low-level heroics, 1 an evolving metropolis architect who's a non-combatant, though he can make the city itself fight you. Be annoying to handle. The other one is a combatant, as is the mid-range heroic. He'll keep either you or Bolo busy. A shrug. 𝗧𝒃 and 𝗵𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒻 could take care of the other 2, or 3 if necessary. Right, and that's not counting the lady. I gesture toward where Eyeless is standing beside Bolo, leaning against his arm as he holds her close and whispers sweet nothings. She looks quite content and full, a factor that has been aided by the simple act of eating the mother drake. Or myself. Or I guess I'm handling the riffraff. Better you than Bolo. I nod at Ali, then smile at the group. But you guys must have done the math. This city might be the gateway to the 𝗬𝒑, but in the end, you're just a stopper in a bottle that isn't pressurized. You have more gateways set up to run away than you have defenses for a stand-up fight. I shrug. And most of those defenses are pointed the other way, too. And you'd use our weakness against us, it says. I'm asking for you all to treat us just like any other adventurer. Let us equip ourselves. Let us prep for the expedition. Then let us saunter into the Valley of Certain Death, if you will, and wash your hands of the entire thing. And when the Shadow Council and administrators arrive, just tell them the truth. I ignore the flinches among the group at the mention of things best left unsaid, keeping my eyes locked on the Zylarg before us. And what truth is that? That we defied their request and aided you? Yes, aided us to certain death. I open my hands, offering him a wide, innocent smile. Isn't that the point of the valley? It is a place of tempering and training, where the courageous... One of the other customs members puffs up. Surprisingly, he's a rather scrawny dude, when you take into account his 8-foot-tall size, that is. And he doesn't wield a melee weapon, but a paired pair of guns. I tune him out, looking around to spot my team. Makito's back with Ez in tow, the pair of them still discussing options while she runs through forms, adapting them so that Ez and his malleable body can make the most of it. Mostly, she seems to be talking about the principles of fighting, explaining the reasoning behind movements, going into the void, upsetting and unbalancing opponents, decreasing areas of strikes, rather than specific techniques. Which makes sense, since Ez will need to figure out its own methods with its flowing, unstructured body. Bolo and Eyeless continue to chat, heads pushed together. I don't listen to them, not even by accident. The amount of sugary sweetness they exhibit is enough to put diabetics in a 2-kilometer radius into comas, and I only had to listen to them murmur sweet snookums to one another once to choose the better part of discretion. It surprises me how such a big man can be so mushy, but it's possible certain death has brought out the romantic in him. Perhaps that's what my relationships needed. Upcoming fatalities does add spice to the bedroom, but that was never my problem. Whatever, I say, waving the officials shut. You keep this up and the storm warden is going to get bored and call down another storm. And then we're all going to regret it. I wrinkle my nose and lean in, faux whispering, Have you smelled wet yerrick? Ugh. The blow to my back sends me staggering forward a little, some annoying skill of his bypassing the momentum-canceling properties of my own skills and soul shield. It doesn't hurt, though soul shield does flicker and show that it's 3/4 down from that single blow. Not the most patient fella, you see, I finish, straightening up and skirting around the group to put myself at an angle to the Yerrick. Zaxxas is glowering at me, but Ollie is making a puckered face as he communicates and calms the Storm Warden. No, I am not being an ass just because. It's more because... Also, Harry's already in your city and wandering around, and that means you're compromised anyway. What? Who's Harry? It says, even as Decon finally deposits the initial speaker. I notice the one I tossed overboard makes no move to take over the discussion, which I admit is probably a smart idea. Calling me a short pink flesh bag, will he? Not anymore. Harry Prince, the war reporter with us? I gesture down toward the city. He's in your city right now, wandering through it, most of the way to the shop. How? He has his ways. I shrug. So, compromised. Now can we go? Because the one thing Harry is good at, beyond sneaking past bored guards, is finding trouble. I think that's mostly 'cause he's with you, boyo. Hush, I'm negotiating here. It turns, staring at its compatriots and the idiot I threw off. There's some shared silent communication, potentially with controllers beneath us all, their bosses, maybe, before they finally acquiesce. Really, it's annoying how much posturing this entire thing has been. From the start, no one was going to deny a bunch of heroics access to their city. Without a legendary backing them up, a group like ours could do a ton of damage. Their best bet has always been to let us do what we want and pick up the pieces once we're gone. The amount of bullying we're doing almost makes me feel guilty. If we didn't have the damn Shadow Council and administrators breathing down our backs, I might even try for something actually diplomatic. But, as it stands, well, needs must when the devil drives. And trust me, this devil is driving like he's in a muscle car with the freeway newly paved and the nearest cop guaranteed to be miles away. Chapter 20. We find Harry waiting in the shop by the time we get escorted to it. His eyes are crossed, and Ollie helpfully informs me that the reason for that is he's watching and talking to multiple sources using drones and holographic projectors, extending his reach while recording from the safety of the shop zone. For a moment, I debate asking Harry what he's doing, but figure if it was important, he'd have told us. After all, it's his party chat skill we make use of. So instead, I wander over to the shop sphere, place my hand on it, and access the system shop. A simple mass sale to the system empties my inventory and altered storage. It's fast and efficient, since you can't bargain with the system shop. That's why most people prefer working with actual merchant-run organizations. The ability to get the best deal from them with a minimum earning guaranteed by the system shop means competition is fierce for new customers. Still, with skills that provide credits or improve the quality of what is bought or just tilts the bargaining session in their favor, merchants do rather well. Once I'm done with selling my various loot and bodies, I take a few minutes to restock my dwindling supplies. I buy everything from Apocalypse Ale to more bags of chocolate and a double backpack full of chaos grenades and mines. Everything else I leave behind, other than a pair of hovering boots and more armored jumpsuits, since I shred the ones I wear all too often. Once the consumables are done, I stare at the hefty and paltry amount of credits left from selling level 100+ monster parts and loot pieces. Hefty because it's a veritable fortune to a basic classer, enough to buy up enough equipment to keep you well ahead of the pack. Paltry because it's not even a tenth of what I need to pick up weaponry or enchantments that could make a difference in a heroic level fight. Sure, I could get some minor enchantments, but most minor enchanted items are also tied into much weaker materials. In a fight at the level I take part in, they would shatter within a few minutes. Pure waste of money, and it hurts my cheapskate heart to buy things that will be destroyed, at least when they're not meant to be destroyed. Consumables like grenades and mines are another thing. I mean, I've gotten over it a bit, what with my general riches, but I'm still not a big fan of buying things that will be broken, which leaves me with not enough credits to buy anything useful, but too much to randomly leave inside my system wallet. Staring into space, hand still on the linked shop sphere, a memory tickles my mind. A group of Ylric in a ceremony, gifting possessions from within an inventory. A skill purchased by their clan to ensure the passing of items stored away, to reduce loss in a race that had experienced all too much of it. I don't need the skill. Outside of the Spitz rocket, I have nothing to give that is truly of value. And if everything goes as badly as I expect, there won't be much of the Spitz rocket left to cede to others. A few touches and a few adjustments to its programming helps ensure that even if I do die, the Spitz rocket will return to someone else. As for the credits, hey Ollie, there a way to get rid of all these credits if I die? You could gift them to me. I'll keep them safe for you, he says, the last with a little leer, which is why my answer surprises him, making his jaw drop. Sure. A flick of my hands, and I send him the transfer request. What? This... Ollie, for once, has nothing to say. What? You wanted it, it's yours. Best I can tell, You're harder to kill than a mutated cockroach, so this should be safe enough. I mean, Ez probably dead too if I'm dead, I say. Ditto Makito or Harry or anyone else coming. You're likely going to be the only survivor, and even that is a little dodgy. I have my ways. Also, there are certain... Ali shakes his head. That's not the point, boyo. Do you know what giving me the credits mean? I shrug. You know I'm linked to the system because of a debt, right? I nod, waiting for him to get to the point. My problem is the way it was set up. I can barely get ahead because of the interest. That sounds like one heck of an interest rate. Also predatory. It is. My fault for being, well, out of my mind at the time. But that's not the point. The only way I can get ahead is when my companion goes up in levels and tiers. Then I get the bonus for keeping you alive. More so because you're linked to me and the mana you generate... Ali shakes his head. Whatever. You don't care, do you? Actually, I kind of do. Considering he's my longest-running friend, details about his secret pact with the system and whoever he owes the money to has been scarce. Maybe it's a guy thing, but I've never asked. It feels incredibly rude to probe, especially when he has chosen not to inform me. Not right now, Ali says. Let's just say it'll be millennia before I'm done. And this piddly amount is enough to make a difference? By a few centuries, yeah. So, thanks? Ali says the word with a level of discomfort that makes me smirk a little. I let the silence linger, taking the time to scan my mini-map for trouble and inspect our surroundings. Not that the tiny metal cubicle they stuck us in is very interesting. Minimal setup, since most people have shops they actually get teleported to. Me? I'm persona non grata in them all. Even the ones running on the edges of society want nothing to do with me. Never mind the cost of trying to teleport me from within a forbidden zone to whichever separated plane their merchant center resides within. Whatever. I echo his words back at the spirit, who rolls his eyes. The awkward atmosphere between the two of us fades a little, though thinking about it, I do have one more question. Why haven't you ever asked? I mean, a few months of grinding and we could probably have paid your debt off. Can't, Ali says. It's, well, rules. Dumb rules. Tell me about it. Chuckling, I look at the shop sphere one last time. That's it. My last shopping trip. Now we're just headed into the valley of certain death. Except, as I'm about to take my hand off the sphere, a series of beeps appear, notifications issued from the shop system itself. I hesitate before swiping them, curious. What can I say? Curiosity might have killed a cat, but I'm more a dragon. The face looking back at me, with her big red hair and freckles, hits me like a bowling ball to the nuts, which, frankly, is just about the place that she normally gets a reaction from me. Her and... Yep, there he is in the other notification. Lana. Roxley. This isn't the threesome I was dreaming of, I say. Ew, Lana says. Roxley goes at the same time. This is not the time, Redeemer. After all this time, back to Redeemer, are we? I say, crossing my arms. Oh, John. Lana's tone is more tired, weary of my antics. Do you have any idea how much this is costing us? In the background, I see shadows of trees and a mountain range. Tiny little nubs that look like lying lions are in the far distance, but they're all too familiar to me. Roxley, on the other hand, is in his office, dressed to the nines, but there's a tightness to his eyes that I'm unused to seeing. He's generally unflappable, able to act as though the world isn't falling down around him, even when it obviously is. All his dancing training has allowed him to do that, but things must be tough if he's leaking this much. No idea, but I could ask. Or you could tell me why you called, I say. Not as though I would know. Wanting to see you again isn't enough? Lana says. Then she shakes her head, discarding the banter and light flirting. All too easy to fall into old habits. I want to know. We want to know. If there's anything we can do for you, if we can, I can convince you to stop. Stop? Why would I stop? My voice rises with my surprise. You are directly in conflict with the Shadow Council and their puppeteers, Redeemer. As strong as you are, as gifted as you are, you know there is only one result. Roxley's voice is harsh, biting. You have been seeking this end for so long. You might have found it at last, but I, care enough to ask you to stop, to find another way. Another way. Like turning a normal integration into a dungeon world and dooming billions to death. Old wounds. Many have set it aside by now, Roxley says. And many haven't. Isn't that right, Lana? I turn to the redhead, knowing she is less likely to obfuscate, less likely to hide the reality of idiotic humans finally having some form of power. No, many haven't. As much as we'd like to heal the wounds, to move past it, some people just won't. They nurse their grudges, the pains and losses of over a decade ago, as though anything they do now will bring back those they lost. Lana doesn't ever break eye contact, daring me to look away first. But they're not the only ones left. Children, teenagers, those who grew up in this world are coming up, learning to deal. Can you not? How? I laugh, harshly and a little wildly. I throw a hand around me, indicating the planet, the space they cannot see. This tiger has started running, and I can't let go. And in this, we both agree. Roxley shares a look with Lana, looking at her projection before he turns to me. You have managed so many miracles before. If you wanted to, I'm sure you could manage one last one. To save yourself. To save your friends. To save Earth? I say, twigging on to another of his motivations. That's the thing with Roxley. One reason why we could never really be together. He always has another motivation, always another goal. He has to balance 1,000,001 responsibilities, and so he does, by trading love and duty off with one another. How bad are they pushing you? Multiple fleets are en route to Earth, Roxley answers. I frown. I thought they'd already sent one. Yes, and we dealt with it, Roxley says. How? Thick talk, Ollie chimes in. Ollie's right, John. We don't have time. It doesn't matter. We can handle Earth, though help would be good if you can find any. Something dark flashes across Lana's eyes before she pushes it aside. But I worry about you and Mikito. Hey! Ollie protests, only to be ignored by us. I don't want to lose any more friends. You know, Harry probably wouldn't like being left out, I say. Lana shrugs, and I get it. He's not really someone she knows, though a little part of me is pained to see the caring young woman I knew grow a veneer of needed cruelty. As Roxley says, if you wanted to, I'm sure you could figure out a way. You always have. I'm flattered by the confidence, but I really don't see a way out but through, I confess. This time, I think I really effed it up. Oh, John. Lana breathes those words before she gives me a nod. There's grief in her eyes, but one that is old. A loss that was accepted years ago, like watching a grandparent spiral down the slopes of Alzheimer's, watching them decline with each day and being unable to stop it. At a certain point, the grief stops dribbling out, just like their memories. Then, take as many of the bastards out as you can. Yeah. Redeemer, Ms. Pearson's request for aid was not, as much as she might have made it sound, a minor matter. What aid you might offer or rouse up would be much appreciated. A slight pause, then Roxley continues, anger and exhaustion lacing his next words. The Duchess has decided that her holdings on Earth must stand or fall on their own from now on. The ledger is too far into the red to consider further investment. Ah, I exhale and nod. Very well. I'll see what I can rustle up. Or who. A final nod, this one curt from Roxley. Whatever feelings there might have been between the two of us, it's always been mixed with politics. And unlike Lana, he's always been rather more pragmatic about who I am and my goals. I think, if nothing else, that was the reason he held me at arm's length, too. I offer the pair a smile while Ali waves goodbye to them. Seconds later, they blink out, leaving me to stand alone in a small, bare room to reflect on my past and the quest. The one thing I refuse to give up, no matter what. Well, not really alone. So, Ollie, about that money I just gave you. 23% interest rate, compounded monthly, I mutter as I stride out to see the rest of my friends. Ollie, floating along beside me, is looking all kinds of smug. Outside, the rest of the team are already waiting, eager to head out of the weird, squat city that sits hanging upside down, facing the core of the planet and its sun. There's still something strange about seeing that glowing ball of flame and power, knowing that you should be falling into it and not doing so. "Come on, a few good days grinding and you'll have the money," Ollie says, grinning. "You even made me pay for a merchant contract that's linked to my storage," I say, shaking my head, "just so you could get your credits back faster. You're the one saying you don't need it. But I didn't expect to be taken to the cleaners for borrowing the money for a message. Well, maybe if you thought about calling your exes before you were generous, you could have avoided it," Ali says. "Or you could have returned it to me." The spirit sniffs, while Mikito, coming up to me, raises an eyebrow in inquiry. "Boyle talked to his exes," Ollie explains. "I gathered that. Lana and Roxley?" Mikito asks. "Yup." "I also contacted Katrin. Hopefully she can help them," I clarify, glaring at Ollie. "Couldn't speak with her, though. She's radio silent." Bounce the message to some old friends. Mikito raises an eyebrow, and I mouth the word paladin in English. She blinks, then nods, a thoughtful look crossing her face. I know a lot of her club members, the ones involved in the breakout and causing havoc on Ervina, escaped to Earth, so I'm hoping this settles her mind a little. If not, well, there's not much else I can do. A quick message sent over my private link to the hands has them dispersing, the majority heading out to grind more experience for me. They'll also kill a bunch of monsters and loot them, using the looted items to help pay off some soul-sucking spirit's loan. The last one keeps station at the settlement exit, watching for trouble and potential attacks. "Are we done? If so, we should move." Bolo drops his voice a little, though the man really doesn't understand the point about whispering. He's still loud enough that if not for the spell his girl throws up to silence his words, anyone within 100 feet would hear him. "There are indications the council are scrambling people here for us. There's just not enough of them to stop us. Yet." Chapter 21. 𝗧𝒐 strolls by my side as we head down the tunnels, his head tilted up to the side. The way to the Valley of Certain Death is, unlike most exits from the hollow planet, pretty fixed. A trick of stabilization via the city we just left and the exit point. What isn't common is the crackling cloud and mist that rolls around and behind us, hiding our team from view. "So, how many?" 203. 3 main parties and 6 individual scouts, 𝗧𝒐 says. "At least, from those I count in my cloud. There might be more." "Probably is," I say. "Anything we should worry about?" 𝗧𝒐 shakes his head, big bull lips turning up in a sneer to showcase his flat teeth. "Basic classes. Not even worth the mana." All right. Briefly, I consider sending my hand to deal with them, but choose not to. Never know if we're walking into a trap, and as 𝗧𝒐 said, they're basic classes. We fall silent, continuing our long trek upward. No worms for us, no centipedes or anything to carry us upward. Even if the cavernous tunnel we walk within, which looks like melted basalt and granite, gray and red and black rock shimmying in the mistlight, looks as though it might have been carved by a worm, we get nothing. It's part of the necessity of the stable passage through the hollow planet upward, since anything too large could punch a hole through the thin but stable dimensional walls surrounding us. Not that I sense those dimensional gaps. My elemental affinity is useful for a vast variety of applications, but secondary dimensions are not one of them. Now, don't get me wrong, I can sense something weird at the edges, but the actual boundaries are impossible for me to feel using the affinity. If not for my system edit skill, I might miss it entirely. On the other hand, Bolo looks fascinated, his dimensional affinity probably giving him a whole series of notes. It's kind of funny how little the Dragon King makes use of his own affinity. When pressed about it, he says it's weird, so I don't. There are minor things he does, like the way his hammer is actually even larger than it looks, or the kind of dodging he does. It has taken me a long time to notice, mostly because the way he uses his affinity is much more subtle. Just a minor twisting in the spatial plane, a way for him to sidestep attacks without actually moving. Ali also, rather quietly, noted that, like me, Bolo's affinity isn't really his, but tied to his dragon mate. Unmated, unaligned dragon knights get them too, but their affinities are often much, much weaker, and are in many ways a limitation. After all, if your affinity and the dragon you choose to bond with don't line up, it can cause significant issues, including rejection, or just not going from a minor affinity to a greater affinity. In either case, we're tramping through the tunnel, making good time because we're all high level with quite a few stats in strength and agility. There is, of course, a maximum of how fast we can move, what with physics and stride length, but small boosts like 1,000 steps make sure we're covering ground at a goodly pace. Even Harry is keeping up, though in his case, he cheats by using enchanted equipment like 1,000 stride boots. Weirdly enough, the strangest pairing is Ez and my hand. I'm not entirely sure what is going on there, but the little golem seems to find conversations with the hand fascinating. It's not even as though they're talking of anything important, just old missions, old events, but Ez absorbs the stories like a red sponge, and it's leaving me alone, so I'm not complaining. Yeah, I'd make a horrible dad. Speaking of Harry, I tilt my head and stare at his status. There's a series of new notifications on it, sufficient that I take the time to review it all. Harry Prince, The Unfiltered Eye, Galactic Investigative Reporter, Polonium Level, The Unvarnished Truth, Heroic Survivor, Friend of the Eritrean Empire, Galactic Snoop, Hacker's Friend, Network Center, Galactic Correspondent Level 46, Master, HP 1,380 of 1,380, MP 3,583 of 3,740, Conditions, Reporter's Luck, Nose for Trouble, Just a Bystander, Information Locus, Network News, Polonium Grade, Network Locus, Damage Ablation, GIR Network. Some new titles in there. Some of it probably having taken its time to populate through the galaxy such that he finally gained enough of a reputation to get there. I'm curious about the Network Center option, and the library provides details without much of a prompt. Title, Network Center. Often a location, on occasion a person. A network center is a hub of information, one so important that significant resources have been invested to ensure that it stays online. There are a limited number of network centers available throughout the galaxy at any one time. Current network limit is 13,982. Effect: creates network locus. Damage resistance increased by 30%. Damage ablation, GIR network, gained. About damn time. I don't know a huge amount about the GIR, beyond the fact that they hold themselves to be an independent organization that reports upon the actions of the various major players throughout the system. Of course, they're not the only one, with minor organizations branching out and even a few specialized networks, but they are by far the largest. Almost every single reporter eventually joins them, if for nothing more than to gain access to their news markets and internal data sales. I know Harry has his own beef with GIR, between being able to report on Earth when they weren't able to get enough people, providing a new and fresh perspective to galactic news, and of course, him tagging along with me. They've tried to label him as an entertainment reporter rather than a war reporter, which creates its own set of problems. Thus far, of course, the system has full say on class, but not necessarily what kind of benefits they offer him. GIR has also held back on his benefits, but the new increase in his titles tells me that some of that has been allayed. My guess is, with an actual war going on, and a much larger one threatening to erupt, the bureaucrats have been discarded, or at least lost some degree of power. Now, the effects are good. More damage reduction is always useful. Damage ablation means the damage is taken but passed through the system to others, offering him an effective shield of sorts. Necessary if they want to keep him alive. I don't, however, know what network locus means, so I push in my mind to get the data. Buff, network locus. Type, ongoing passive. Effect, increased system connection. Automatic uploading of all recordings. Local, regional, and system-enhanced storage. Boring. Useful for him, but boring for me. I dismiss the notification and instead ask Harry directly about the other rather interesting update in his status screen. "How'd you jump so many levels?" I grouse. "I mean, really? Your quest," Harry says. "It seems that it decided to backdate some of that experience gains or something. I'm getting triple experience from some old recordings, and even more for the sale of our recent breakout. In fact, that's probably one of my best-selling works, including the pieces they didn't want me to record." I snort, and Harry gives me a savage grin. "Also, I'm getting news that their, shenanigans caused a rupture in the ranks." Good. The fewer people the Shadow Council have to draw upon, the better. "Not just the Shadow Council." At my startled look, Harry shrugs. "You got to remember, the prison was run and owned by the full Galactic Council. Along with this, my peers have been finding quite a few of the pieces of information leaking out, now that the Lady of Shadows isn't able to keep everything hidden. To say that some people are upset might be a bit of an understatement." "So what, a third party?" "It's forming," Harry says. "More like a half-dozen different groups all breaking from both the Galactic Council and the Shadow Council. They might join together, or might break up, and it'll become a 4- or 5-way fight." I wince. 2-way fights are bad enough. When the order of succession breaks into more, it becomes really messy. "Good," Zzăkċis rumbles. "Central powers are all prone to corruption. Better to have localized governments. You can punch them in the face easier." I snort. "How'd that work out with legendaries then?" "They are more difficult to assault," Zzăkċis admits, "but they are easier to run from." I rub the back of my neck. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm used to the idea of a single giant government because that's what they had on Earth, and, Canada was a rather big place. But the UN was always a mess, and most of the countries with large populations probably would have been better off smaller. Except, for economic and capital reasons. "Whenever," I say finally. "It's not as though any of what is going on out there impacts me. Not as though I can make any changes. Really? I didn't even understand local politics for Vancouver or Whitehorse, never mind Canadian politics or global politics. What right do I have to dabble in galactic politics?" "Didn't stop you from dabbling before," Ollie sends. Reading my mind? "We've been together for over a decade, boyo. I hate to break it to you, but you're complex as a bowl of clear jello." Funny. I ignore the spirit as he floats along. Harry has gotten to talking with Zzăkċis, interviewing him on what he knows about the history of the Yarrick, which is significant, considering who and what he was to them, and has taken to ignoring me. I trust that 𝗧𝒐𝒃 will keep me informed if there's anything too dangerous out there, so I find myself just walking, my mind turning the new information over and over. Eventually, I can't help but send to 𝗏𝒐𝒃. Is there anything I can do? I mean, it sounds like Harry has a direct link out. An interview? A plea? For what? To let the power of love in and let it conquer all? There's quite a bit of sarcasm in 𝗏𝒏's tone. Then again, he's hung around with me for the last decade plus. No pacifist would have survived that long. Not helping. Neither would you. If you have an actual clue of how you could make a difference, I'm all energy protons. Otherwise, I'd keep my mouth shut, my head down, and your electrons free. Lots of physics talk there. A shrug from 𝗏𝒏 and I let it go, as I do the idea of doing something. Sometimes the best thing you can do when a situation is all chaos is nothing at all. If you're wading into a pond and kick up all kinds of dirt muddying the water, you can't create clear water again by splashing about even more vigorously. Stop. Wait. Let it settle. And then if you're lucky, a fish will swim by and you'll manage to stab it, and not yourself in the foot. Not that I've ever done that. Not at all. Nope. 2 days of walking, pretty much in a straight line up. Of course, we're not actually walking upward, but in a sort of weird angular circle. We gather more and more people on the periphery, members of the Galactic Council who have managed to make it to the city below us and scrambled to get here. The only reason they're double the number and not triple is because they keep losing people, either dropping out of 𝗧𝒏𝒃's cloud or, in more dire cases, disappearing. Realistically, they should never have sent their basic classes. This environment, this entire planet, isn't geared for basic classes. They have to be carefully managed, run through dungeons and on patrols of pre-cleared grounds to survive. There's a reason why people don't generally drag basic classes to dungeon worlds or forbidden planets, and it has a lot to do with the casualty rates. It tells me a little about how desperate they are to keep tabs on us, and how far they're pushing their people that the basic classes chose to come out, rather than rebel. Or perhaps it's just how much they hate us, or believe in what they're doing. In either case, they've switched out basic classes for advanced, and even a bunch of master classes. It's made our walk a little tenser, but not that much. Until they manage to get heroics in play, we're safe enough. And if they do deploy heroics, 𝗧𝒏𝒃's cloud gives us enough time to get ready. Not that our readiness requires much beyond the mental and emotional. Environmental advantages are rather slim where we are, so I'm more than a little relieved when we get out and into the open sky. The feeling of millions of tons of Earth pressing down on us, illuminated only by artificial light, has been a shadow on my mind. Bright sky, finally. Sort of. Coming out of the borehole, we emerge at the bottom of a ravine, one so deep I can barely see the edges of the sky, light filtering in to cast long shadows. We're illuminated by the mushrooms. Oh, gods, so many mushrooms that shed purple and yellow light, while tiny creatures scurry around on the edges of the shadows. Some of them don't necessarily stay there, fading in and out of the shadows if any one of us tries to focus on them. The ravine walls are made of gray and black stone, the black crawling along the sheer cliffs and creating a spiderweb design across them. Shattered sections jut out every 10 meters or so, but there's a glassiness to the gray stone that makes me think climbing it would be difficult. Idly, I wander over to one of the walls and punch it. Rather than shatter, it hurts my hand and I feel skin split along my knuckles. Frowning, I pull back my hand and notice my skin knitting back together, blood dripping out. What the hell? I'm used to hard metal, even hard rock. It doesn't split my skin, though, not even when it's hard enough to withstand a punch. Reflexive rock, Bolo says. Deals a portion of damage you deal to it back to you. What? Why? I say plaintively. Zylarg is not for the weak, Eilis replies as she wanders past me. 𝗏𝒏, take to the sky, will ya? I'd like a better map. On it. The spirit looks toward the sky, sticks a hand out, and shoots upward. There's even a small visual effect that follows his acceleration, though I'm grateful he keeps it to a visual effect rather than actually creating a sonic boom. Scouting dealt with, I look back at the hole we just walked through. Trap it? I say speculatively to 𝗵𝒕𝗄. No, Bolo says firmly. Don't think it'll work? I say. We will not trap the exits. It is not done. Pretty sure, Bolo growls at me. I hold up a hand, giving in. It's not as if a trap would do more than kill a few basic classes, maybe an advanced classer. Not enough to force the issue and cause problems in my own team. Also, you might not want your spirit to go that high, 𝗧𝗓 calls. He's invisible, I say. Not to them, she replies. You might want to come down. 𝗚𝗓 sends back, screaming. Incoming! I roar, knowing what the scream means. There's a little bit of panic in it, but not much, so I don't bother with power armor. Instead, conjuring my sword and looking upward. The others prep themselves, all but Harry and 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒄, who keep an eye on the hole instead. What appears isn't what I expected. Rather than monsters raining down on us, it's glowing shards of energy. My eyes narrow, and perception bends to my will, and my vision narrows and zooms in. The moment it does, I can actually tell what it is coming down. Rather than shards of energy, it's charged crystal, energy pumped into material to the point they look like slow-moving laser beams. Good enough, anyway, for my next action. Can't target it with most of my area effect skills, not without hitting me. So I go old school and swing my sword using a series of blade strikes over a wide area to catch as many of them as I can. My hand uses a series of spells, Polar Vortex, Firestorm, Lightning Strike, to do the same thing. I notice 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒄 throwing his hand outward, lightning dancing from his fingers to lash out at the sky, while 𝗵𝒕𝗄 projects Hitoshi into its massive form. She swings it at the crystals like a giant broom sweeping away the skies. The Dragon King isn't taking action, mostly because 𝗧𝗓 has cast her hands upward, and flames have erupted from them. So much fire, arcing in a cone wide enough that anything he did would be swallowed in her own attack, envelops the sky above them. Into that midst, screaming his head off vocally now, comes 𝗚𝗓. Explosions stream out from behind him, coating the sky in flames of myriad colors as our attacks hammer into the crystals. Even though we're hitting them with everything we've got, only 𝗧𝗓 manages to catch the majority in her region. As scrambles over to me and on instinct, I grab it and dump it into my inventory. They can't hurt it in there. At the last second, I look at Harry and throw 2-1 on him. The rest of us are forced to take the brunt of the damage when the crystals hit the ground, releasing their energy. Light so bright I'm forced to squint, even through the combat helmet that automatically pulled itself over my features. Energy pours through the solid sides of the helmet, searing my eyes through my eyelids and leaving me blind. My elemental affinity pulses outward, a subconscious part of me wielding it such that it pushes against the energy, dissipating some of it. Damage notifications scroll past my blind eyes. Damage from myself, from Harry, stabbing deep within me. Nerves, muscles, blood are fried. Then it's over, the last of the energy being wielded at me dissipated. I conjure a healing syringe and jab it into my thigh, letting the potion take effect and start the process of putting my eyes together, along with system regeneration. As that happens, I crouch low, offering the smallest target I can feasibly do while keeping my mobility. I move a few feet away from my old location too, just in case someone had a lock on me before the blast. Then, and only then, do I check my party channel. Of all of us, Harry has taken the most damage, his health barely a quarter of what it should be. The rest of us are anywhere from barely damaged, Bolo and 𝗧𝗓, to a fifth down. My hand is on the ground, rolling around, in deep pain and, to my surprise, breaking apart. Thousand hells, 𝗚𝗓! What in the goblin shit was that? What's happening to my hand? I scream mentally, only to feel a feedback surge from his side of the connection that sets my teeth on edge and bursts a few blood vessels in my head. It takes a few seconds before I'm able to regain control, blind eyes healing enough that I can look around, everything a blurry haze. No one's dead, and we're not under attack, which is why when I spot Ali curled up in midair and holding himself together by sheer will, his body riddled with gaping holes, I rush over. "Should I banish you?" I shout over the link, bracing for the pain he feeds back to me. "No! I can fix this!" Ali grates out, his voice sounding like a twisted, pain-filled version of his own. "What the hell happened? What kind of monster was that?" I say, scanning the sky for more trouble. "Nothing. Not yet, at least." "Automatic dragon defenses," Eyla says, strolling over. "They don't like us flying in, so they bred a type of plant. It creates seeds of crystal which absorb the sun's energy. When they sense something in the sky, they fire the crystals into the sky, blanketing the area. The energy is twisted such that it attacks across dimensions. Then my hand and Ali are taking additional damage due to who and what they are," Eylis confirms. I watch as the hand blips out of existence at last. Grimacing, I look at the spirit who's still struggling to put himself together. The gaps in his body are slowly healing as he fights off the dimensional tears, but it's not an easy thing for sure. "Bloody hell," Harry says, his body held up by Zaxxas as he's dragged over. "That's an overreaction, isn't it?" "It's just their first layer. You're lucky he's so small. Otherwise, he'd have brought down a real storm," Eyla says. "And even if that crystal storm was too small for a dragon, the 𝗚𝒵 will come to investigate. We should move." Bolo looks a little surprised, though he hides it well. Surprised enough that this is either a new development or just one he was never privy to. Either is possible, since this isn't exactly his stomping grounds. Mikito is on her horse, fully armed and armored. She pulls Harry up to sit astride with her. I'm surprised that works. I wonder if she put points into that, or if it evolved, or something. Then Ali floats down to my shoulder. He attaches himself to me, giving me little jolts of energy every few seconds. I'm surprised to see most of my clothing is still intact, the energy attack seeming to have bypassed the clothing to attack me directly. Good for my modesty, not great for my health. "Fine, let's move. Lead the way," I say, sending a worried glance at Ali. He's too busy to pay attention, though when Eyla strides off at the head of our column, I can't help but glare at her back. She could have warned us before he got too far ahead. Instead, she chose not to and nearly killed him and Harry. Sometimes, I wonder if she's on our side at all. Chapter 22. Over the next few hours, as we beat a hasty retreat, I make sure to question Eylis about everything she knows. Luckily, Ali got enough into the air to give us a good idea of what's around, so we're not forced to move through dead ends. At least not initially. Who knows if the way we're moving will dead end eventually. Thankfully, Eylis and Bolo have planned far enough ahead to provide us all with maps, though according to them, they're only partially helpful. Something to do with the way the walls and the environment are constantly reshaped by the 𝗚𝒵. Even though the walls might damage them, the 𝗚𝒵 don't actually seem to care, what with having a ton of drones to get rid of. So they tear down the walls, build new ones, and change the landscape constantly. It doesn't help that one of the aspects of refracting stone is that it rebuilds itself, having a natural healing factor just like we do. The actual act of wearing it away instead gives it strength, which it expends to pull itself together. The black streaks are an indication, supposedly, of exactly how much energy a particular location has built up. I don't get it, nor how stone can store damage potential, but system garbage is good enough of an explanation for me for now. There's definitely nothing in the library about it being useful for the system quest. Weird shit in the system is just weird shit. Exploring those connections basically leads to questions on what mana is and what mana does, and that is a whole different study. A larger one that coincides with the study of the system but is, at the same time, different. Not for me. Let someone else explore mana. I'm not a scientist, no explorer of the unknown. I want answers and someone to blame, someone to put my fist into. And the system, for all that it controls us, it's not mana. It's artificial, so there's an answer and someone to blame. It's only now, after so many years, that I've realized why I focus on it so much. My need for an answer, for an individual to blame, for someone to lash out at. You can't hurt mana, but the creator of the system? Yeah, I can kick their ass. Big dreams. Yet, that's all I have to occupy my mind as we hurry. We know better than to fight, since the moment we get into battle with the 𝗚𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒂, it'll be one fight after the next as they throw more and more of their drones. Eventually, they'll pull out their high levels and we'll really be stuck in it. Putting space between us and where things went bad will throw them off, especially with the ground healing over. Xaxis and Harry are particularly useful here, their skills and skill helping to clean up our trail. Harry makes full use of his just a bystander skill, with me editing it to encompass not just him, but the surroundings. With Xaxis cleaning up physical and other traces like scent with his own skills, the man's basic class was Wild Hunter. We should be able to hide our tracks. In the meantime, 𝗏𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 rides beside me, keeping an eye out for trouble and letting Harry do his thing with his skills while I run alongside. Once I'm certain we're good, I summon another hand. Two, actually, since I finally lose one in the hollow planet, and drop them off to keep an eye on 𝗍𝒑𝒐. The golem protests at getting not just one but two bodyguards, but I ignore its protests. This isn't the time for it to act bigger than it is. The deep canyon we're in now is filled with otherworldly light and deep shadows, and the occasional monster that lunges out to attack us, too blind or too aggressive to avoid us, has their corpses dropped into my altered storage. The air grows heavy and clammy. This deep down, the humidity is high. Water runs along the walls, collecting and dripping, while the occasional stream runs along the ground. I only touch the water once on purpose. The damn liquid is highly acidic. Not alien burning through metal acidic, but don't drink unless you want to be in the hospital caustic. After a while, I drop my helmet back into my storage and run without it, filtering the air through my lungs. One of the advantages of the class I have is that the passive resistances allow me to take in non-earth air mixtures, so even the mild burning sensations are dampened. My eyes don't water, even though there's some chemicals that burn. Sulfur I can tell because that spoilt egg smell is all too recognizable. Ammonia, that smells so similar to back alleys and Gastown, Vancouver, is present too. And then other kinds of chemicals, ones I don't recognize, but that assault me and make breathing heavier. Nothing my system-enhanced body can't take, but it is present, and I notice that Harry struggles a little. Low constitution sucks in such circumstances. Peeling chocolate and putting it in my mouth to keep idle hands busy ends with me spitting it out seconds later. "What the hell?" I say, staring at the triangular bar of chocolate in my hand. I know the white stuff isn't real chocolate, but needs must, and it isn't normally that bad. "You're sucking down weird chemicals with every breath, boyo. Don't you think it would affect your taste buds?" "But my chocolate?" I wail. "Everything." Bolo falls in behind me and tosses me a wrapped bar. "Eat that if you need something." I frown at the bar, peeling it open to see a gray block within. Looks like compressed shit. "It's not any worse than that chicken feet you made me eat," Bolo says. "I told you already, it's a traditional dish." "Among one portion of your humans, known for eating some very strange things," Bolo replies. "Which among the deprived is acceptable? Those things, though, were slimy, fatty, and contained few true nutrients. But oh, so tasty." "Eat," Bolo replies, ending the conversation as he moves to the front again. I roll my eyes, but bite into the bar, and wince. It doesn't taste like weak old garbage, like the chocolate, but more like fermented, smelly tofu. which frankly is not something I ever grew a taste for. Not as many dishes in Vancouver made from that, for which I'm grateful. Still, it's edible, and it gives my mouth something to do while we run. Sometimes, you take what you can get and eat it. We don't need sleep, so we don't. Hours of running, traveling through looming canyon walls and along bubbling streams of acid, snarling monsters launching themselves at us with irregular frequency. Swarm creatures, barely the size of a hand, but with levels in the 80s each, attempt to burrow into our flesh and lay their eggs. Buried, crab-like predators launch themselves from the ground as we pass or step on them, clamping pincers onto our legs and injecting toxins into our blood. A lurking shadow creature, a mix between a sleek ferret and a dinosaur, fires quills of shadow energy before it expands. And the fungi. All the fungi. We get everything from laser mushrooms that fire beams of weird crisscrossing energy at us, bathing the walls, to reflexive mushrooms in the same canyon gorge that bounce this energy upward and downward, turning a simple attack into a minefield of death. Ali and I get pushed with our elemental affinity, killing the transfer of energy before it can truly build up. Then there are the wire ones, spores floating in the wind, trailing micron-thin wire filaments that cut into flesh and slice apart skin. Eyeless handles that with a lot of flame, burning them all down so that we can cross without being chunked. Minutes later, the surroundings have absorbed the ash and heat. Newly recreated spores floating through the sky. Gorges of flaming heat, the mushrooms within glowing white-hot, reflexive stone, casting damage back and pumping back just as much heat. Molten rock bubbles up from the ground near the mushrooms. Salamanders flopping around in the pools of lava and tossing flame and rocks at us as we hurry through. After the first time 𝗧𝒐 drops the temperature in our surroundings and almost brings down the walls on our heads, we just hurry through rather than try to stop them. Mushrooms of all kinds. Some suck up all light, making travel by normal sight impossible. Others rip themselves free from the ground, attacking us as we pass by, shedding spores that attempt to make us hallucinate or dissolve our flesh. Illusionary passages and whirlwinds that throw us high into the air, attempting to draw down crystal shard attacks. So much fungi, all of it lethal. I'm not sure I'll ever look at a dish of pasta the same again. All the while, we move deeper and deeper, the rumble of traps and the roar of monsters moving through the gorges surrounding us, filtering in from above or echoing through the passages. Screams and howls of pain, monsters clashing with one another, and the constant hammering of crystal shards hitting the ground in the distance. We're not the only ones in town, and while the monsters might know better, that's only if they live long enough to learn the lesson this valley teaches. Days of traveling through the passages, moving backward and forward, cutting around and through obstructions when we have no more choice. More than once, we clamber up to a second or third level, forced to push pitons into cliff faces and clamber upward, swinging from ropes loosened by a vindictive cliff face. Slamming into the ground hurts. The few times we lose everyone, the ground is happy enough to inflict pain on us just as much as we punished it on landing. As makes itself useful when we climb, its body's ability to change shape and its liquid metal pitons becoming one of our major belaying points. On the second and third levels, we get a chance to see a little more of the valley. There are different monsters, creatures that linger in the remaining light, that crawl across the gray stone like so many wrong-legged spiders. Webs, poisons, darts, and scorpion tails all lash out when we get too close, sometimes attacking us even while we're climbing. All the while, we watch the dots appear and disappear from our minimap, as those the Council have gathered die as they try to keep track of us. Sometimes a trick of space and a warping of light puts them close enough we can see them. Other times they fade all the way off our maps, even one boosted by Ali. "Hey, Bolo, exactly how many times do you guys send people in?" I say, eyeing the running total of system-connected individuals I've been reading. Each settlement only sends in individuals once a year at most. When enough individuals have been trained up sufficiently, Bolo replies. Of course, there being over 50 major settlements and another 100 plus minor ones that join together, that means there's often at least one or two groups running the valley at any one time. And that's a good idea? I ask. Aren't you leveling the damn 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆? They level whether we do anything or not. This way, we level too, Bolo says. Also, it gives our higher levels a chance to play and take down their high levels. The full flight only happens once every half-decade. So, figure what? A half-dozen individuals in each group, maximum of, say, 3 groups, total of 18, maybe a full score at most? That sounds about right. Double that number if you include Dragonkin for them all, though that never happens. What's a more expected number? I say. Why do you keep asking? 𝗧𝒕𝒆 cuts in, sounding frustrated by my questions. Because over the last few days, Ollie and I have tracked easily over 200 system-connected individuals. What? 𝗧𝒕𝒆 says, her voice rising in pure surprise. And that's what we were able to track. I'm sure there's more. We're using my system at its skill to cheat, but even then, this place isn't exactly friendly to our skills, I say. Fools! They're just feeding the 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆, 𝗧𝒕𝒆 hisses. How do they have so many anyway? I say. Marines, detachments from the fleets above, mercenaries, hidden agents meant to deal with the dragon lords and dragons if they acted out too much, Harry cuts in. Not a surprise, really. You'll forget that the Dragon Knights and the dragons are both a resource and a power in themselves. No council was going to take them lightly. Nor should they, Bolo rumbles and 𝗧𝒕𝒆 grins. Father, I do not understand, 𝗏𝒃 buzzes. Why send so many when they know where you must go? Because they don't know, I say. This place, the administrative center. Even on the map and access that I have, it keeps moving. Or at least its entrance does. It's somewhere in here, in the center. But exactly where? I shrug. That's why they haven't been found before, Harry says. That's what I figure. And if you're wrong, 𝗧𝒏 says, the group having chosen to group around us. We're on the second floor, if you will, about a dozen meters above the canyon passage, which is, right now, filled with a bubbling acid river filled with carnivorous fish that act like B-movie piranhas at the merest hint of anything not them in the water. Then we're going to have a lot of company when we arrive, I say. There are a few grimaces, but it really isn't anything new. And the 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆, why aren't they attacking us? 𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒄 asks, breaking her silence. Everything you said, I've been expecting constant battles by now. We are too powerful, 𝗧𝒕𝒆 replies. I would not expect anything from them until another day at least. Better to lure us in, makes it harder for us to escape when the trap closes. They do that a lot? I can't help but ask. 𝗧𝒕𝒆's nod makes me grimace. Smart enemies. I hate those. Another savage grin from 𝗧𝒕𝒆, one that is condescending at the same time, as though she considers me and my complaints poor fit for her vicious planet. Great. So we got Shadow Council members coming in from behind, 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 in front, and lots of native flora and fauna that want to eat us. Am I missing anything? I say. No. Bolo taps the side of his thigh for a few seconds before he nods suddenly. We should camp soon, rest, and deal with those behind us. Sounds like a plan. A nice, fun, and dangerous plan. With the 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 less than a day from dropping their trap on us, we're cutting it close. Then again, with so many coming after us, we'll have to deal with our pursuers sooner rather than later. We can just hope there are no legendaries down there. I do not understand, Father. Why is danger fun? 𝗏𝒃 says. I was being sarcastic, I explain. Understood. Then, yes. Fun, Father. We shall have much fun. Chapter 23. Maybe they don't want us to rest. Maybe our pursuers were ready to hit us already, what with having pulled back. We barely get more than an hour of sleep, with the fragile all-planet environmental tents deployed around us, filtering the air and providing us our preferred atmosphere when they attack. The first wave of attacks comes from their stealth specialists, coming in close enough under cover of heavy mana suppression and the natural cover of the canyons that they can range on us. Beam rifles, the equivalent of mortar strikes, and fireballs hammer into the force shield generator Bolo deployed to provide cover for us all. The force shield generator drops within a second, but a more powerful settlement shield, powered by Eyeless's mana, takes the brunt of the second wave of attacks. I tear out of the tent, not bothering to go out normally, calling the Spitz rocket to me. Armor pops from its dimensional storage, pulled into place by the system and the underlayer armor, locking around my arms, chest, and legs with alacrity. Gleaming black and red, notification information forms around my eyes as the neural link activates, feeding me status information from the power armor's sensors. Ez, resting in the tent beside me, takes a different route for exiting, expanding its entire body and absorbing the material of the tent into its body. It takes longer, but by the time Ez reforms, the tent and its contents are gone, broken down into component parts in its nanite-driven liquid metal body. "Ollie!" I shout, the spirit already carefully spiraling upward. As he does so, data populates my mini-map, little figures in the distance. The hands are faster than me, even as I throw my hand that way, conjuring firestorms on the ridge. Our enemies burn, though it's not enough to kill. Behind me, I sense another hand blink-stepping to put the boot to a couple of our assailants before he field strips them for useful weaponry. What with the loss of my credits, the hands have taken to borrowing from the others for the weapons and armor they need to fully function. We camped on the third layer, having traversed via a fortunate ridgeline that made ascending easy. Sheer cliffs rise up around us, though, beyond the small ledge we're camped on, leaving us with just bouncing down the gorge faces to hit the second level or first. Not that anyone is hanging out on the first level, for there's a swarm of level 40-plus worm-maggot creatures crawling over the ground, tearing into the moss and mushrooms, whose spores are floating in the wind, landing on the creatures and actually growing on them. Eventually, the mushroom spores grow enough to kill the maggots, then they embed their roots in the ground before they get swarmed and eaten by more of the creatures. It's a constant battle, and anyone dropping in there would get swarmed as new, fresh meat, which leaves us with 2 levels to fight in. A bunch of individuals are coming in from the top, some of them flying just under the ridgeline, while others tramp across both levels. The idiots I burnt were on the opposite side of the canyon, on the 4th, dead-end level, looking down on us. Seconds to take in our surroundings, the threats, and make a judgment call. As fast as I am, Bolo is even faster. He springs to his feet, gesturing for us to gather near him. "I listened I will deal with the flyers. She is sensing powerful figures." "Heroics," Ali clarifies, "in their midst. We shall deal with them and their companions." Bolo grins savagely. "They think they own the skies. We shall dissuade them." "Incoming from ahead, 2 groups," I inform them, glancing at the mini-map. "Both sides, with the one on this side larger. I'm reading at least 1 heroic with them and a lot of master classes." I see the data flicker and twist, numbers and classes changing on a constant basis. "Don't rely on the information I'm giving. There's interference. Assume more." Mikito nods, her ghost horse conjured before her. She swings up into it, Hitoshi appearing in her hands. "I'll take the ones on this side." "Be careful," I speak up, while Harry hesitates, looking back and forth between all of us. "Oh, we're back," 𝗧𝒐 says. "Another heroic, few master classes, and lots of advanced classes," I reply. "They're mine." 𝗧𝒐 nods, glancing at the other side of the ravine before nodding. "The other side is mine, then." Harry and Ez look between us. I flicker my glance backward and forward, the sight of the little dots closing in on us as I hesitate. Pushing my worries down, I point at the pair. "Go with Mikito. Help her if you can. Hide if you can't." The hands, having driven off our attackers, don't wait for my commands. They split off on either side of the ridge, heading down to tackle those coming straight on. A part of me wishes I dismissed and called the other two over, but them racking up experience in the hollow planet is just as important. Bolo, I turn back toward him but frown as I realize he and Eyeless left at some point. Their dots finally update on my map, my lips curling up in a snarl as the pair wing their way to the first group to reach us. In the distance, the roar of the dragon and the shouts of clashing fighters reverberate through the canyon. Baka could have told me. Then I'm done talking, taking off running. I hear a plaintive wail of "Father!" behind me, but I ignore it. Leaving Ez behind is for its own good, no matter what it thinks. If more than one heroic is coming in, it'll likely be from the back, considering geography, which means it'll be up to me to stall them, and of us all, I've got the largest number of skills at stalling. Worst case scenario, I use System Edit on Sanctum and hide in the sphere until help arrives. If I've got to watch out for Ez, things take a downward dive immediately, which is why I'm going alone. I could use the hand's help, but I want to root out, and a faster wipeout on the front and them returning via a portal is useful. Add the fact that they're crippled by their mana regeneration rates due to the messy system connection, and, well, the hands are less useful than before. Alone it is, mostly. "Boyo, incoming," Ollie sends. I sense him flying downward, skimming through bug-laden air to come to my side. Those bugs are all mutations, low level 10s or so. Nothing to worry the rest of us, but more than enough to make a basic classer's life miserable. Another reason why they shouldn't be here. "I'm thinking Judgment of All, chained through you to start," I send. "Got one better. Slow down for a second," Ollie sends. I frown but comply, feeling him draw upon my mana and my skills. I feel the skills spin up, and before I can ask about it, he's already input and targeted it. Once, then again, and once more, high above in the sky, glowing runic circles form, energy gathering within them. A fraction of a second later, they unleash their gathered seals of doom upon the area beneath. Beacon of the heavens rains down its displeasure, burning all those caught beneath. Not enough to kill, not directly, but the simple act of the attack has triggered the secondary air defenses the 𝗼𝒂𝒂 created. I feel the very air charge up, the ripping, concussive sound of thousands of shards of energy crystals being fired from everything that could spot the attack, launching themselves into the air. My eyes widen and I screech to a halt. I search for cover and find myself ducking as close to the walls as I can, even while I scream over party chat to my team. "Incoming fire!" "You bloody idiots! You've let the 𝗼𝒂𝒂 know where we are!" Eyeless screams at us. "You've doomed us all!" "Oh, shush, Toots. You think you and Bolo flying through the canyons breathing fire hasn't alerted them? You think a fight between multiple heroics isn't going to be enough to let them know?" Ollie scoffs over the chat. "Please." "More warning next time, Baka. Some of us are busy," 𝗏𝒀𝒀 growls. Time. Even if the party chat is filling at the speed of thought, time is up. The crystals arc down. Ollie darts in next to me, cackling as he hunkers beneath me while I deploy a disposable force shield. It won't last long, but I'm hoping the overhang we're under and the fact that we're not directly on the target spot will be enough. Sadly, the crystal attacks launched by the mutated plants aren't exactly targeted so much as area of effect. They blanket the entire surroundings, with the majority landing near where the initial beacons targeted, but more than enough thrown by bad aim, misgrown branches, or just errant breezes land in my surroundings. Once more, the world goes white. The Spitz rocket handling the overload of energy better. One of the advantages of its ability to improve after each battle is its specific resistances increase each time. We're always fighting the last war, but sometimes it works out. Kill notifications scroll by, the system going so far as to provide me a small trickle of experience for the kills of the larvae and worms caught beneath the wave of attacks. Each death is tiny, but the sheer volume adds up. I know the maggots and the fungi will return, but for a few minutes, the first floor will be clear of spores and monsters at least. Once the glare is gone, I unhunch to look at the smoldering remnants of the force shield generator, then I run toward the rear wing. Ali has bought us the element of surprise, though the cursing and flashing health on people like Eylis and Bolo indicates that not everyone managed to find enough cover to dodge the attacks. Our attackers have ducked down other passageways, snaking through the honeycomb corridors of the canyons, leaving us behind. I have no time to watch out for them and can only hope Eylis and Bolo's confidence is well-founded, for I turn the corner and spot the remnants of the rear wave. Then, there's no more time to think, for chaos and blood is upon us. Judgment of All tears into the remnants of the group, many of them just recovering from the wave of crystal attacks, healing themselves desperately and struggling to see. Defenses, pierced or fractured, come apart as they stagger to their feet, Judgment of All bypassing all but the most powerful or encompassing shielding to attack them directly. Some are crumpled on the ground, others scream in pain, and all the while, I rush forward, sword in hand. The heroic hits me from the side, emerging from the rock wall as it drops its adaptive camouflage, throwing me off the third stratum to fall through the air. Metal shrieks as metal chainsaw talons tear into the side of the Spitz rocket, armor plating creaking as it bends. Beneath, I'm bruised and a little disoriented, but I get a sword into the heroic's stomach and push. The blade skitters off metal, peeling off strips of alloy as force is applied, all the while we tumble through the air. I right myself in a second, then hit the burners, pushing myself into flight just before we hit the ground and hovering a bare 10 feet off the scorched and blackened maggot corpse-infested earth. Tendrils of smoke rise in the air, and I swear, even through my filtered air, I smell buttered mushrooms. The enemy heroic bounces once, and then again, before it rights itself and digs feet, 4 of them and a prehensile moving tail, into the ground. Metal, chrome, steel, and gray, with flashes of black lines that slowly shift to match the background, a pair of long arms on top of the stumpy beast body. One that is fitted with a pair of beam rifles, which open fire on me. I juke left, then right, dodging the attack. Even a close call sets damage notifications appearing on the Spitz rocket, showcasing the power of the beams. My lips pull apart as Ali, having recovered from the initial attack, finally catches up and feeds me information. Heroic Poobah, Lavelle Soulbound Power Armor Wielder, level 28, Heroic. HP, 1,980 of 1,980. MP, 4,711 of 5,280. Conditions: Ethereal Neural Link, Soulbound Power Armor, Multifunction Rusty Slayer, version 8191.23. Reflective Shielding, Adaptive Resistance, Linked. Metal to Soul, Strength of the Union, Mana Conduit. I'm not surprised Ali is shortening the data, skipping names and titles that don't matter. I'm more interested in the class anyway, for the library has a lot to say about it. Class: Lavelle Soulbound Power Armor Wielder, Heroic Level Class Tier, Semi-Restricted. The Lavelle are a high-tech society, one that prides itself on the integration of technology into their society. During system integration, significant numbers of their population failed to transition, unable to function without the technology that had sustained their people. The survivors were forced to adapt, transitioning their old technology into the system and borrowing from other societies to rebuild their civilization as a distorted reflection of their pre-System 1. Since System Advent, the Lavelle have further developed their integration into the system, many calling the coming of the system a boon for their civilization. Integration levels of technology and Lavelle have reached unprecedented heights, with most members of their society having connected themselves to the system and technological supplements. The Soulbound Power Armor Wielder, Heroic, is a linear progression of the power armor classes available to the Lavelle. Class abilities: +2 per level in Strength and Charisma, +8 per level in Intelligence and Willpower, +5 per level in Perception, +3 per level luck and constitution. Additional 7 free attributes per level. +40% mental resistance. +30% elemental resistance. Must designate soulbound power armor. May have an additional 8 hardpoint links before essence penalties applied. More importantly, details about his class skills flicker through my mind, along with the various documents and studies about technology, the system, and mana. In particular, I find myself briefly distracted by mana's effect on pre-system integration technology and the reason why it breaks down. It seems due to the way mana rewrites the basic building blocks of physics, so the first thing to go is electronics and the way they interact. There's very subtle differences, sufficient enough that things like electronics, which are particularly sensitive to things like that, just don't work. The system actually bridges that difference, literally rebuilding the processes we know and adding sufficient leeway for new changes and interactions with class skills to make sure tech works. However, it still doesn't fully explain the reason why electronics, even those turned off, don't work after their planet is integrated into the system. I dig into the files and get blasted out of the air, giant quasi-real claws having formed to slap me into the ground as the power armor reminds me that I'm in the middle of a fight for my life. The space rocket howls for a second as I struggle against the semi-corporeal energy claws before the claws shatter and I'm able to escape. Moments before the beam rifles, charging up in the interim, release their powered-up attack. I get tossed through the air, crashing through a masterclass juggernaut that attempts to stop me from getting too far and bowling over the pair of us. Reflexively, I conjure and sink a couple of swords into his body, using my momentum and a casual swing and blade strike at another healing masterclasser to open the wounds in the juggernaut further. The attack nearly bisects him, and a flashing notification and the slumped body inform me I've put down the green troll-like creature permanently. Soul Shield flickers back on with a thought, even as the 𝗂𝒊𝒏 heroic runs along the wall before bouncing off it, headed straight for me. Its jaws open wide and flame ripples outward, bathing my surroundings in fire. Blink Step takes me out of attack range, only for the damn heroic's auto-tracking predictive algorithms in its beam turrets to fire upon me, throwing me around for another tumble. The Soul Shield cracks under the attack, the Spitz rocket's armor bubbling under the ongoing damage as I tumble through the air, offering the heroic different portions of my body to cook. Again, I blink step away, using Ali's line of sight, right into the lightning Ali has been conjuring. The arc of power hits the back of the Spitz rocket. Luckily, it's electricity that he's manipulated via his affinity, our affinity, so I just grab hold of it and keep it spinning, building up the charge before releasing it into the back of the heroic. It hammers into the power armor's back legs, forcing it to buckle and steam. Short circuits should happen, if not for the damn system insulating its defenses, but I can't complain. It does the same thing for the Spitz rocket after all. Floating in the air, playing channeler to Ali's battery, we teach the heroic a little lesson about using tech against people who wield the electromagnetic elemental affinity. Our opponent tries to spin around and I take away the friction beneath its paws, forcing it to sprawl and spin too far, unable to control itself. It tries to aim the beam rifles and I arc the attacks back, having received enough of its gift to get a feel for it. Of course, the heroic modulates the power output, making it harder, but I switch tactics, tearing at the bonds of the heroic's armor itself, making it come apart. Harder. Much harder than it would be with any other material. The armor is a masterwork and soulbound, meaning the system is fighting me too. But that's where systematic comes in. My ability to see the code changes and twists them. The system doesn't like what I'm doing, though, sending feedback down through the link I create and causing pain and blood. I force myself to ignore it, at least for the moment, since my efforts are beginning to work. A flash, the armor disappearing for a second to reveal the 𝗂𝒏𝒄 beneath. Tiny, half-starved muscles and body less muscular than any heroic I've ever seen. The creature is pink and green, hairless and sexless, as best I can tell. A random tidbit of knowledge floats up, noting the 𝗏𝗏 have surgery early on to remove such organs, preferring the clean use of technology for procreation, and bruised. Lightning hits its body and the 𝗏𝗏 smokes, moments before its armor reappears. We get back to work, the heroic worse for wear. This is a little too easy, I can't help but send to Ali, which of course is when the other pair of heroics take action. Chapter 24. While I'm not actively dodging, the 𝗧𝒐 rocket has its own randomized flight patterns to throw off fire. It's probably why it took so long before the heroes took their shot, as their own augmentations or intelligence worked out the pattern the 𝗧𝒐 rocket was using to juke around. Now, you could say that random number generators can gain true randomness by using things like recorded white noise, random snapshots of stellar movements, and other weird datasets, but the problem isn't the number, or numbers, you throw in to get randomness in where and how you'll move, but the physicality of the power armor itself. There are only 360 degrees of movement after all, even if you take all 3 axes. Once you work out how fast and how maneuverable the power armor is, the momentum I'm moving at, and the various other factors affecting movement, there's only so much time before they can take the shot. Which is, of course, why adding things like blink stepping and other forms of movement is important. All that is to say, when they finally hit me, it's really, really hard. The first attack is one that has been charged, an energy shuriken that tracks the power armor as it jukes to the side, cutting a last-minute upraised arm all the way through. I feel my arm detach, pain shooting through my body as the shuriken keeps spinning. The second attack catches me as I blink step away, jumping forward a half-dozen feet. I would have picked another location, but both Ollie and I are looking toward our victim, so there's not much in terms of options. The reflexive teleport gets me away from the attack, which has begun to tear into the 𝗧𝒐 rocket, while the power armor fixes the gap where my left arm should be by deploying a stint and flooding it with a metal plastic seal. It's not perfect, but it's better than leaving me exposed to contaminants. It gets the seal in place seconds before the second attack hits, bypassing all my mechanical defenses and invading my aura and spirit. The curse rips into my body, dealing damage as cells shrivel and refuse to replicate. The curse robs me of strength and flexibility, of youth and vigor. I scream, my voice hoarse and twisted, feeling the curse assault my entire body. My only defense, my innate resistances. Curse of the 1,000 lives and 1,000 deaths enacted. Resistances in effect. Heroic level curse overrides curse resistance annulment. Curse duration and effects reduced by 47.98%. Precious seconds are lost as my mind is befuddled. A hail of throwing knives hammer into the 𝗧𝒐 rocket, a half-dozen piercing my body. Blood flows from wounds before the 𝗧𝒐 rocket shuts them down. Then Ali sends a mental grunt through the link as he tries to buy me time by calling down another beacon of the angels on the pair of heroics. The 𝗏𝗏 recovers before I do, spinning around and jumping at me, power armor claws extended as it bears me to the ground. We hit the stone, pain flooding through the system, the 𝗧𝒐 rocket shrieking as fuses blow and metal crumples, while the dimension lock stops me from blipping away. Then claws tear into my lower body, shredding armor beneath monomolecular talons, while glowing hands of power punch into my sides. The curse continues to rob me of my strength, but the pain and damage is triggering other skills, offering strength back to me. "Move it, boyo!" The mental scream ripples through my mind and my hands twitch a little. First, a sword to block one of the damn arms. Then, since I can't blink step, I do the other thing. I shut us down, pulling Sanctum down on both of us, trapping us within. The surge in mana, the sudden closing down of the space around us, catches the 𝗏𝗏 heroic by surprise. While his legs hesitate for a second, I hit the thrusters on the 𝗧𝒐 rocket and drive myself directly upward. We hit the top of the Sanctum dome together. Then another flip has us fully rotated as gravity asserts itself, and we crash back to the ground, him on the bottom this time. "Much prefer being on top," I snarl, rearing upward and slamming a sword into one extended limb. Then another sword appears in my hand, and I pin him down again, only to be thrown by the legs to impact the inside of the bubble. In the corner of my eye, information scrolls about the sanctum bubble's integrity, the spherical zone of safety taking a hammering. Curses rain down upon it thanks to one heroic, while powered melee attacks pop up as the other heroic out there zips around, using his sword to tear into the dome. Sanctum's description says it's invulnerable, but that's more marketing speak than truth. There's a certain amount of damage it can absorb, an incredibly high one that no master class can hope to breach before it pops. However, I'm not fighting master classes, and the two outside are intent on getting in. Of course, that's when the next rain of crystals finally land. Fire and flame outside, light so bright it pierces through solid metal, and within, nothing but the pair of us fighting, my swords cutting into mecha, into body, tearing chunks from him. I dismiss the Spitz rocket after a bit, the damage accumulating to the point where the mecha cannot hold itself together and is actually a hindrance. The Lavelle does the same, but he recalls his own mecha a moment later, fully formed. Cheater. Doesn't matter, because each time he does that, I hurt him more. My swords punch through, the blade strikes ripping apart metal struts, and I keep moving, never stopping, swords spinning around me in the twisting, dancing pattern of the Eritrean Honor Guard's sword art. The 1,000 blades cut and tear, my opponent picked up and tossed into the whirling blades, mecha tearing and body cut apart beneath. Not that it's entirely one-sided, of course. Those claws tear into flesh. Glowing tentacle arms stab into my body, coming in from weird angles to dodge my own blades. More than once, he tries to trigger a heroic skill, one of the more powerful ones. Each time he gathers the mana and I step in and shut it down, using System Edit to tear apart the very same code he relies upon. The feedback of that almost pulls me off my feet, but it works, and without his heroic skills, he's nothing more than so much meat and metal for me. Especially when I cheat and use skills like Grand Cross to pin him down while I shish kebab him. Long minutes, the pair of us do battle within the sphere, even as it wears down and the heroics outside try to break through. Long minutes before the Lavelle falls, and I find myself slumped over, my health barely a quarter of what it should be, my mana a third full. Killing a heroic is never easy, not even when you shut down their other skills, and there are two more right outside. I meditate, breathing slowly and evenly as I try to restore my mana as best I can. Healing spells and regeneration potions course through my body, patching missing skin and stitching together missing chunks of flesh. Poison and burnt flesh are ejected onto the ground beside my cross-legged form, the world suddenly sounding normal again as a burst eardrum reforms. Vision clears a little too, though I'm not watching the world around me, but my status information. 𝗵𝒂𝒍 and Harry are on my party chat, easy enough to track. 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎, as an item, isn't. I can only hope and pray that it's fine. But considering Harry seems to be mostly undamaged, I have confidence 𝒬𝒔 is doing okay. On the other hand, 𝗵𝒂𝒍 is taking a beating, the heroic she's battling refusing to let her engage. Instead, the small dots that make up the team in front of her keep switching places, the team moving in a well-coordinated play to ensure that she is never able to end any one of them. Or at least they try. The battlefield genius in the back, the heroic, is a support player. Their ability and skills weave together disparate units into a single focused whole. No need for months or years of dedicated teamwork when you can just use a skill to tap into everyone's mind and have the system provide prompts. Add in buffs for their people and debuffs on 𝗵𝒂𝒍, and the samurai is forced to wear down the entire group, striking out with full force and fury only when she's certain she can end a life. It works, mostly, but it's a slow grind for her to break through. While I wouldn't count the battlefield genius a perfect counter against the samurai, they are certainly more suited to deal with her. 𝗵𝒂𝒍's skills are focused on singular combat, unlike mine. Or 𝒂𝒐. 𝒂𝒐, on the other side, is having the time of his life. Unfortunately, His wide-range attack and his positioning far from the back team mean that monsters and opponents are untouched for the most part. His area effect attacks, the lightning he wields, has aggroed more than just the opponents he was meant to face, drawing forth monsters from afar as they pay attention to the storm of clouds and lightning hammering into his location. The only good news is that the lightning does not trigger the crystal shards, so other than the constant rumble of thunder and the fried bodies, 𝗧𝒐𝒃 is handling things well. As for 𝗧𝒧🔫 and 𝗏𝒏🔀, like me, they found themselves hemmed in by a pair of heroics and a bunch of flyers. They're probably doing the best among us, mopping up the remainder with all but the heroics dead. I can see them guiding the fight back to our area, which means I'll get reinforcements soon, but probably not soon enough. The sanctum cracks further, the white dome looking like splintered glass, desperate to give way but holding on. I draw a deep breath, wipe the blood off my face, and stand, getting ready to dance. "Ollie, where are you?" I send. Of them all, I don't see the spirit, though the feeling I get on the back end from the spirit is more discomfort than pain. "Trapped! The curse wielder put me in the equivalent of a spatial mirror maze," Ollie sends. "I'm threading my way carefully through the dimensions trying to get back. Could try for faster, but then I might not make it back at all, so—" "Take your time, then. Just don't dilly-dally," I say. "I'm gonna need all the help I can get soon." "The curse wielder isn't a squishy, by the way. He dumped a lot of his free attributes into Constitution. Go for the other one. Take him down first." I like the confidence. I rotate the sword around my arm one last time, limbering myself up for the fight. Another blow, this time from behind me, and the sanctum shatters. I twist, conjuring my floating weapons with a thought as I meet the short blade with my own, feeling metal upon metal impact and screech. I fall backward, giving space to myself, even as another curse is cast and wraps around my body with ghostly tendrils, slowing down my reflexes. Swearing, I boot the heroic melee fighter away, finally catching a true glimpse of him. "What the hell? What are you?" I shout, surprised and disbelieving my eyes. He disappears right before me, the tiny form shifting away in the shadows and reappearing behind me. Instinct has me curving my sword to protect my vitals even as I turn, such that his blade only sinks in half an inch before it rips out. I catch his arm on the way back, sending the heroic bouncing off. At the same time, I slam down a dimension lock, stopping him from bouncing around anymore. Or so I hope. Because he hits the ground once, then again, and fetches up near a small shadow from the remnant of a mushroom before he disappears into the shadow. A fraction of a second later, I'm raising my leg to dodge an attack as he pops out of my own shadow to cut at me. "This is just wrong," I swear, feeling another curse wrap around me. This time round, the world darkens, light being absorbed even from my glowing swords. It gives the damn heroic even more places to blip, whatever he's using to shift between shadows, obviously ignoring my dimension lock. "I see you met the leprechaun ninja," Ollie sends back, amusement deep in his voice. "Yes?" This is just not right. I hop backward the next time he disappears, throwing a hand sideways as I deposit a half-dozen chaos grenades in my wake. No idea if it'll do any damage, but as the ninja pops back up, he gets greeted with, well, chaos. Vanilla mousse, rivers of it, explodes from one grenade. Another offers nothing, at least in the visible spectrum, releasing its fury in a bath of X-rays. Living worm-like creatures pop into being for a second before they shatter, becoming shards of glass. An expanding ring of gas, purple in color, rolls from another. Other effects, some that I don't even really notice, go off, leaving the heroic confused, and giving me just enough time to review his status sheet as I trigger Army of One. Multiple swords deploying behind my back while enchanted runes appear, gathering mana and energy to it. Ninja Leprechaun. 𝗏𝗏 Liquidator, level 13, heroic. HP, 2,811 of 3,820. MP, 2,420 of 2,420. Conditions: greater affinity, shadows. Lesser affinity, darkness. Lesser affinity, smoke. Break the bonds. Poison heart. Blade in the back. There's more. A ton of buffs, but I don't have time to keep reading. Rather, my attention is focused on the charge building up in Army of One. In the midst of the squirming, exploding, shrieking noises of the remnants of my chaos grenades, the 𝗧𝗵𝗂 stands, waiting for me to release my attack. I know what he'll do the moment I do, so I turn and throw it at the curse speaker. Clad in long robes, it's his body, long and lean, big wide eyes and hairless skull on off-white skin. The curse speaker reminds me of 𝗓𝗏. Same species at least, though very different paths. Energy flows out of my attack, striking the alien as I swing my sword, dozens of empowered blade strikes slamming into the same space. Army of One isn't my most powerful attack, but it's flashy and effective, especially when said figure can't move that fast. The Cursebreaker's hands are held before it, a glowing shield forming and sucking down energy as it redirects that same energy into the ground, where black lines grow and build. Not all of the energy gets caught, though, some of it punching straight through, burning the curse speaker. My attack tears into it, but taking my eyes off the 𝗧𝗵𝗂 has a price. It blips, appearing behind me, tearing into my legs, peeling armor apart with its sword, flaying skin and muscles. I twitch, pain curling through my body as I collapse, moving to the side in an attempt to get away. As the dimension lock doesn't work, I let it drop and reorient myself to blink step, only to have a tiny foot hammer itself into my face. The red-headed son of a bitch kicking me in the face and throwing off my focus, enough that instead of appearing where I want, I appear in the sky, a dozen meters off the ground. Spinning through the air, I reorient myself and use a couple of conjured blades to give myself a way to tell up from down. A quick swipe to the side stops the damn heroic ninja from coming in, forcing him to blip away as the swords keep spinning. Another curse comes slamming into me, pushing vertigo through me again so that I find myself unable to orient properly. Then the ground finally catches up to me. My bones creak, light flares all around me and bursts right up to the sky as the energy from my earlier attack, stored in the ground, explodes upward. Not all of it, but a portion is returned, throwing me aside and setting off another series of minor explosions. I'm bleeding, armless. A chunk of rock has lodged itself in my abdomen, and I can't see out of one of my eyes. My ears are ringing without end, and it's only the 𝗧𝗵𝗂's desire not to get caught in the secondary explosions that give me any breathing room. God damn it, I swear, conjuring and slamming another healing potion into my side. It's not enough to bring me anywhere close to healed, especially when the cooldown is still in effect, but it's better than nothing. Then, knowing I can't stay still, I blink step away, microseconds before the liquidator appears, swinging his sword. I blip in near the curse speaker, stopping just outside the enchanted circle he created. I might not be entirely cognizant of his skill set, but I know enough not to walk into a trap when my opponent is ignoring that most important of rules of fighting. Don't stay still. Instead, I drop my sword, toss a handful of chaos grenades into his location, and blink step away. Of all the things I have, mana is the highest, unlike my health. And if I have to sow a little chaos into the battlefield to even out the fight, I'll do so. 5 blink steps later, the liquidator always a step behind me, I stop. My system senses, the one given to me as an administrator, have come back quite firmly, noting that there's absolutely nothing it can do about the damn liquidator's passage through the shadows. It's a partial dimension step, but he never leaves this dimension, which is why the dimension lock skill didn't work. Or not to its fullest extent, anyway. He's also using his affinities to bolster his passage, and affinities, while potentially gifted by the system, are not in and of themselves part of it. All of which means that I can't stop him from blipping each and every way, or pin him down with swords and stab him. In fact, using some of my more powerful skills aren't particularly useful when he can fade out of the way, which leaves me with using a maul to swat a fly. I blip away from the pair to get sight on them both and trigger Judgment of All. I feel my mana drop precipitously low, but the attack bypasses the damn curse speaker's defenses, though my little stunt with the chaos grenades forced him out of his hidey hole for a bit, the flood and typhoon picking him up and pushing him away, as well as auto-targeting the 𝗧𝗵𝗏. They shriek in pain, the damage piling on with each second. The curse speaker tries to hide, but the system is all-seeing, and he might flee, but he can't hide. The damage keeps adding itself, even as he retaliates by sending a winged, living curse to smash me into the side of the canyon walls, its 100 beaks tearing into my skin. Blades reform and I tear into it, mana-boosted blade pulling apart the curse, even as I slide into the code, finding the part that tracks duration and adjusting the timer. It dissolves at a faster rate, dropping me to the ground a second later. I'm bleeding and in pain, one ear entirely gone and a long cut going down my neck where it nearly tore out my throat. I attempt to stand once, then again, using the canyon wall and its rough coating to give me some form of leverage. That's about the only reason I manage to stand, even as pain riddles my body and leaves my muscles twitching. Judgment of All finally ends, the liquidator on the far edge of the canyon looking the worse for wear. Blood drips from under his mask, green eyes bloodshot, red hair now coated with the darker red of blood. The black of his clothing hides the bleeding, but the gray on the ground does little to hide the growing pool beneath his feet. The curse speaker, on the other hand, is much better off. Bastard's buffed himself to the nth degree, with the curses he's throwing at me providing a partial return on himself. All that means is that he's still got at least half his health pool. The only good news is that his mana pool has taken quite the beating, with the sheer volume of curses he's thrown around. Not to say mine is any better. So, this is awkward. Shall we call it a day, perhaps? Come back to this another time? I call. Perhaps you guys could just go home and leave me be? A job is a job, and I've never failed one yet. The 𝗧𝗵𝗏 sounds exactly like I'd expect him to. Which, mind you, means he sounds like a leprechaun from TV, which probably has nothing to do with a real Irish accent. You're already dead, the curse speaker snarls, thin gray lips turning up into a wide grin. Teeth, shark-like teeth, display themselves, and I marvel at the strangeness. I'm pretty sure 𝗏𝗏 didn't have those teeth. Cosmetic changes? Or a different subspecies? We just need to finish you. Uh-huh, I say, drawing a deep breath and eyeing my mana gauge. Not enough to use Judgment of All again. Not without tapping into the system and flooding myself with mana that way. Unfortunately, my health is too low for me to make full use of my system edit skill. It'd be a real balancing act, pulling in just enough mana to use the skill without killing myself. And considering how horrible I feel, I'm not sure I trust myself to do it. Help, I send to Ali, hoping he's able to pop up and save my bacon again. Give me a second. I'm just 2 turns away. But holy shit, portal! My eyes widen, my body turning and casting the portal to the side. I push it to just ahead where we split, the farthest location I can get to. The liquidator moves, plunging into the shadow, but a fraction of a second later he's plucked halfway on the way to me, torn right out of the shadows by our assailants. At long last, the 𝗬𝗏 are here, and the hive descends on us in a swarm. Their camouflage falling away as they erupt from the ground, dive down from the canyon walls, and literally tear their way through the very fabric of reality. One of them hits me hard, taking me away from the portal. The blank oval glitters, taunting me, and I'm forced to blink step, reorienting myself in mid-air so that I fall through the portal, even as the momentum from the earlier rush carries me on. I tumble through the air on the other side, even as the screams from the liquidator and the curse speaker ring through it, magic and skills flaring as they fight off the swarm. Then the portal slams shut, catching one of the 𝗬𝗏 2/3 of the way through. I stagger to my feet, sinking a blade deep into its body, then again and again, pinning it down even as new limbs erupt from its conical shape as it tries to scramble away. Adrenaline drives my response, as does my worried cry over the party chat. Run! They're here! Chapter 25. My warning is of little use, since the others are beset too. Eylas and Bolo pause only long enough to snatch me up from where I'm running, attempting to meet me up with the rest of the team. They fly me most of the way there before Eylas transforms, dropping me to the ground as she does so, taking back her human appearance. We hit the ground running, Bolo leading the way and casually batting aside any 𝗚𝗲𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 that attempt to slow us down. Not many of them are here. They seem to have concentrated their attack on the rear. I'm not entirely sure why, beyond the light show Ali might have created in the beginning, but it's to our advantage. By the time we reach Mikito, the fighting is stopped, and not because she's killed everyone. I note one of my hands is gone, the one over near 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒄𝒍𝒆 side. The other one looks unsatisfied, though he's sitting quietly, cross-legged, and regenerating his mana.
Peace, until such time as we get away, the enemy battlefield tactician says, eyes flicking between Eylas, Bolo, and myself, uncertain of who she should be speaking to. In the end, her eyes rest on Bolo. We won't survive the swarm without working together.
My gaze flickers to Bolo, who makes a face before he says, The Redeemer will bind you to do no harm to us until the fight is over.
Till the swarm is gone, counters the battlefield tactician.
She's a cutie, in the near masculine but still effeminate way that confuses my hormones and other parts. It helps that she's a Trinar, but I shove all that aside, especially when Ali blips into space right next to me. We ain't got a lot of time, boyo. I can help deploy some countermeasures from your storage, but there's only so much it'll do. Diverting 1,000,000 here or there doesn't help when they've got billions, you know, Ali says. Exaggerating a little, aren't we? I growl. Billions would see the ground and sky covered with the swarm, and the 𝗚𝒂𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 aren't that populous. A little.
Done. Do it, traitor.
The battlefield tactician glares at me, her chin rising a little. Pale blonde hair in that straw color that is almost always artificial in humans flutters in the breeze.
But know that if you betray me, my house will curse your name from this day to star's end.
Can't, I say. I'm low on mana. We'll do it on the run. Bolo finally really looks at me, a frown growing as he spots how battered I truly am. I'd wave at him, but one hand is holding my sword and the other is left behind. I'm not even wearing the Spitz rocket since it's busy fixing itself. The Dragon King opens his mouth to ask, and I cut him off. Run first! There's a nod, and the entire group moves. After a moment, I extend my senses outward, tapping into 1,000 steps to make sure it wraps itself around the battlefield tactician and her remaining people, giving them the subtle speed boost they need. They're already using other skills to speed themselves up, but 1,000 steps overlays on top of it. One of the advantages of this skill. I only use it in bursts, knowing I need to regenerate mana. Occasionally, the hand helps out, though he's even worse off than I am. Still, trading off helps. Unsurprisingly, I keep close to the center of the group, the battlefield tactician's face drawn and tight as she works to keep us safe. And work she has to, since the swarm might be fewer in number up here, but that's a difference from tens of thousands to just thousands. A lot less, but still a ton. They drop from the air, only to be yanked aside by gravity magic or blown off course by a shearing wind. Some punch through the walls, their bodies bloodied and broken, only for our runners at the edge to smash weapons into their faces, lopping off bits and pieces and leaving the corpses to block the way. Others come from the lower canyon, rushing along the edges and launching globs of acid and poison at us, only to bounce off a rotating series of shields. At the front, Mikito charges ahead with 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒄𝒍𝒆, the Yrek finally having joined us. He brought along a couple of survivors from his own rampage, one of them on a hovering medical board. Storm clouds gather, a mist rises, and every once in a while the storm warden throws a hand forward, unleashing a chained lightning bolt into the fog ahead. The 𝗚𝒂𝒄𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 in front are fried, their bodies shocked into stillness as he stun locks them, only for Mikito to hit them at full charge.
A corona of power surrounds the samurai as she triggers skill after skill to make her endless charge an unstoppable force. Even those not directly in front of her are caught on the eaves of her swirling whirlpool of energy and are crushed or thrown aside. Death notifications pile up even as I extend my own aura. Aura of Chivalry provides everyone a small boost in confidence and willpower, which, when we're in the middle of a swarm of monsters, is highly useful. I throw on Eye of the Storm, but I can't afford to be the locus of attacks, not with my health still so low. Not unless I use my penetration shield, and considering who I haven't seen, I'm keeping that in my back pocket for the moment. Long minutes pass, each second seeing my body and mana recuperate. Under the guidance of the battlefield tactician, those still able to fight swap out, dealing damage and clearing the way for the rest of our team. The monsters are endless, our passage forced by the pile of bodies. A part of me wonders if they're hurting us. Another part is certain they are, but we can't stop, not unless we want to be overwhelmed. The occasional 𝗚𝒵𝗄 manages to get a hit in. The rotating wall of energy and the defense is insufficient to stop the sheer volume that keeps appearing. Stopping, even for a moment, would see us dead. In the corner of my eyes, I see some of our ex-enemies flagging, their stamina regeneration rates insufficient to keep up with it all. Rather than see them fall, I search for and find 𝗍. 𝗍, bike! Rotate the ones who can't keep up until their stamina regenerates, I say. Who would that be, father? 𝗍 says, hopping over a couple of heads to land beside me, another pair of feet appearing and hitting the ground just before it lands, tiny wheels appearing. I've got it, the tactician snaps. A second later, one of the mages stumbles over and 𝗍 scoops them up, dumping them on its back. How many can you take? At this speed, 2 more, 𝗍 replies. Done. More commands are given and more of her people break off, never stopping in their casts. I note the careful use of spells, the choice in low-level spells, slung to not do damage, but cripple. Webs, ice fields, swamp lands, and grasping vines are all favored. Good job, I say to 𝗍. Then, glancing at the little red figure, I flash it a grin. Also, good job at staying alive. Thank you, father. Some people tried to change that, 𝗍 says, its head turning to fix on the 𝗏𝗏𝗏r. The battlefield tactician shrugs. That was the job. Delay and whittle down the rebels' allies. And you always do your job? Any good soldier does. I snort. Then, seeing my mana is at a comfortable level, I raise my hand. Well, sucks to be you then, 'cause this is going to hurt. She doesn't get a chance to finish her sentence before the black chains filled with spikes, wrap around her, piercing her body. Runic lights appear on them, crawling up the chains and delving into her body as I push my will into the chain. You will not attack us. You will not betray us. You will not harm us or allow others to harm us so long as the 𝗚𝒵𝗄 are a threat to us in the valley of certain death, I intone. For a brief, unworthy moment, I consider adding more, but choose instead to stick to the spirit of our agreement. When I drop my hand and the chains disappear, the battlefield tactician looks relieved, a thread of tension disappearing from her face. I can't help but twig her on it. What? Expected different? Of course, traitor. Sometimes you gotta learn to ignore the bad press, I say with a smirk. More often, what everyone knows to be truth is just that. Truth. Uh-huh. Shaking my head, I finally look upward, taking in her status. Mostly to check that the shackles of eternity have taken effect, but also because I can't keep calling her tactician in my head. Not if we're gonna be running together for days. Mozgan Darvishi, when the walls fell, one for all, exemplary field commander, Trinar Empire, major, retired, of the Trinar Empire, slayer of Trinar, Movana, Puskin, goblins, ermite worms, Dravis, more, battlefield tactician, level 29, heroic, HP, 2,811 of 3,890, MP, 7,384 of 9,280, conditions, battlefield awareness, tactical sense, fog of war, drone mapping, Energized side. Rally flag. Shackled by Grand Paladin John Lee. Kinky. Enough with the lovey-dovey eyes, boyo, Ali calls. His hands are held upward, his fingers twitching. I can feel the build-up, so I'm not surprised when the other side of the canyon walls, for as far as my eyes can see, lights up. Energy accumulated in the walls is released, striking the 𝗚𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂 in an explosion of lightning and kinetic dispersal, launching the creatures off to impact against our defenses. Of course, since Ali didn't tell anyone, our shields go down after the 10th body gets splattered against them. Our next few seconds are busy, with all of us running along, cutting monsters apart and trying to get away from the deeply damaged hive mind. We nearly lose a few of our people, including Harry, who is scooped up by 𝗍 as he limps after us. "System, help us!" 𝗏𝒔𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 snarls. "Don't ever do that again! Help like that will see us all dead!"
"Whatever," Ali says, smirking. "Look at your XP, boyo. I might consider allocating all your points." I frown, but conjure a pair of swords to throw into the air, catching a couple of monsters on them as I keep running. As I do so, the notification comes along, informing me of what Ali is speaking about. "Level up! You are now a level 33 Grand Paladin." "About damn time," I grin. So maybe all this running around and killing monsters isn't entirely without its benefits. As long as we manage to stay ahead and alive, of course. Once the first few minutes are over, once our health and mana regeneration have refilled our bodies, the initial moment of concern is over. After that, the rotation 𝗏𝒔𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 sets up, works, and isn't too abusive. With 2 heroics geared toward wide area effect attacks, and a dragon and spirit who can manipulate mana and the basic building blocks of physics itself in play, we manage to keep the swarm back. They might be the unending hunger, but a good judgment of all or a trio of Beacon of the Angels in the right place at the right time ensures they never manage to collect enough to overwhelm the more modest members of our team. Mikito is having fun, borrowing judgment of all more than once to wield it on the creatures ahead of us, tearing through them with an efficiency that I lack, what with my need to bring friends into play. Of course, once the pair of extra hands are summoned, our burdens lower even further. Rotating between the 3 of them, they keep the hunger at bay for the moment. Not that anyone, even me, thinks that what we're seeing is at all easy. They're throwing their lower levels at us, forcing us to wear ourselves out, harrying us. Even system-boosted attributes and concentration will wear out eventually, grinding us down, step by step, and guiding us ever deeper. Of course, there's a reason why I left one last hand outside. "Message ready to go out?" I call to Harry, locking gazes with him. "Ready to record whenever you are," the war reporter and network locust confirms. "Right then. Redeemer of the Dead, commercial number..." I blink. "I've done this before, haven't I?" "Yup," Ali drawls, floating beside me. "A couple of times." Huh. I scratch my temple. I really need to come up with better tricks. "John," Harry says, his breathing a little heavy as he jogs beside me, hands held up to frame me. Right. Ignoring the look 𝗏𝒔𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 is giving me, I clear my throat. "Listen up. This is John Lee, Redeemer of the Dead, galactic rebel and Earth's least favorite son, and do I have a deal for you. I'm running through the Valley of Certain Death right now on Zylarg, dealing with thousands of the hunger. Literal thousands. And guess what? My hands have been collecting and storing the bodies and are about to dump it all into the shop." I pause for a long second, grinning. "So, if you're looking for 𝗚𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 corpses for your high-level artifacts, this is the time to buy. We're gonna feed you as much of this as we can, so long as I live." I try to figure out what to say. That's when the 𝗚𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 let out another of their hunting calls. They started that oral assault about an hour ago, choosing to release it every few minutes. It's kind of like a wolf howl in length, crossed with the chilling laughter of a hyena, but done through the voice box of an insect. In other words,
creepy and alien and all-encompassing, especially when it rings through the canyons and all around us on the plains above. There's no talking when they're screaming, partly because it washes a fear effect over us that has to be resisted, and partially because they've more than once used the howl as a distraction to launch an attack. We keep an eye out, with Harry cutting off the recording while we run. When silence, or at least as much silence as a running battle offers, returns, the reporter makes a face as he reviews the commercial, prompting me to speak. "What? Lighting is off, and there's a lot of background noise," Harry says. "We're in the middle of a running fight," I snap at him, cutting upward and to the side with my free hand. The blade strike catches one of the lurking 𝗚𝒵, having hidden its body behind that of another monster and evading the sight of everyone else thus far. Too bad it chose to make a move right then. My blade strikes, tear it off the wall, and one of my hands jumps up, grabbing it and slamming it against the wall to crush the life out of it. I'm sure, when it finally dies, he'll dump the corpse into my altered storage. Pretty much where all the 𝗚𝒵 are going, really. Then the final hand is pulling it from the shared skill and dumping it right back into the shop. Hopefully the Galactics don't find him and stop him, because right now we're raking up a nice chunk of change. Not fast enough, though, which is why we're going to be putting it on a galactic auction. If we do this right, we might just get access to some better equipment and pay off my annoying spirit. At least that's the hope. At the worst, the hands that are here will be able to actually arm themselves with better than borrowed equipment. On a galactic or planetary scale, nothing we're earning will make much of a difference. But, it's always nice to have more funds. And on the very off chance that we somehow survive, there's always the need to find a way off the planet. However that plays out, it'll cost a pretty penny. "No reason to lower standards," Harry says. "Harry, it's sent already," Harry grumbles. "I don't get much choice with the way the locus works. It's literally recording and transmitting everything all the time," he shrugs. "I can clean up the second runs, but..." He shakes his head. "Whatever. It's just not my best work." I'm pretty sure it's your life's work. I wait to see if he gets it. But Harry's already tuning me out, having moved away to chat with 𝗏𝒔𝒻. Damn it. I thought it was a good pun. "Wasn't they even groan-worthy?" Ali replies, reminding me he's right there. "I believe it was humorous, Father," Ez says. "Ha ha 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 ha!" I stare at the red golem loping alongside me and the 3 advanced classers it's carrying on its back, none of whom are willing to look me in the face. I can't help but give my son a strained smile. "Thanks, Ez." I shake my head, glancing at my growing experience bar and sigh. "I'm gonna do some sheet management. Keep an eye out for me?" "Of course, Father." "Duh." Snorting, I tune out Ali. I was speaking more to him than Ez, but I know the golem wants to be included. And really, having it close by is a little comforting, especially as my damn left arm continues to regenerate. I've got my elbow back by now and part of my arm, but my actual hand is taking its time. Even with the bonus to limb regeneration that the system seems to have granted me after my torture, it still takes a while. I really, really wish I'd stop losing limbs. I feel unhanded, and perhaps a little unnerved to be making such jokes. Then again, perhaps that's for the best. Anger is useful, but this is a marathon now, and keeping a flame like that stoked for such a long time has its own debilitating effects. No, I'll unleash my fury later. For now, skills. 3 skill points to use. Not much time left to use them. They might actually be the very last skill points I'll ever have. The first and most obvious selection is to dump them into Defense of the Fallen so that it buffs up and I can hope for a skill evolution. It'd make me even tougher to kill, along with my hands. A very simple upgrade, but obviously not useful if we don't get the skill evolution. I still have no idea why skill evolutions happen. If I had the time... But if is such a pernicious word and one that offers nothing but regret. I push it aside and instead focus on the 3 Tier 2 skills that are now available for my use. Frustrating that I had to dedicate points into system edit because of the over-leveling of my system administrator skills, but what is. Moving on. Combined Arms is a guaranteed no. It's an aura or buff skill. Really, really useful if, for example, you combine it with extra hands, a lot of points in earlier auras, and were part of the official Eritrean army. It basically turns on an aura or buff skill, refunding the cost of the mana regeneration that you paid in earlier parts of your skill tree, while also extending that aura to all your allies, at a degraded level, but no matter the distance. Put another way, you could turn on 1,000 steps for the entire Eritrean army, all the time, giving them a multiplied boost in movement. Or everyone gains an aura of chivalry, making them very, very hard to break in battle. Or turn on Vanguard of the Apocalypse and you've got an army of berserkers able to weather attacks. It's a game-changing level of skills, but it's utterly useless for me in my current predicament. Next up, Bonds of the People is even more useless. Unlike Defense of the Fallen, which is a personal defensive upgrade, Bonds is about upgrading society. Specifically, unlike Combined Arms, which upgrades your armed forces, Bonds works on strengthening the ties within society. Everyone gains a much lower-powered version of Eye of Insight, Society's Web, and even a degraded Shackles of Eternity via a societal contract option. It's all based off the number of points. Organically, the Grand Paladin has sunk into those areas, though, which is where specialization might help. Then again, even a single point sunk into Eyes of Insight will give people an intuitive feel of not only if someone is telling the truth, but with the degraded Society's Web, how trustworthy said person is. As I said, building up society. Because the Grand Paladin's job isn't just to fight off external enemies, but those within. And what could make their jobs easier than if society itself rejects the snakes within their own bosoms? You might notice a kind of trend here with the final skills in the second tier. No surprise, then, that Final Judgment is similar. It builds upon the damaging skills in the personal damage tier purchased in the levels before, using a combination of everything from Army of One, Judgment of All, Beacon of the Angels, and Grand Cross to power up Final Judgment. Problem with Final Judgment? Well, I read the description once more. Skill, Final Judgment, Level 1. When all else fails, when the army is spent, when the planet is lost, the Grand Paladin may levy a final judgment on their enemies. Feared and hated in equal measure, may the enemies of the Eritrean Empire never benefit from our loss. This is a channeled skill with a minimum duration of 10 minutes. Warning, this is a Planet Cracker skill, and its use is restricted via Galactic Regulations 1877.245.12. Usage of this skill without proper authorization will result in the most severe of penalties. Effect. User triggers use of the skills Army of One, Judgment of All, Beacon of the Angels, and Grand Cross repeatedly. Limitations on application range of skills are removed during this period to a maximum of visual range times 10. Cost, 5,000 mana initial, plus 500 mana per minute. Duration, minimum of 10 minutes, unknown maximum. More than the bland description, information flows into me from both the library and the books I've read about the Grand Paladin class. The warning about being a planet cracker is due to Beacon of the Angels and Grand Cross being used in conjunction on a single location. The history books give me names of X-planets, of genocide committed in the name of retribution. Silion, 𝗬𝒔𝒵, 𝗧𝒐𝒪𝒃, X988A, and defense before the use of this skill was finally restricted. The skill itself isn't a direct planet breaker, like most legendary combat skills might be, but it requires channeling, time, and placement, which is easy enough when you've got an army protecting your back. Not so much if you're alone. Still, it's a bit of an overkill skill. I mean, Sure, it'd be fun to spam the skill and blow up thousands of 𝗼𝒂𝒊 and the Shadow Council, but the simple fact stands that while activation of the skill itself is immediate, like Beacon of the Angels, it takes a bit to actually trigger. It's not an instant effect, which makes it less useful in a fight, especially the kind I expect to get into. That 10-minute duration is also a problem. When you aren't exactly fighting an army, but a group of high-powered individuals, the need to keep blasting away is a bit of a drawback. Then, of course, you've got the feedback problem. Being a channeled skill, if you get interrupted and your concentration broken, all that mana has to root somewhere. If it seems like I'm bitching about a really cool-ass skill, it's mostly to stop myself from just grabbing it immediately. Really, I've grabbed skills for a lot less reason than it being super cool. The problem is, there's almost no chance of a skill evolution at less than 6 points. And even 6 is on the low end, which means if I take this, I'm locking myself out of a potential upgrade to some of my other skills, like Defense of the Fallen, or if I'm looking for a directly useful skill, Grand Cross. Admittedly, at only 2 points already dumped into that skill, it's unlikely to evolve. Extra Hands, on the other hand, could. I've already spent 3 points there, and I have to admit, the hands have been extremely useful. In fact, the addition of them to the fight has made it somewhat possible to even consider this run. The only disadvantage is that the hands are a pre-prepared skill. Once I finish summoning them, there's not much else I can do. And in the middle of a fight, summoning hands is often impossible, not just because of the sheer amount of mana required, but also the time spent doing it. And frankly, they're a little fragile. Heroics can go through them with only a small amount of hesitation, their ability to use my penetration shielding and soul shield making them a little harder to kill than normal, but not hard. Not at all. If I was fighting another kind of battle, I might be more tempted by Extra Hands, but I'm just not sure. The fact that skill evolutions don't necessarily follow any known pattern and aren't always super useful doesn't help either. A quick review of older evolutions of the skill show the ability to make double the number, but with lower total mana and regeneration rates, the ability to pre-summon hands to store them away for recall later. Great evolution. The last evolution wasn't so great, since it only allowed the hands to pick a single purchase skill to use, as well as all the other normally allocated skills. There's not a lot of detail in the library about evolutions. Being a highly restricted class, there just aren't many Grand Paladins in Eritrean history, and even fewer have gone down the hand route. Unlike, say, Portal. In the end, I'd be gambling with a hand evolution. Then again, I'd be gambling with any evolution. And as much as I like to take risks at times, this doesn't seem to be the time. It helps that a number of the other major negatives for the Final Judgment skill can be removed by me thanks to the simple expedience of using System Edit. Don't like the duration? Edit the skill. Need enough mana to do it? Well, I've access to a near limitless amount of mana with System Edit. I just have to trade health and pain for it. Knowing that, I drop a point into Final Judgment and shudder as the information gets dumped into my brain, cross-loaded by the system. I let it settle, taking a few minutes to watch for problems, smell the caustic air around me, chew on a weird, not at all tasteless bar of food to replenish reserves, and check in with the rest of the team before going back to contemplate my last 2 points. More points into Final Judgment would adjust the damage levels involved, increasing the speed that skill activates while I'm actively channeling the attack. Useful if I want to destroy an army faster, not so much when I'm not that worried about destroying the bad guys. Seriously, 10 minutes is more than enough to kill most heroics, and would even murder a legendary, assuming they hung around long enough for you to dish out all that damage, which, obviously, they wouldn't. Waste of time putting more points into Final Judgment then, which leaves my other skills. Obviously, the other 2 penultimate skills are useless for the most part, which means I get to poke at either Extra Hands, Grand Cross, or Defense of the Fallen. Same problems, all over again. The only real question is hope that maybe if I throw in 2 points now, I might somehow collect the millions of experience points I require to get the levels in the intervening few days to get another skill point, or to split them up. Another hand could be useful, all things considered. Even if it only takes the enemy a short time to kill an extra helper, that moment might come in handy. Adding more damage to Grand Cross would be good too, especially if I need to switch it to knock down a single individual, like a legendary. And staying alive, well. All things considered, though, I'm thinking more points in Grand Cross. The time when I really need more defense is when I'm fighting heroics and legendaries, and in that case, I won't hold back on my penetration shielding evolution any longer, which means I want to upgrade it as fast as possible, which means Grand Cross doing more damage is an actual benefit for me. Decision made, I drop the last 2 points into the skill. 4 total points in Grand Cross doesn't really get an evolution, but it's a method of laying down the hurt. I debate testing it out, but choose against it, at least for now. Grand Cross, Level 4. The burden of existence weighs heavily on the paladin. This skill allows the paladin to allow another to share in the burden. Under the light of and benediction of the Grand Paladin, under the weight of true understanding, wayward children may be brought back to the fold. Effect: damage done equals to willpower times 2.4 per square meter over radius of 1/10 of perception squared meters. Damage may be increased by reducing radius of the Grand Cross. Does additional willpower points of damage per second for 14 seconds. Cost: 2,000 MP. One last glance at the skill, then I turn back to the world around me, only to find it not much changed. Chapter 26. Our time running the Valley of Certain Death is surreal. The battlefield tactician switches us out with smooth familiarity, making full use of my hands, Makito's ability to copy and create a hand of her own, or any of my other skills, and the bunch of heroics at her disposal to weave an impenetrable defense against the 𝗼𝒔𝒄. At the edges of the elongated oval of sapience that run with us, the fighting is the hardest. A constant churning of limbs crushed, armor pierced, and bodies torn apart. High above, a constant rainstorm hovers, dumping buckets of water that wash across the ground, bolts of electricity arcing down without care to strike those below. In the center, though, there's an eerie calm. As, along with a couple of other machines, including a few it put together from the odds and ends the other galactics have in their inventory, keeps our people moving. Floating beds, rolling sleds, even a couple of jury-rigged hover booths slapped onto a plank of metal hold the slumped-over and resting bodies of the galactics. Shield generators keep them safe from casual harm, while watching guards take out anything that breaks through the perimeter. High levels of constitution can keep our bodies running for days on end, while high willpower and intelligence ensure we can keep our minds sharp and focused. But there's an emotional toll, a mental grinding that happens when you're in combat. The required level of focus to perform at peak levels wears on an individual. It's something even the system can't fully ameliorate, and it means that rest, real rest, is required by most, which is where 𝗏𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆's convoy comes into play. "How far?" I say to Bolo, who's riding beside me. The Dragon King looks tired, his hair plastered to his face, trailing off the edges of his dirty, curling ram horns. He and 𝗏𝒏 have been held back for the most part, unleashed only when the 𝗼𝒔𝒂𝒍𝒆 decide to contest them for the skies. It's why 𝒂𝒂𝒃 has unleashed the storm that is part of his name, to reduce the visibility of the damn fungi and to destroy as much of the vegetation as possible. Even then, the occasional flight of the hunger have come, all of them higher leveled than the chaff we fight. Mosgan held the pair back until the flight arrived, Then she unleashed them to drive the flyers back before they could rain death from above on us. We tried using Judgment of all once, allowing my hand to blink step to the sky and unleash my skill. A pair of lurking high-level 𝗚𝒉𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒍 floating above the clouds and hidden turned their lancing attacks onto the poor hand and shredded his defenses in seconds. It did give the dragon and Bolo a pair of targets, though, but even then, they'd only managed to kill one before the other fled behind the shelter of even more powerful threats. And that's the biggest problem. There's an unending stream of these creatures, the high-level ones lurking on the edges. Any time they have a chance to take down one of us, they take it. The use of my hands high above seems to conflict with their desires, though we still unleash a hand into the sky every once in a while, knowing it'll bring us time. It's the other reason why the pair are still with me, and why they come back fast after finishing off the flight of 𝗚𝒉𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒍, looking all the more tired each time. "You can read the maps as well as I can," Bolo says grumpily. I snort, but pull up the information and overlay it on my minimap. A quick review and I shake my head. They're really trying to push us away from our destination, aren't they? I trace a finger along the map and send a mental help request to Ali, who updates a projected course for where they're trying to get us to go and where we want to. The lines diverge farther and farther apart, one moving toward what we know to be the center of the valley and the lair of their queen and where the administrative center should be. After all, our goal is near the inner perimeter, but not inside it. "They are," Bolo says. "We will need to break to the side, but that is when they will press us hardest." I purse my lips and consider, before waving over 𝗔𝒔𝒻𝒃. She strides over when she catches my gesture, the strain of being up, of coordinating all of us, telling. I change my mind about what I have to say, going with the blunt first. "You need to rest." "I need to keep the hunger from breaching our defenses," she snaps. "And what use would you be when we finally reach the end and meet the true higher levels?" I say. "You're burning up with all the mana you're using. The levels might be good, but you'll get them anyway, right? So rest." "They're pushing us harder than ever, and each time we change directions, because your samurai keeps trying to go where your spirit says, they hit us harder," 𝗔𝒔𝒻𝒃 says. "What's in that direction that's so important?" "Safety?" At her incredulous look, I shrug. "Truth. There's an administrative center in the direction we're trying to go. They have defenses, things that will help keep the 𝗚𝒉𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒍 out. Give us a chance to recuperate. Maybe even an exit for you guys." "Us?" 𝗔𝒍𝒻𝒃 cocks her head. "Not you?" "I figure you might be just about done with this assignment, don't you?" I shrug. "You could try to fight us then, but I have a feeling getting out will depend on me using the administrative center." "And if I refuse?" 𝗔𝒍𝒻𝒃 says. "What makes you think I didn't plan a way out myself?" "I'm sure you did," I say, "but my guess is that it's not enough to bring out all your friends, or most of them at least. And you don't seem the kind to abandon her people. Or am I wrong?" "You're not as dumb as you look." I grin. "You're not the first to say that." Then I point back at 𝒂𝒐, who has made space for her. "Now, why don't you figure out when we should stop pushing, rearrange who of us needs to be on the perimeter to give the most of your people, and you rest, and then sleep. We'll need you for the final push." She growls but stomps off, already calling up the battle chat to issue orders. I send over my own party chat to Makito to follow it and stop pushing as much. When we make the break, it'll be hard and fast and probably quite dangerous. "Do you trust her?" Bolo says into the silence, curiously. "Don't think it matters. We're all on the same side. The side trying not to get eaten," I say. "You have a bad habit of trusting a pretty face." "She's not that pretty," I object. "Ah, so you've noticed." I shrug, hard not to, but not in the way you think. She's a little too hard, a little too focused. I like my women more, I consider, than grin. Human. Bolo rolls his eyes, and I nod toward the people gathered around us. We need them, they need us. Once we hit the administrative center, things will change. But from what I gather, she was paid to slow us down so that I could be ganked. I doubt she's interested in a direct fight. Her people wouldn't really last, and she's not the kind to throw away lives needlessly. Still, betrayal on the inside would be bad, yes, I consider, then turn my hand sideways. Perhaps you can figure out a way to safeguard against it? Me? Bolo sounds startled. What? You wanted to give me the job of figuring it all out? I say sarcastically. Yes, Bolo replies shamelessly. You always seem to enjoy that. You paladins are more geared towards such leadership roles anyway. You're a king, I say. Only by virtue of strength, Bolo replies. We fight and contest as groups, but only because our enemies are so powerful. In the end, the battles we fight for the Ascent are individual, and our relationships with our dragons are individual. In other words, you're lazy. Undoubtedly. You know me so well, Redeemer. Well, time to get off your fat ass and do some work. Or, if not you, get your lady to do so. I pause, then lower my voice. We're known quantities, both of us. Her magic, though, that seems a lot more versatile. That puts a contemplative look on Bolo's face before he glares at me. You just don't want to talk to Ylys. She scares me, I confide in him. Well then, perhaps you're not as dumb as you look. Bolo cackles as he hops off the floating metal pad to find his girlfriend, having happily echoed 𝗏𝒔𝒻 on purpose. Before I can speak further, I get a notification on the battlefield chat. It's my new work detail, one that has me taking over for 𝗧𝒐𝒃 at the front of the convoy. For quite a while, too, it seems. I'd complain, but 𝗏𝒔𝒻's taking my words to heart, it seems. Gray canyon walls loom over us on either side. Black streaks barely seen beneath the swarm of 𝗚𝒚𝒄 on either side. They come in a variety of shapes and sizes, some with long, thin bodies with multiple limbs like overgrown carnivorous praying mantises, while others are more humanoid, chitin covering their bodies as they throw themselves off the cliffs to plunge down toward us. Then there are others that are more like beasts, four-legged, armor covering their bodies like twisted cats and dogs, their foreclaws sickles of death that dig into the earth with each motion. The 𝗚𝒚𝒄 are a strange group, insect hive mind joined together with their queen, but at the same time, shapeshifters too. They mutate and twist, consuming the creatures of their latest planet such that they can better do battle with their opponents. But the mutations only take the form, the shape, leaving them their innate advantages. Hard-edged shells, so tough they'd make battleship armor look fragile in comparison. I lash out with a punch, my newly regenerated left hand aching as new unbruised nerves flare and skin splits. The first, second, and third layer of the armor cracks, fracturing deep within. The fourth and fifth hold, but the energy imparted still sends the monster skipping backward. Behind, I sense long-limbed scythe claws clash and clatter against floating blades. The 1,000 blades that form the spinning, martial dance keep them off my back, even as I wade through the army that confronts me. Leaping upward, I met with more falling bodies and jumping 𝗚𝒚𝒄, their faces widening as acid and poison is hurled at me, muscles packed with thousands of fibers exploding forward and shattering the ground. Not without penalty, not without their own legs being broken, my eyeline once more covered within seconds. That's the method they've taken to keeping me from using Judgment of All. Throw enough bodies in the way such that I cannot see enough of them to kill them all, smash me down by sheer mass. But there's a fraction of a second when I have clear vision, and that fraction is more than enough. Grand Cross forms, crushing down on the lay of the land before me. Canyon walls shriek. Explosions as energy is released from retributive stone, sending arcs of light and lightning through the sky. We're bathed in the colors of the rainbow, the ever-falling rains splitting light further, itself distorted as it's bent under the aegis of the skill. The monsters beneath the skill, the 𝗚𝒚𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆, the hunger, the death of all, are shattered, unyielding armor cracking again and again, bodies turning into paste. 4 levels of the skill, compressed into a smaller than normal region and extended forward a bare 100 yards from me, is sufficient to wipe out the paltry level 70s they're throwing at me. But it doesn't stop those in front of me, around me, from attacking. They crash into the floating blades, tear themselves apart as they desperately try to get to me, to end my existence. A few manage to plunge blades the size of a supermodel's legs into my shield, one going so far as to pop it. A twist in midair, a hip check and turn so I can grapple and ride the body down, even as blade strike flashes out again and again and again to open up space before me. We slam into the ground with force, light pushing upward as the ground itself retaliates. Pain as blood and flesh superheats beneath my feet as the corpse twitches, legs plunging into my body and tearing at skin and muscle. I hop off the creature, idly noting the way the attack only pierced the first few layers of skin and an inch of flesh. Defense of the Fallen is working overtime, helping to defray damage, provide defense, as is toughened skin and my other defensive skills and resistances. Not that I ever stop moving. Feet kicking off the ground, smashing into others in a physical charge that throws monsters back and aside, blades cutting and twisting, sword left in body and conjured into hand, elbow cracking into thoraxes and limbs torn from bodies to be tossed aside. Monster after monster, dying. Ali giggles above me as he ducks beneath the still falling monsters, hands held before him as he weaves a net of lightning, changing the energy released through the magnetic fields as charges connect. Potential energy flipping from one body to another, released as it dances overhead. Sometimes he changes it up. Sometimes the bodies falling toward us find the ground a little more giving, a little less stable than before. Molecules part, splitting wide open as the bodies plunge meters deep into the earth, even as the energy that was contained releases into their bodies. Only for stick figures and twisted humanoid limbs to find the earth suddenly growing hard again, resistant to their efforts to crawl upward. Then they're forced to choose to tear their bodies free and deal more damage, or to survive, suffocating in ground that flows back over their stuck forms as viscosity changes once more. I tap into my elemental affinity at times too, turning the ground and myself frictionless. I skid across the earth, my swords cutting into unwilling bodies, building up momentum with each movement, each kick off a body or twist in midair. Then I relax my grip as 𝗚𝒚𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 careen off one another and the walls, playing human and alien pinball with my swords and missing, twisted scythe limbs shredding behind. Then I'm through the few hundred before me and find the area that my grand cross damaged filled with corpses, their bodies waiting for me to pick up. I do so, jogging ahead and leaving the others to kill the few I left behind. Even now I see the surging army of the hunger rushing in, closing on the team and the corpse-ridden area of the cross. I could meet them, fly up and fight, but it's not the time. Conserve mana. Conserve stamina, conserve mental fortitude. This is a marathon of blood and doom, pain and death, with a final battle hours ahead. All these lives, all these monsters, they're just the appetizer for what is to come. So best not to gorge myself on lives just yet, for the hunger's appetite, the administrator's greed, will not be sated. At least, not until I stuff my fist down their throats and make them choke on it. I get into a rhythm, switching between my major skills. I even pull out Army of One once in a while, though the skill is less useful in these circumstances. Mostly Beacon of the Angels, Grand Cross, and Judgment of All are rotated, Ali flying up past crushed canyon walls to peek his head at the incoming army to trigger that last skill working in our favor. In a corner of my mind, I see flashing notifications, new quests on the administrative ticketing board. Not just my presence, but the other heroics in this location is putting strain on the system's resources. The sheer volume of damage we're doing, the release of aspected and unaspected system mana, throwing its calculations into disarray. High above, mana swirls, churned in the vortex of use and abuse. Corpses yield loot, teleported and formed by the system as we steal them. Stored bodies are taken out and sold, transferred to the shop, then teleported from our altered storage direct across trillions of kilometers of space into workshops and sometimes even across dimensions. Mana is used and twisted, even as credits flow into the system. The entire system is going into a net negative, at least for the moment. Credits are sunk into the shop system, all of which will eventually drive even more mana use, but that will take time. In the short term, we're putting the system into flux and adding tickets by the handfuls. Every death releases a burst of system mana into space, unleashes unaspected mana that has yet to be converted. It burrows into the ground, twists the living bugs that surround us, prompts growth and leveling. At the edges of the valley, monsters stir, some sensing a weakening in the 𝗼𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 hold on the land. Others soak in the new mana, feeding on it. Alphas and dungeons will form. Some that were on the verge, crossing over. Given enough time, we might actually make enough of an impact that the 𝗼𝒂𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 are forced to pull backward on their incursions into the area around them, their slow growth stymied. In the meantime, the system bleeds mana and is forced to promote growth all across the planet, dishing out quests and increasing levels in an attempt to make others increase their own levels and use mana to offset this issue on our side. That's what administrators are meant to do, to help push the system into equilibrium. Sure, the system does a lot of it, but having an extra pair of helping hands is important. We can see the social implications that the system might miss, can create weird-ass quests that might make people run around trying to fulfill it because it's cool or silly or gives a unique title. The gods know there have been a few of those in the files and datasets I've seen. It's what we're meant to do, not control galactic life on the back end, playing evil overlord. When Mikito's hand drops on my shoulder, I nearly take it off. She easily blocks and dodges another of the swirling blades, pulling me out of my battle trance via her presence. Scanning ahead, I watch as a second Mikito charges ahead on a ghostly horse, smashing into the built-up team of 𝗼𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒆 and pushing them back. Right behind her hand is my own, the clone wielding a hip-slung artillery-sized laser assault cannon. It spews red death at a speed that makes it seem like the clone is waving a solid beam of light, one that he plays across the walls, the monsters falling down the cliffs. "Time to go," Mikito says, jerking her head back to where the other teams are. "Already?" I say, surprised. "She wants you to nap. We have 6 hours left, and the last 4 will be a pain," Mikito says. "So 2 hours for me to sleep, eh?" I snort. "I guess that'll do," Mikito snorts. 4 is the plan." I consider what she says, and while I'm beginning to frown, Mikito waggles a finger in front of my face. "No. No weird John self-flagellation and sacrifice while whining about it thing. This isn't the time. I won't do it, right?" Mikito cocks an eyebrow at me interrogatively. I find myself half smiling before bobbing my head in acceptance. She smirks, and I can't help but pause, looking at my longest-lasting human friend. I search for something to say. Something that hasn't been said before. A way to express my gratitude, to beg her forgiveness, to plead for her understanding. As always, I come up empty bar that simplest of phrases. "Thank you. It's what I do," Mikito says. Screams, a particularly large explosion from ahead of us. I turn, watching the pile of bodies disappear into the empty space beside my hand, who waves to me insouciantly, then slings that hip cannon of his and fires at the next group charging him. He disappears into the rain and lightning, leaving me alone with Mpkito once more. At some point, you're gonna have to choose a path that isn't just about saving my butt, I say, finding words. Perhaps not the words I meant to say, but they're just as important. At some point, you're gonna have to choose humanity over your loyalty to me. At some point, you're gonna have to let go. Never, Mpkito says firmly. My word, my life, bound to yours. You gave me back mine, and as I said, I know you won't make me choose between the two. Because you still believe I'll do what I can for Earth, even after all you've seen, I say. I have faith. I wish I had that too. I shake my head. Just remember, you still have a choice. A world that needs you. I've made my choices, and I'll keep making them. Again, that piercing brown gaze looking into my own. She seems to be searching for something in my eyes before I feel a sudden pain at the side of my head. She shifted the top of her blade so fast I never saw it move, not until it smacked the top of the head. What was that for? I groused, rubbing my head. You promised not to do it, and still did, Mpkito says, huffing in exasperation. Self-flagellating, whiny baka! Now, go! Rest. I watch as she hefts Hitoshi again. Rather than face the end of the blade and more smacking, I back off and wave goodbye to the samurai. I can't help but notice her slight smile as she sends me off with a bruised head, and I can't help but smile a little too. Even amidst all the death and pain, I guess a little levity is useful, especially among friends. Chapter 27. I wake up with a start, the explosion throwing 𝗍 off its game. The ground shakes and cracks, the world a blinding white light so bright it cuts through the solid metal roof 𝗍 has generated above me. I grunt and twist, rolling to the side and through the liquid metal that 𝗍 creates to let me fall to the ground on the other side, coming into open air. Open air and mud. The gray-black sand sliding off my armored jumpsuit with a wet squelch as I stand. Without thought, I firm up the ground around my feet, pushing upon both my elemental affinity and the strength attribute. To my surprise, there are no canyon walls on either side of me. No, wait. There are, but they're so far away, it seems they're almost not there. Not with the rain coming down in buckets, taking my system-enhanced sight down to hundreds of meters. The ground itself is broken and shattered, the twisted and rotting smell of monster corpses surrounding me. Water cascades down the broken edges of the canyon floor, soaking into the earth and running off in ever greater rivulets to the area ahead and to the west of us, forming an ever-growing river. The river water is stained white and red, blood from the 𝗚𝒵 and more. It pools in tiny ponds, creatures, limpets, tadpoles, more, seeming to grow in the ground itself. And more, the smell is less caustic here, less burning down my sinuses, clearer. There's a hint of decay, that sickly, sweet smell of things dying and rotting, the overpowering tint of iron from spilled blood. The very air burns skin as it mixes with water, becoming so much acid rain, and reminds me that this is an all too alien world. High above, peeking around the corner of clouds, the sun attempts to provide illumination, but fails. No light comes from the explosions of power from the earth as it releases pent-up energy, from the ever-strobing effects of lightning hitting the ground, and from a series of floating orbs of light around us. Report! I bark, my eyes picking up no threat. All around me, the advanced and master classers of the battlefield tactician are getting to their feet, picking themselves up. The few transports are disgorging their men, every one waking fully ready for battle. We're here, Harry says. "So you might want to come up ahead." "What?" I say, blinking and pulling up the minimap. That a glance at the time, and I realize they let me oversleep. All of them. More than that, there's a new notification. An update. I pull it up, my eyes narrowing. Title update. You're almost there, too. Having achieved a System Quest rating of 98%, you are nearing the true secrets of the system. There are numerous powers that might not desire your success at that endeavor. Persistence, the ability to run away really fast, and the ability to acquire the strangest of allies have taken you this far. All that, however, might not be enough to finish this quest. Effect. Information about title holder and his allies are now locked under System Administrator protocols. Acquisition of further information about title holder or his allies will require approval of Senior-Most System Administrator. Experience gain has increased by 534%. A second later, I'm calling forth my status screen to see if anything else has changed. Status screen. Name, John Lee. Class, Junior System Admin, Grand Paladin. Race, Human, Male. Level, 2735. Titles, Monster's Bane, Redeemer of the Dead, Duelist, Explorer, Master Quester, Galactic Silver Bounty Hunter, Galactic Bounty Polonium, Galactic Rebel, Corrupt Quester, Chaos Bringer, Curse of the Anathema, Earth, Breaker of the Galaxy, Defiant, sort of. You're almost there, too. Living Repository, Class Lock. Health, 7,250. Stamina, 7,250. Mana, 8,120. Mana regeneration, 611 per minute. Attributes. Strength, 524. Agility, 597. Constitution, 725. Perception, 587. Intelligence, 812. Willpower, 716. Charisma, 225. Luck, 486. Class skills. Mana Imbue, 5. Blade Strike, 5. Thousand Steps, 1. Altered Space, 2. 2 are 1. 1. The Body's Resolve, 3. Greater Detection, 1. 1,000 Blades, 4. Soul Shield, 8. Blink Step, 2. Portal, 5. Army of 1, 4. Sanctum, 2. Penetration, 9. Aura of Chivalry, 1. Eyes of Insight, 2. Beacon of the Angels, 2. Eye of the Storm, 1. Vanguard of the Apocalypse, 2. Society's Web, 1. Shackles of Eternity, 4. Immovable Object, Unstoppable Force, 1. Domain, 1. Judgment of All, 6. Grand Cross, 4. Extra Hands, 3. System Edit, 4. Defense of the Fallen, 3. Final Judgment, 1. External class skills. Instantaneous Inventory, 1. Frenzy, 1. Cleave, 2. Tech Link, 2. Elemental Strike, 1. Ice. Shrunken Footsteps, 1. Analyze, 2. Harden, 2. Quantum Lock, 3. Elastic Skin, 3. Disengage Safeties, 2. Temporary Forced Link, 1. Hyperspace Nitro Boost, 1. On the Edge, 1. Fate's Thread, 2. Peasant's Fury, 1. Combat Spells. Improved Minor Healing, 4. Greater Regeneration, 2. Greater Healing, 2. Mana Drip, 2. Improved Mana Missile, 4. Enhanced Lightning Strike, 3. Firestorm. Polar Zone. Freezing Blade. Improved Inferno Strike 2. Elemental Walls, Fire, Ice, Earth, etc. Ice Blast. Ice Storm. Improved Invisibility. Improved Mana Cage. Improved Flight. Haste. Enhanced Particle Ray. Variable Gravitic Sphere. Zone of Denial. Cursing at being allowed to rest, I hurry forward, even as the team behind me reforms to guard our backs. I can tell 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒃 is back there by the sheer volume of thunder rolling down from behind us, but surprisingly, the dots that cover our back aren't getting closer, keeping pace with us. What's going on? Why did you let me sleep? Because you aren't needed, 𝗏𝒔𝒂𝒍𝒆 says flatly. They pulled back 3 hours in, an hour after our turn. That makes no sense, I say. They were to push us when we turned. We're so close. Exactly, 𝗏𝒔𝒂𝒍𝒆 says. They're planning something. Smart monsters, I curse softly, running through all the languages I know. This is going to be a problem. And it's ahead of us. So, best for us to face it, she says, gesturing me ahead. I cast one last look to the back, where 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒃 holds the line along with her people. A pair of hands are there too, keeping an eye on things, their mana all the way back. Together, they should be able to hold off a concerted push, at least for a short period. The rest of us are already up forward, just a short distance from our destination. 10 kilometers from our final destination, give or take a few kilometers. Somewhere on this plain, then, this giant gorge that might as well be considered an open space. Not much place to hide, and all the damage we've done to the 𝗔𝒕𝒄𝒻 mutates launching their crystal rounds is gone. Air interdiction is back in play, though our ceiling is at least higher than normal. The amount of mutants who can hit us from angles are reduced, at least for now. I'm finally at the front, finally able to look at what has us stopped, what destroyed the ground. A little part of me is amused it was friendly fire, that it's 𝗏𝒆 with his hammer striking the ground and sending damage spiraling out. What was done to 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 and the rest of the convoy was just aftershocks from an attack rippling forward. Less amusing is the fact that the entire attack was just stopped. Earth is piled high in a mountain on either side of the group in front, our barriers smashed down with casual ease by those ahead. Not that I'm not surprised, not when I see the status information of those before me. 𝗔𝒐 Royal Guard, level 173. 𝗔𝒐 Royal Guard, level 185. 𝗔𝒐 Royal Guard, level 168. 𝗔𝒐 Royal Guard, level 179. Disturbing, those four. Humanoid, chitin-covered, thin bodies that are faceless. They range in height from just under 5 feet to a towering 9, with no hair on their bodies, each of which are gleaming a sickly green. Hands are glimpsed at the end of covered sickle-like vambraces that extend over their forearms, the edges of which are outlined in dripping water. They stand utterly still in that way predators have while waiting for prey, making the hair at the back of my neck stand up. 4 monsters, each of them a hard fight by themselves. And in many ways, they're the least surprising aspect of those standing before us. 4 more figures, flickering in the cascade of rain, their holographic forms broken by the falling liquid and giving them a surreal quality. 4 figures that should not be standing next to the 𝗔𝒕𝒄𝒻, not with a projector that is so easily spotted. Emperor, champion, administrator, and one more, an unknown. A floating shadow staring at us, cloaked and withdrawn. The Emperor sees me. His eyes widen a little, then narrows. Instinct has me reach out, twist the skill Sanctum with System Edit, and slam it down over our group. It reaches outward, larger than ever, so that it covers even 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒃. I pour mana into it, as much as I can, strengthening the skill in ways it was never meant to, but that my edit skill allows. Blood gushes from my nose and eyes as the system takes its toll from me. I barely make it in time. A spear, appearing from high above, comes screaming down without warning to impact the concave sphere right above my head. It smashes into the skill, fully powered by a legendary's ability, and rather than skid off the curved defense, it keeps pushing straight down. My knees give way beneath me, the hard dirt bruising my body even as I pour mana into the shield above us. Ali throws his hand upward, twisting his elemental affinity, as do Bolo and Eyeless. Together they weave a defense to support mine, to shove the spear aside. It moves ever so slowly, the tip of the blade causing the edge of my sanctum to bulge inward, tiny spider web cracks opening. I push backward, flooding more and more mana into the skill, even as the system destroys me from within. Mana that should never have been used in this manner flows through me like a flood and bursts open blood vessels and organs, leaving me drowning in my own blood. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the spearhead slips enough that it skitters down the side to impact the earth. The incredible pressure is over in a blink of a second, yet the assault isn't done. For energy from the spear impacts the ground, imparting the last of its deadly payload into the surroundings. Refractive ground soaks it all in, coming apart and turning the very soil beneath us into so much dust. Energy floods outward, a tiny nuclear bomb going off on the edges of my sanctum skill. Blinding light, so powerful it washes out the world behind us. Thankfully, the skill keeps the light to a safe level, saving the eyes of those within. We can't see outside, though, and the pressure, the energy exuded, pushes the skill and myself further. Something punctures my back, a through-and-through attack. Blood collected in my lungs, in my chest, floods out of the holes. As if understanding what is happening, my body doesn't automatically heal the gaping wound, allowing the overflow of liquid to stain the earth. So much blood. Too much. If not for the way the system reinforces my bond, replaces the liquid it is forcing out of me, I would be dead many times over. System hijinks keep me bent over in agony, even as the pressure around us finally dies down. I shut down the link between the skills, feeding the last of the overflow of mana into Sanctum, even as air rushes back, impacting our little sphere of stability as the mushroom cloud of pure power dies down. The ground beneath our feet has been blown away, the tiny strip of land supported by Sanctum floating in mid-air for now. Dust slowly settles, even as I feel a healing spell bathe my body. It takes time, long minutes for the dust to settle, especially since the clouds high above have been blown away. For the first time in a long while, an alien sun beats down upon us, and the world is dry. Staggering to my feet, I'm somehow not surprised to see the 𝗏𝗏 still standing before us. Not untouched, for dust and soot cover their glittering carapaces, but mostly unharmed. Even now, the system heals their bodies as it does mine. The 4 projections are gone, but they reappear. The Emperor's lips curled up in disdain.
So, you survived my spear.
The Emperor's voice is deep, all bass and high galactic snootiness.
Impressive.
I want to say something back, but I find myself still having trouble speaking. The system's still patching up the hole in my chest, so I'm a little breathless. A glance to the side and I spot 𝗏𝒔𝒃 and the short spear-like object she used to punch through my body. A little smoke rises from her armor from behind, chains wrapping around her body to crush her. Surprisingly, they don't seem to find purchase, as though my skill is actually unable to affect her. I'd check what the hell is happening, but I'm a little breathless. Following the angle of the other attack, I realize that Harry has a gun out, but it's now hanging by his side. On the other hand, Zaxxas is by her side, ready to end her if she tries anything again. I'm a little surprised she did at all, but whatever. He shot her when she punched the hole through you. Surprisingly, no one shot him for it, Ollie explains. I flash the war reporter a quick smile before my attention is yanked back to the front. where to my surprise, 𝗵𝒧𝒐𝒏 is speaking. The samurai is on her knees, peering down past the edge of our slip of land. That was a legacy weapon, wasn't it? The Spear of Longinus. Wait, isn't that biblical? 𝗵𝒧𝒧 answers my unfinished question and shrugs. Manasipij. On a name, on a concept, on a weapon that destroyed entire armies when used and has killed more than one legendary. Her voice drops as she stands, staring at the Emperor's image across the distance. You had it all this time, then, after it disappeared?
Just another part of my collection.
He smiles grimly.
I must admit, I had not expected you to survive its cast.
His hand flexes a little, his gaze darting downward before coming back to 𝗵𝒧𝒧 and me, now that I've come up near her.
You won't survive our next attack.
Yeah. I wave my hand to brush away his words. The casual dismissal angers him, but he doesn't act, which is a pity. Breath rattles in my chest, my nose scrubbed with one filthy hand. I conjure a new set of armor, one that is less filthy, figuring I'll leave the hod for later. Nanites crawl over my skull and body, eating away the filth of sweat and blood, creeping along the base of my neck like the fingers brushing against my connection to the system. I'm more interested in why you are standing beside the hunger, 𝗧𝒕 says, her voice low and angry. Her gaze darts to the four who continue to stand, unmoving. Why aren't they attacking? What have you done? Done? Now it's 𝗧𝒑𝒏 who speaks, the mermaid administrator's voice filled with scorn. We have done nothing but what is needed. There's a slight twitch in 𝗏𝒂𝒏's body, a thinning of his lips, but the champion does not gainsay her. A crack in their alliance, but a thin one. I file it away for later use, though I doubt I'll find a wedge. You're working with the hunger. You fools! She hisses, stepping forward and pressing against the sanctum bubble. I feel it twist and bulge. Even the casual gesture by the dragon is enough to pressure my skill. It's not exactly built to take damage from the inside, especially not after I twisted the code the way I did. Bolo acts before I have to, taking hold of 𝗧𝒕 shoulder and pulling her back. She turns toward him whip fast and stares at him through narrowed violet eyes. If looks could kill, I'd be starting a eulogy for the man. However, she doesn't have that skill and subsides a little when Bolo speaks, his gaze half on her and half on the opposition. What did you promise them? We've promised nothing more than what you have taken, 𝗧𝒑𝒏 says, her lips widening into a savage grin. Needle-sharp teeth glint in the sunlight, the pearlescent white almost glittering under the alien sun. A chance to grow. We've already begun. The others sent you in, I whisper in horror. All those lives, the ones I didn't understand, coming in when they weren't meant to, searching for the administrative center, I thought, or us. Perhaps that too, but also payment. 𝗏𝒏 flinches a little, my words an announcement of their betrayal. He glances away, not daring to meet our gazes, even as I feel the tension in 𝗵𝒧𝒧𝒏 and the pair of Xylarg natives skyrocket. You are insane! If they grow too strong, they'll take over the planet. Kill all of us, Bolo says. The very foundation of your system will be broken. Fool, 𝗧𝒑𝒏 says. Do you think the dragons are the only creatures who process mana the way they do? The 𝗬𝒐𝒻 are the same. Better in some ways, for they grow without end. Easier to manage, too, unlike you and your people. We've been assured they'll contain their depredations. They'll kill and spread across the galaxy, 𝗏𝒔𝒃 says, obviously horrified. She comes up, staring at them, 𝗧𝒏𝒃 letting her do so. The chains are gone, the skill having exhausted itself. They truly will be civilizations and... Be quiet, traitor, 𝗧𝒑𝒏 snaps at 𝗏𝒔𝒃. You should have died with the rest of the bait. Now you dare to lecture me? You knew we'd die, 𝗏𝒔𝒃 says, though there's a lack of surprise in her voice. Resignation, perhaps, as though the truth was one she knew deep within. And now you condemn hundreds of planets to death, too, for your allies. For what? To stop him? A finger points at me. Why is he so important? He's nothing, 𝗧𝒑𝒏𝒄𝒍 says, her voice rising. Her holographic figure strides forward, gesturing. The Prime Administrator, though? His presence, his location, that is worth all your lives. All your worthless lives and more. You think those hundreds of planets are a tragedy? They're lost anyway. It's all lost if we cannot gain access to the system proper. We're dying. The system is dying. I blink, staring at the woman. 𝗲𝒧𝒂𝒍 asks the question that I think we're all wondering. What do you mean the system is dying? The Forbidden Zones, the Council, it's all coming apart. In a few centuries, its growth will be entirely unchecked. We'll have to create dozens of dungeon planets. 𝗧𝒑𝒏𝒄𝒍 shakes her head. The 𝗲𝒑𝒏𝒄𝒍𝒏 or the dragons, it matters not. Once we have access to the system, we can fix the mana spillage properly. Slow it down. Change the code on the hunger to make them less. For the first time, the creatures move. They twist and stare at 𝗧𝒑𝒏𝒄𝒍𝒏. The faceless masks of their chitin-covered bodies focused. The mermaid seems to realize what has happened and turns to them, her lips tight. Before she can speak again, the robed, shadowy figure gestures, and 𝗧𝒑𝒏𝒄𝒍𝒏's image disappears. This catches the 𝗲𝒏𝒄𝒍𝒏 royal guard's attention, and they focus on him.
She does not speak for us all,
the robed figure says, and I can't help but think that he reminds me all too much of a rather infamous media figure who somehow returned to life. His voice is the same too, low, cultured, and a little hissing like a snake.
We will keep up our end of the deal so long as you do yours. You will be allowed to spread so long as you do not destroy the entire planet's ecology. Let it keep flourishing and your people flourishing in an endless loop. Kill one another or other monsters, we care not. But churn that mana, and our deal will hold.
And here we have it, I say, my voice soft and tired. The fingers along my connection, they keep stroking, pushing against my skill. Following it back as I gently manipulate skills, I split my focus between the code for Sanctum and other skills, watching them watching me. The truth of it all, in the end, you don't give a damn, do you? How many lives are lost? How many fall? Because keeping the system running is all important. Keeping control of a crumbling world, one that doesn't work, is more important than maybe finding a solution.
You think you have a solution,
the Emperor scoffs.
I've lived millennia. We have tried and tried and tried again to find a way around the Forbidden Zone. When we had access to the Prime Administrator, and when we didn't, it didn't matter. The children,
he glances to the side where 𝗧𝒑𝒏𝒄𝒍𝒏 was before,
might believe there's a solution, but those of us who have seen it know. We sit upon a crumbling throne, washed away by the tides of mana, and whether it be the hunger or the dragons who help stem the tide, it'll all wash away in the end.
What happens when they betray you? 𝗲𝒏𝒄𝒍𝒏 calls, his voice laced with fury.
They would not dare,
the Emperor replies.
I wasn't talking to you.
𝗲𝒏𝒄𝒍𝒏 fixes his gaze on the 𝗲𝒏𝒄𝒍𝒏, his voice laced with contempt.
What happens when they betray you, like they betray us now? What will you do then?
If the Dragon King is expecting an answer, he's sorely disappointed. The royal guards split their attention, a pair watching us, the other pair staring at the shadowy figure. I wish I could get some status information, but since he's just a projection, there's nothing to pull data from. Even the little traces of data that people like Ali or myself can occasionally use to ferret out information, auras, other charisma-based or appearance-based skills, aren't feeding me any information to use. He's careful, smart, annoying. I guess that's it then. You use the hunger, who are somewhat like the dragons, morphed creatures of the system itself, and let them have 𝗧𝗏𝗏. You use them to kill us, and you make your way to the Prime Administrator's Center, because it gives you a little more control, all to shore up your crumbling throne for a few more minutes. The Emperor smirks, while Hood and Cloak stares at me as I speak. You know, I'm a little disappointed.
I care not about your disappointment,
the Emperor says derisively.
Your feelings on our motives, they matter not.
Oh, no, not about that. Just that you think I haven't noticed your intrusion. I look at the robed administrator. You're good, but you can't access my connection without leaving traces.
Yet you let me.
Curiosity now in the administrator's voice. Needed you to be paying attention to it while I helped my friend. I turned toward Harry. It did go out, didn't it? Harry nods grimly. Network locus and my new title give me priority rights. I've been broadcasting since the start. They tried to stop me, but yeah, I wormed our way around it. I scratched the back of my neck. But you knew I was doing that, didn't you? Another inclination of the head from the shadows. I swear, I almost see a flash of a smile. Did you get what you need then? I did. Perhaps someone wants to fill me in on what is going on, 𝗏𝒔𝒃 snaps, spinning on Harry and me. Bolo, on the other hand, used to my shenanigans, is grinning. Eyeless catches on a few seconds later, her violet eyes shining as she straightens, searching the skyline. Too far just yet? Probably. Harry's been broadcasting the administrator's deal. Not just galactically, but specifically to a bunch of dragons and their companions who might not be willing to wait for their deaths. If anything, the quartet of royal guards grow even more still. Mini-map dots of the flood of red that have been creeping up on us, the 𝗏𝒧𝒔𝒄, who would end our trip, stop too. I'm willing to bet we're about to see a real flight of dragons now, I sigh. But at the same time, our friends don't care. They set this all up, brought us this close because they need me here. They've been tracing my status screen, my skills, and my connection back to the Prime Administrator, because even this close, they couldn't find him, her, it.
And we thank you for your service. Now it's time for you to die,
the Emperor says. He turns to the 𝗏𝒧𝒔𝒄, who have not stopped looking at them. At the same time, the robed figure blinks out of time and space, along with 𝗏𝒂𝒂, who looks utterly disgusted by the entire proceedings. Even the feeling of metaphysical fingers running along my status is gone.
Fulfill your side of the bargain,
the Emperor says.
Kill them, and we will aid you once more.
For the first time, the hunger speaks. All four at the same time, their voices like a vibrating, twisted chainsaw.
You betrayed us once. Why should we trust you again? Do you have a choice?
The Emperor says, smirking.
The dragons will come to eradicate you at last. They will not risk you growing stronger under our influence. Use all your resources. Kill the Redeemer and his allies, and we will take your queen away. Secrete her in a place even the dragons cannot find, and let her grow a new army, one that will allow you to truly win.
Silence as the four regard the Emperor. In the meantime, 𝗏𝒔𝒃 is sending tactical orders to the rest of the team over the battlefield chat. My eyes narrow as the orders flow, my head turning toward the back. I want to object, to say something about the plans, about what I can see happening. I never get a chance.
It shall be a glorious death.
𝗧𝒑𝒆's deep rumble carries through the net. Mana swirls in the back as he triggers his skill again, pulling the clouds that were scattered by the blast. They roll back in. As though his actions were the signal, the 𝗚𝒚𝒂𝒍𝒆 speak. Deal. At the same moment, the tide of red that had frozen flows again, monsters appearing at the far edges of the valley. Smirking, the Emperor disappears, his projection gone. Red dots flow toward us as the four turn, their sickle hands rising. In a flash, they dash forward, hammering straight into the sanctum, literally teleporting across the open ground and the bare air. So fast do they move. Rumbles, not just from thunder, but the drumbeat of millions of feet hitting the ground, echo through the land, bouncing off high canyon walls and dusty, hard-packed ground. Blows crack against the sanctum, and the skill begins to fail, pushed too far, too fast. We spread out according to the tactician's orders, readying ourselves for this last battle. The 𝗚𝒚𝒂𝒍𝒆 are coming, and this time they won't be holding back. Is it wrong that I'm smiling a little in anticipation? Chapter 28. Rumble of thunder and lightning strikes, the pitter-patter of rain in the distance arriving, the crash of thousands of feet as they charge toward us. A wall of green and gray, moving bodies of the 𝗚𝒚𝒂𝒍𝒆 approaching, while the acrid stench of blood and dust fills the air. Before us, the four humanoid figures slam their blades into the sanctum, though I note they slow down a touch. Timing, approach, and damage, it seems. Smart. I hate smart enemies. A thought in the Spitz rocket arrives from its dimensional home, slipping around me, pouring across my form to guard me one last time. Father, I do not understand, 𝗏𝒃 says, coming up to my side now that the Galactics are gone. You let them know where your objective is. Is that not counterproductive to your own goals? I tilt my head down a little, spotting the little red golem who stares back up at me with those artificial eyes, glowing yellow light with innocent, artificial inquiry. In a way, if you think the Prime Administrator, whatever they are, has just a single method of protecting themselves, you've got a lot more to learn. 𝗏𝒃 nods, making me smile a little and feel a flush of happiness. Then, glancing over to where Bolo and Eyeless are standing together, whispering to one another words of concern and compassion, I can't help but add, but also, sometimes you have to do what is right, not just what is expedient. You chose a less optimal path for your friends, 𝗏𝒃 says, because they are your friends? Don't forget the dragons, because dragons! I grin and lower my voice a little, though I'm sure she can still hear me. Even if the only one I ever talk to is a bit of a bitch, dragons are still cool, you know? Better than stupid hive monsters. Yes, the 𝗚𝒚𝒂𝒍𝒆 are uncool, 𝗏𝒃 says, though it does so with a tone that makes me think it's repeating the words without truly understanding them. A child parroting its parents' opinions. Like livers are tasty, or the original Star Wars movies are better than the prequels. How do you decide, Father, when to be efficient and when to choose your friends? I frown, looking for a way to explain instinct and choice, of picking between conscience and need. How do you explain the unexplainable, especially when you're as emotionally constipated as I am? Called following your heart, 𝗏𝒃. You just have to look inward and realize what lines you can't ever cross. Yeah, like getting friends tortured is fine. Genocide, on the other hand, is almost always bad, Harry says wryly. Almost always, Uncle? 𝗏𝒃 spins around looking at Harry. Well, we are about to kill the 𝗚𝒚𝒂𝒍𝒆 here, real dead. Hey, you two! I point at the sanctum shielding that is cracking and will the timer display into the battlefield chat, along with an estimate of when the rest of the horde will arrive. Get back, will you? And get ready to move. We'll follow her orders, Harry says. Even so, he does step back a little. Ez slips in under his feet, gripping hold of Harry and putting him on itself. A second later, the pair shimmer and disappear from visible sight as Harry triggers an item to bend light around the pair. I feel the mana swirl around them, the way my system senses twinge as Harry activates one after the other defensive and stealth items and skills. With Ez still counted as an item, the system basically hides the pair using the same series of items and skills. A little exploit that the battlefield tactician has pointed out to us. I'm not complaining. Especially when I feel the sanctum shatter, mere minutes before the rest of the 𝗼𝒂𝒂 arrive. There's a fraction of a second of surprise as the Royal Guard do not expect us to break out early. Then we take the fight to them, Bolo, 𝗬𝗓𝒄, and 𝗵𝒔𝒕𝒄 each taking on one of the guard. Leaving my hands to focus on the last one, I blink step ahead, bypassing the entire group, leaving my friends and family behind to fight for their lives. I don't get to see the clash between my friends and the Royal Guard. Blink stepping ahead takes me 450 meters. Another blink step grabs me the moment I arrive to push me another 483 meters. Not a moment too soon, since explosions centered 500 meters and a full kilometer from where I started go off. Knew it, I snarl. Idiots thought I'd blink step the full range that I had. Ali zips through space to appear by my side moments later. He's glowing like a comet, shedding parts of his body from damage taken when he was shooting through space. Not that I wait for my friend, blink stepping a full 500 meters, but at an angle this time, heading for 11 o'clock. Another series of explosions, this time set at 1,500 meters and 2 kilometers, wash over me, light and caustic energy rippling through all the barriers between dimensions. It hits my soul shield and degrades it, but it holds before the HOD is harmed. My lips thin, wondering how many explosives, how many traps our opponents put in play. Rather than risk blipping anymore, I run, watching the approaching distance and feeling the hot rush of energy. Seeing little dots, more of the 𝗼𝒂𝒂, but farther away, closing in on me from the front. Behind, the mini-map and a visual feed shows the results of the battle. Bolo's got the upper hand on his opponent, his hammer literally crushing his opponent to the ground. The man's all about quick bursts of attacks, and he's pulled out all the stops. His Dragon Fear aura has rolled out, and with him so close to 𝗬𝗓𝒄, it's doubled in effect. His opponent is moving slower, each empowered hammer blow crushing it, even as the oversized, hard, light image that makes the hammer attack twice its normal size leaves burning flames on the Royal Guard. 𝗬𝗓𝒄, on the other hand, is no longer on the ground, but fully transformed. She's winging high above, breathing flame as flying mantises come in, burning them to a crispy color and setting their delicate wings aflame. In her forearms, crushed and trapped, is the Royal Guard she's supposed to be fighting. However, her moment of distraction is a problem, as it slices through her claws and frees itself, falling with her fingers to the ground. The resulting roar and unleashing of her aura literally creates cracks in the air as the dimensional barriers, already weakened by the attacks unleashed on me earlier, fray once more. Through the cracks, things crawl out. Sometimes just creatures of energy, other times my good friends, the shadow creatures. Other times things with too many heads, too many hands, too many eyes plop upward or reach through the gaps and snatch up the 𝗼𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂, swallowing them whole. The world heals moments later, but everything feels off, like a too thin egg ready to crack again. System notifications flare, rippling through my ticketing board, and instinct has me dipping inward. Priority alert! Dimensional breaches, grade 3. Review distribution of system mana to dimensional walls. Time slows as I stare at the ticket. A part of me gibbers in panic. Another points out that it's no different than some parts of the Forbidden Zone. How too much unaspected mana can create warped areas of reality. The Colossus. The ticket disappears in that moment of hesitation. It is gone, and above me, I feel system mana rush inward, churning through space as it takes hold of the unaspected mana that is already permeating the rents in space, pushing it aside as it patches the hole. I make a mistake by wondering what the system has to do with dimensional breaches, and the library data dumps into me. For a second, I stagger to a halt, data unspooling. Mana is here, there, everywhere. It pervades all sides of the dimensions and experiments, dumping unaspected mana into other dimensions. The first dimensional war. The second. The third. Pain, death, loss. Videos, images, dry historical reports. 5 times they tried it. 5 times the council and administrators have tried to slow the flow of the Forbidden Zone. An unmitigated success in the beginning, the Forbidden Zone even retreating for a time in the best cases. An unmitigated disaster later, when the monsters in the other dimensions, creatures given power and form and shape, spirits and elementals and unnamed creatures from beyond, mutated, gained levels and skills and strength. Mana, uncontrolled by the system, mutated and twisted creatures until the barrier between worlds failed and suddenly, invasion. 5 times they tried. 5 times they made the mistake of thinking if they only changed the way they did it a little, sent it into a location empty of anything, sent it into a land filled with energy, sent it into a conceptual realm, this time it would work. 5 times. Failures and a loss of life so great that even the galactic wars were nothing in comparison. The system doesn't care if we breach the dimensional walls. It doesn't care if unaspected mana patches it all together, unharnessed in volume. We, on the other hand, galactics, system administrators, creatures who must live with the results, have stopped it. 5 tests, data streaming in as results and information about the system, about... The blow catches me around the waist, shears through the soul shield and the Spitz rocket's defensive shield, and its armor, before lodging halfway to my spine. The sickle yanks sideways, pulling out of me with a wet squelch, even as the other hand descends. Blink step from Ollie's viewpoint pulls me backward. The only thing left, a bunch of conjured swords. I'm spinning on my heel, taking the agony and my body's automatic collapse to the left into account to bring my conjured weapons crashing into the green chitin armor of a 𝗚𝒵𝒄 royal guard. They bounce off, leaving light scarring on the monster, even as a second royal guard waves its hand and mana swirls around it, forming into summoned light that blasts back at me. Reinforcements. 1,000 hells. Blink step again, next to its own friend. I hip-check the bastard, putting all the power of my strength attribute into the motion and shoving him into the tracing beam attack. It catches him for a brief moment before the attack is cut off, the melee opponent popping back to its feet. A hand rises, and my legs crumple underneath me. Scythe hands, ghostly scythe hands, punch up from the ground into my feet, pin me in the sides. I bleed again, pain rippling through my body as the damn caster calls down lightning from the skies in multiple angles. Blink step once more, this time high into the air even as Ollie waves his hand, redirecting the lightning to strike the caster. "Suck on that, plastic face! Play with lightning when I'm around, will you?" Ollie cackles, his hands never still. The other dots, the first of the vanguard of the 𝗚𝒵𝒄 coming from the front, arrive, some launching themselves into the air only to be caught by an unseen force, wind and shearing rain, and carried aside. Myself, I dance with the melee fighter. Penetration shielding kicks on seconds before I grab him and blast upward, taking the long-limbed, chitin-covered opponent through my own blades, cracking blades and armor. Then I kick him off me, even as far away the 𝗚𝒵𝒄 artillery players range on the pair of us. I ignore the attack even as Ollie curses me and runs from the epicenter. I have better things to do, to worry about, as now I have a glimpse of the Horde in all their glory. Another twist of mana, the use of my skill. Fear me, children, for I am Shiva, and death has become me. Judgment of all activates, hammering everyone in sight. Somehow the melee 𝗚𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒂 has managed to escape, moving through space so that he's not there when the skill activates. The caster, though, is stun-locked, lightning dancing around his body, unable to get a grip on a frictionless surface directly underneath his feet, and so collapsed before me. He's not the only one, though, not with the horde that is charging forward. Thousands of the hunger, caught in the throes of activation of my army-killing skill. They made a mistake by taking away the rain, of pulling back a little during the Emperor's attack. I have sight of so many of them. Even the minor shower that is coming down all around us is a benefit to me, since it drives down the dust storm, pinning it to the earth. A clear day to kill. The first tick goes off, a second of damage. It's crippling for some of the 𝗚𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒂, the ones without a lot of innate resistance to mana damage. Painful, but monsters have a ton of health, and none of those charging me are any less than level 90. Another tick. The wave of stumbling is larger now, even as I fall. The caster gives up on attempting to stand, instead wrapping a different spell around itself. Glowing scythe hands appear from the sky, summoned from the ether. They lash out at me, tearing at my body only to be deflected by my swords. Another tick. More 𝗚𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒂 stumbling, the system taking its toll. Even so, I'm in midair, so I'm bounced around like a pinball by the attacks. In the midst of all that, the melee royal guard appears, moving so fast that he seems to flicker as he cuts at me. He shatters my swords with each movement, not caring if they crack his armor as he attempts to kill me. The few attacks that get through bounce off my penetration shielding. Another tick. Mana flooding through their system connection, mana tearing into them, robbing them of vitality. The caster and melee royal guards grow more desperate, burning mana at a visible rate. The air around them warps, glowing as they hammer at me. They fight as though they're enraged, desperate to put an end to me. Another tick. I hit the ground, rolling with the impact, feeling the ground shatter under me and damage the Spitz rocket. Claws scrape against the back of my penetration shielding as scythe claws tear up the ground, leaving me to come up, a hand raised. The royal guard before me lunges forward so fast I can't track it, not even with my enhanced perception. It manages to pierce halfway through my enhanced penetration shield, skills allowing it to plunge an arm halfway through the chest armor of the Spitz rocket. Another tick. And then it realizes, too late, I left the opening. Grand Cross triggers, angled sideways and upward, originating from my arm. It crushes him backward and upward, launching the monster into the sky, the energy imparted never ending. Its body caught in the throes of a skill. It tries to move, to escape, blurring sideways only to find itself still lifted, flying upward. Another tick. More damage, more pain. I check the code, grunt, and release my hold on the skills, letting both Grand Cross and Systematic go. He can run, but there's nowhere to hide. Not from the system. Not from the edited skill. I wipe at the blood from my nose, the itching from hundreds of nanobots eating it, reminding me I'm still in the power armor. Then, before I can revel in my victory, the crystal artillery fire lands and the world goes white.
You idiot! Just because you've got a ton of defense thanks to your penetration shielding doesn't mean the rest of us can handle those attacks!
Ali curses at me, a constant stream of words that make me smile a little. Only a little because the connection between us is frayed, twisted.
We got to stop calling those attacks down, boyo! The walls between the dimensions are already breached!
Yeah. Maybe tell that to 𝗬𝒗 and the other dragons, why don't you? In my minimap, more figures are appearing, all gray instead of flashing red. Not the blue of allies, but the gray of those unallied to me. They flicker into space above the plains, breathing liquid death. The damn 𝗚𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒂 crystal launchers open up, impacting defensive shielding. One dragon is too slow, and I watch as its body spirals downward, its body torn to pieces as it falls. The horde that charge after us splits apart a bit as the newly appeared dragons move in a spiral, hammering the inner arm of the valley. Secondary defenses trigger as blimps rise through the sky. 𝗬𝒔𝒄, bloated with poisonous gases, blow apart to fill the atmosphere with caustic poison. Entire canyons explode, showering the sky with refractive rock, tearing apart the sky. And higher up, hidden above the clouds, creatures wing downward to pierce dragon hide and wings. On the far edges, I know even more dragons are appearing, giant teleportation gates twisting the air and mana as they link one portion of Zylarg to another. From the gates, flights of dragons, with dragon knights and lords riding upon them appear, flying forward to lay waste to the ground below. The level of flame gives the horizon a reddish glow, making it seem as if I'm standing in another post-apocalyptic movie. 𝗵𝒧𝒂𝒍𝒂 rides up a second later. "You done standing around?" I tilt my head, surprise flashing across my face when I realize that nearly everyone is with her, all but Bolo and 𝗬𝗓𝗏. "Keep up," 𝗧𝒔𝒃 snaps. "We need to get you moving forward. Your little stunt might have killed the hunger before us, but they'll be pushed back only so long. Bolo and 𝗬𝗓𝗏 are going after the queen." "They can't," I snap, knowing how powerful she must be. The guards themselves were bad enough, and there's no way they were the only ones. "They know. It's the only way to buy you time," 𝗧𝒃 says. "If we're lucky, the other dragon kings will join them." I turn my head toward where 𝗬𝗓𝗏's large body wings away. On top of her sits an emerald-scaled figure, his weapon swinging to bat aside the winged monstrosities that attempt to stop them. Brilliant crystal light arcs up to strike at her, only to be stopped by a glowing shield beneath her form, one that only briefly disappears when she breathes. "And if they don't," I snarl, "if they choose to take a more considered, careful approach, then they die. Like we do now if we don't move," 𝗵𝒧𝒂𝒍𝒂 answers for 𝗧𝒃, kneeing her horse so that it puts itself between the battlefield tactician and me. "Time to go, baka." I grit my teeth, but understand that she's right. Turning on my heel, I start out, pulling up the battlefield tactician's orders to scan them. I get a good dozen meters away before my steps falter, only for 𝗵𝒧𝒂𝒍𝒂 to prod me in the back. "Xaxus, the hands," I say softly, horrified a little. Even so, under the prodding of Hitoshi, I get moving forward. We can't stop. "𝗧𝒃 and her people, Xaxus and the hands first, yes," 𝗵𝒧𝒂𝒍𝒂 says, watching as I pick up speed a little, even as a gust of wind sends a trace of harder rain splattering down around us. More lightning flashes, illuminating the area behind us in a strobe light effect, carried forward by the never-ending rumble of thunder as the lightning storm goes off under the storm warden's control. "Slow down the hunger. Kill as many of them as possible." Even now, the red dots that had stopped for a bit under the distraction of the dragons have returned to rushing us. There are a lot of them, and all these up in the air a little, along with a pair of hands, each of them calling forth Beacon of the Angels. It's a necessity, since the artillery 𝗬𝒑𝒏 are ranging on us. If not for Xaxus's storm culling and hindering their ability to see where we are and the Spirit's gift for shifting where those arcing crystal attacks land, we'd be peppered a lot more. As it stands, 𝗧𝒃's people are still under significant strain to keep a moving shield above the team. I wish there was something I could do, some way of saving these people. Yet the moment 𝗧𝒃 joined us, she and her people were doomed. The only way is through, and so far, this has gone better than I could hope for. The idiots dragging in the 𝗬𝒑𝒏 rather than fighting us directly have given us an opportunity, one just about large enough to sneak through. We just have to survive the oncoming deluge of death. Mana ticks over, slowly rising. My gaze flicks across my status screen, stopping at my latest skill. Knowing when to use it, when to activate the skill, will be important. As we run, I pull up the code of the skill once more, reviewing it for exploits. There are places where I can adjust it, areas to edit, but an instinctual part of me understands that doing so will bring the wrath of the system as well. Heroic skills are overpowered, as are legendary skills. They're balanced the way they are so that they don't overdraw the system too greatly, trading overuse of system mana in the short term for what is an expected long-term benefit from the survival of the heroic. Even then, the goal is to control the amount of system mana being used at any one time. A skill like Final Judgment, which is close to a legendary skill, is even more restricted, partly for balance issues, partly because of how much mana it will use. Forcing things like an activation period and the need for channeling ensures that the Grand Paladin doesn't overuse the skill like a legendary might, without the requisite overabundance of system mana regeneration return. All of which is to say, playing with the code is a good way of getting my head smacked by the system. More than that, the code in this skill is incredibly complex, what with it tying multiple skills into it and adjusting those skills by itself. Add the expense of 5,000 mana at the start, and I'm gonna be hard-pressed to find the right time to use it. Yet, instinct tells me that that need is coming all too soon. As we run for our lives through falling crystal shards and hopping insect death, I watch the swarm of red dots. The 6 groups that Ollie has located to mark the Galactics and the 𝗚𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 who are en route to us. And I wonder when the next shoe will fall. Chapter 29. Administrators and galactic forces incoming! 𝗏𝒧𝒂𝒁 snarls, her eyes snapping upward. Her feed gets shot across the battlefield chat just as fast as she speaks, and I see the data she's seeing. Nice to have her back on board, even if it's just to save her own ass. Of course, it's impossible for her to tell who the administrators really are, but it's not a hard guess that some of those coming in are part of their team. More importantly, they're coming straight down from orbit, like red comets as crash pods deploy to get them here as fast as possible. Not that the 𝗚𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 are about to let them land willy-nilly. Perhaps if they hadn't just talked about betraying the 𝗚𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆, they would have allowed the landings. Then again, the 𝗚𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 are being fed lives to power them up too, so who knows how many of those being sent are just fodder. Crystal attacks fly through the air, impacting against glowing comets, the world cracking further. Dragons in flight weave spells and fire, lashing out at the Galactics who have betrayed them. But the world is aflame, the very air cooking off from the sheer volume of crash pods being sent down. Ambient temperatures spike again and again, reaching levels that would cook alive an unprotected human. In the Spitz rocket, I'm safe, at least from those attacks. But unknown to the rest, administrators reach out through the ether, aiming to tear apart lives and connections. Skills that were never meant to be used at a distance are triggered, our defense from above disappearing. Hacking attempts, blocking, I grate out, my mind splitting and splitting again as I reach for the system edit skill. The administrators are tearing apart code in the system, and rather than join them, I work to fix the problems they create, stopping their attacks. More than once, I shut down connections using the brute force of will and code to stop their pitiful attempts. Code. Angular, cryptic, and cosmically horrific, runs through my mind, manipulated by will and intelligence, torn apart and rewritten again and again, inserted into attacks thrown at us or to reinforce the boundaries of our very dimension. In the corner of my eye, I note 𝗏𝒔 slipping into the Spitz rocket, backdooring its way in as my son via the communication protocols I enabled for it via my neural link. 𝗏𝒔 takes over guidance, helping to keep me in one piece, triggering weapons and skill use, even as it jukes my meat form around. Another battle, one entirely digital, takes place at the same time as 𝗏𝒔 wards off even more hacking attempts on the power armor and myself. For all my defenses, for all the work that 𝗏𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 and her people do to protect us, the attacks from above finally make their way through. Our defenses are torn apart, and the first of the crystals fall among us, exploding in a never-ending roar of light. Screams manage to tear their way through the battlefield chat, even as the Spitz rocket shakes from the released energy. Ez never misses a beat as it drives me onward, ever onward, even as we crash into the front of the 𝗼𝒂𝒂 horde. Mikito leads the charge, still on her horse, dark hair escaped from the edges of her old-school layered armor. She hits the line with Hitoshi, a glowing arrow of energy that tosses aside monsters like a plow through fresh-fallen snow. Then the first of the comets land. More explosions, more fire and heat and dust thrown in the air, even as we struggle onward. 𝗼𝒂𝒂𝒂 blasted away, galactic hunters and soldiers exploding out of the crash pods to lay into the monsters. A dozen land near us, clearing the landing spot with simultaneous self-destructs of their crash pods. The team of galactic marines surge outward, opening fire. Chained skills unleashed in one simultaneous attack. A hand blink steps in the way, taking the blast and getting thrown backward into the hordes where he's swallowed by the hunger. The team of marines recovers, aim turning to track us as Ez and 𝗏𝒔𝒻𝒃 deploy us away. They're too slow as the 𝗼𝒂𝒂𝒃 fall upon them. Defenses meant to hold against rampaging heroics are deployed, but the hunger flow above, underneath, around them. In seconds, the team is buried under bodies, a bubble of safety covering them even as the monsters attempt to crack their hardened shell. Behind us, 𝗏𝒔𝒻𝒃 is sending orders, pulling together our tattered line. 𝗧𝒏𝒃𝒎, running behind us, claps his hands together. A cyclone, already disrupted more than a dozen times, becomes a whirlwind. An elemental steps out, a creature of storm and rain and lightning, its lower body spinning like a never-ending whirlwind, a full city block across that captures and tosses monster and sapient alike through it. Massive 𝗼𝒂𝒂𝒃 appear, bounding from the center to tackle the elemental. They pass through the creature, their bodies shocked, but the elemental shudders, its physical form damaged. The colossal 𝗼𝒂𝒂𝒃 keep attempting to tear apart the cloud elemental, even as gargantuan dragons angle to join the fight. Concentration focused for a second on the elemental, 𝗧𝒏𝒃𝒎 never sees the scythe-like arm that takes him in the lower leg. It tears out a hamstring, crippling him. Not enough to kill, but he falters for a second. His attacker is blasted aside by a punch, lightning and wind taking away the 𝗼𝒂𝒂𝒃 and bowling over others. Another mistake. Something that looks like the insect version of a rhinoceros with the same single horn hits 𝗧𝒏𝒃𝒎 in the side, his body ragdoll tossed into the mob surrounding us. His body disappears, though flashes of lightning and wind mark his existence. Something slams into my connection to the system, a quartet of junior system administrators wielding their code and will like an axe. I bend over, as much as the Spitz rocket will allow me in its closed confines, and cough up blood, damage taken. A surge of will has me hitting their axe of code in its softest point, shattering the shaft. I feel pain, theirs and my own, through the connection. Outside, Harry is screaming at me, "Judgment!" I'm levitated, and for a second, I come back into the world, long enough to trigger judgment of all, to see the sea of monsters. Then Ez spins me to the side, and I do it again, and again, and again. 4 times, 4 directions. Enemies all around, even as the first tick goes off and the system screams, as mana churns and floods down the lines through all those affected, as it tries to patch together the holes in the walls of the world, as heroics and master classes and advanced classers all battle for their lives. And finally, someone notices. Critical alert! System administrator privileges abuse detected. Critical alert! System mana overdraw in Sector 001. Critical system alert! All system administrator privileges revoked in Sector 001. Penalties applied on system administrators. Assessing penalties for Middle System Administrator John Lee. 3 critical, 18 urgent,
34 warnings, 87 notifications, and 178 informational incidents confirmed. 2,719 resolved tickets, 84 critical incidents resolved, 18 urgent tickets. Penalties evaluated by route administrator. Penalty reviewed. No penalties applied. Attaboy, Redeemer! Just as suddenly, all the attacks from administrators disappear. Junior, middle, and senior administrators the world over are hammered by the system. Only a few, which I know via the system, have been spared like me, their system privileges still intact. The others have had their access revoked, ripped away for attempting to do the exact opposite of what they are meant to do. As peaceful as it grows on the system-enabled landscape, the physical fight is still as hectic. The circle of defense created by Mozgan shrinks a little. Our forward momentum stalled. Ali crashes back down into the center, smoke rising from his body, the spirit looking the worse for wear. "You good?" I send to my friend, yanking back control of the Spitz rocket from Ez as I conjure swords and slip into the front line. My sword dance, with the aid of a few well-placed blade strikes, opens a hole that offers a brief rest, even as I gauge the world around us.
Bad, bad, bad! Oh, the 𝗚𝒵 are insane! They're tearing apart the dimensional walls, and the dragons are being forced to divert resources to keeping them intact.
Ali shudders, his body solidifying as he attempts to patch himself together.
I can't stay ethereal anymore. There are things walking the edges.
Can they hold? I ask. If the walls fail, the things walking the edges come through. We'll get another breakthrough that will take ages, plus a lot of lives and even more resources from the system to patch together. Administrators will die, and the planet will be lost. The hunger ride a dangerous edge, either betting that the dragons can keep things patched together or just believing they can survive what comes. Either case, it's not good for us.
If they're willing to pay the price, Ali says. They're not the only ones, though. The dragons might be the fastest to arrive, but the rest of those here are incoming. There's a war waging high above us as the Galactic Fleet realizes what they're being asked to do.
Mutiny?
Refusal to follow illegal orders,
Ali corrects. The conversation is over within seconds, even as I blast monsters backward. My swords are strong, grown with my levels, but the base damage is only so much. Creatures at our level take a long time to kill, even if you lop off limbs. For the most part, I don't have much time to do the killing, rather booting the monsters backward into the pile and giving myself space while switching to the next. For the first time, I'm feeling the lack of damage over time effects, like bleeds and poisons and the like. Monsters that I boot aside retreat, smart enough to wait and heal and let another of their kind take the front of the swarm. Even when I try to kill them, the monsters fall back into the press, other 𝗚𝒵 taking their place in line, never letting me get in a proper kill. 𝗏𝒏𝒐𝒍, not far from me, is doing much better. Hitoshi leaves bleeding wounds on each creature as it strikes, the weapon tearing off limbs and bisecting monsters with each strike. The lady is on her feet, staying low to the ground rather than on her horse, since otherwise the few ranged attacks would be able to find her. Of course, that means creatures try to leap, fly, and hop over her, which is where the rest of the defensive line get into play. Everything from thrown rocks, conjured from mid-air and fastballed from a pitching arm that would have been the envy of any Major League team, to explosive shotgun shells that reveal tiny cutting pellets that tear holes through the 𝗚𝒵, even as they expand and carry the damned creatures backward. "Beacon!" I snap at Ali, who proceeds to dump more mana into a beacon of the angels onto the land before me. He targets it once, twice, and again, tearing into the ground and the spray of land, buying me time. Time to retreat and let someone else take my role, to fall back to Mozgan. I lean down to the battlefield tactician. "What do you want, Redeemer?" she snarls. "A few minutes. Final judgment," I say brusquely. "No. If you trigger that skill, we'll be forced to stay still.
It might be an army killer, but the goal is to move you ahead. She shakes her head at the same time, short pale yellow hair dripping water down her neck, brushing the edges of her armored neckline. We'll break out ourselves. I'm designating those to stay behind already.
You're wrong, I snap. Administrator, remember? I can adjust my skill. Allow me to move. Tear a hole open. I turn my head sideways, searching. The only reason I can pick him out in all this is because of Ez, locating the little fella even as he's shrouded by the reporter. Ez will carry me. I can adjust the skill as we move. Mosgun hesitates, taking in the new information. She obviously doesn't believe me entirely, is worried about the potential ramifications if I'm wrong. In the distance, something huge appears for a second. The shadow of a 9-headed hydra that breathes fire. It lays waste to the ground and the 𝗚𝒵 around it, a heroic skill that washes across the landscape. Dust and wind kicks up, clouds blasted away before another skill pulls them back. There are things in the clouds, though, formed of wind and rain, worms of the environment that dart down and tear the flying 𝗚𝒵 out of the air or pluck one of the falling ships from its plummet and shear it apart. Chaos on a battlefield hundreds of miles across. Mana and monsters, dragons and galactic marines, all doing battle. Mosgun discards her doubts with a visible toss of her head and sends orders through the net. She only stops for a second when she notices me still standing still.
Well, get on it,
the woman snarls. Flashing a restrained grin, I turn aside. Harry steps away from Ez, releasing his hold on the little golem. The man is smart enough to know that the last place he wants to be is next to me, not in the middle of a fight. And Harry's skills, powerful as they might have grown, aren't enough to stop us from being targeted. No more time to consider the reporter as I begin the process of channeling mana. I send it all into the final judgment skill, opening the floodgates of my system edit skill to pull down mana and code at the same time, feeling it burn my cells and tear apart my neurons, even as I twist the code of my skill to work for me. Glowing lights form around me, coming off me. All around the battlefield, the beginning phases of the beacon of the angels form, runic summoning rings that stabilize atmospheric mana and pull it toward themselves, borrowing unaspected mana to unleash hell on those below. Swords, thousands of them, conjure themselves around me, floating in the air. They're not all duplicates of mine anymore, but are a variety from tiny arm-length weapons to full-sized claymores sized for someone like Bolo. Judgment of all activates, but this time it does so not just from my actual line of sight, but from a distance a good couple of stories from my physical body. It's a weird twist of the world, my vision doubling, then doubling again and again, giving me a 360-degree scope of sight around me. My stomach lurches for a second as my brain attempts to handle the new focus. Power floods through me in ever-increasing amounts as the system wills the skills to activate. Hundreds of floating swords become 1,000, each of them glowing with suppressed power that accumulates. My mind's eye flickers over the monsters before me, behind, that bound, fly, and burrow through the earth, charging us in a renewed frenzy as they understand the danger. I mark them all for my skill, a slice of code flooding past me as it tallies and tracks each that I see. Not hundreds, not thousands, but tens of thousands. I see code pulling mana and borrowed power from the Eritrean Empire as a whole, a tally of mana churn and renewal as the system conducts an audit on loss and gain. No tickets, not yet. But I discard the information with a flicker of will. Too much code, too much power, too much danger to focus on that right now. 𝗚𝒵 Vanguard rush the line, hammering into our team. They break through in the east, crushing the resistance formed by the tactician's people. A juggernaut holding the line is swarmed, arms rising and falling, dripping blood as they tear him apart.
His scream is muted even as 𝗏𝒔𝒻𝒲 pulls rapiers from her inventory and wades in. Shorter than normal, stiffer blades, she dances through the group, thrusting, cutting, lopping off limbs as the monomolecular blades tear into chitinous bodies. Skilled as she is, she's only one person, and there are no more reserves. They flow around her, avoiding a gap in space that is Harry, who can only stand by untouched, a spectator to our deaths. Ez transforms, a part of it gripping my legs, sheathing me in its body as new spider-like limbs flow outward to cut and rip. Buzzsaws of liquid metal, tiny spikes that pin and blind. Ez no longer looks human. We no longer look human. A twisted melding of forms that try to defend me. Ollie spins around the pair of us in the smallest form possible, wielding lightning and solid panes of force to bounce off monsters that get too close. Projectiles, acid, energy blasts rain down upon me from all around, the defense from up high gone as the 𝗏𝒔𝒻𝒄 crashed down. My penetration shielding, buffered by the damage I've done before, holds. The last of my hands falls, mana exhausted. They blink out, wretched looks of pain and loss on their faces. More of her people die, 𝗏𝒔𝒻's defensive line crumpling as they are assaulted from behind. Mikito holds out, Hitoshi swirling in a circle that tears apart any monsters that dare near her. They throw bodies to keep her occupied, hemming her in while sending the strong after the rest of us. A flicker, then there's a second and a third of her. The samurai does not break stride as she conjures and arms her hands, the pair wading into the monsters around her with gusto. A part of me realizes she's leveled, as have I, through this murderous rampage, enough to gain and utilize another skill point. They buy time, a little bit of it. A part of me wonders if it was the best choice. The volume of mana she must have expended. The hands are as skilled as she is. Their weapons, the highest grade she could purchase. They leave behind trails of bodies as the trio works to stem the tide in a glorious display of skill, pole arms, dipping, cutting, swirling. But still, people die. Ez's weapons, its body, are shattered again and again. The 𝗏𝒔𝒻𝒄 die by the handful, 𝗏𝒔𝒻 falling back with her people to form a tight ring around me. Her body riddled with cuts and blood. One arm lies limp, unresponsive. Her initial rapiers are gone, a single-handed, shorter sword in her hand now. She wields it with just as much skill, lopping off limbs, piling up bodies around her. The 𝗏𝒏𝒻 have to pull their brethren aside. The first of Mikito's newly formed hands falls, its face pierced through by an insectile tail. Somehow, the hand still manages to throw herself into a spiraling jump over the monster's head, carrying chaos mines with her that explode and unleash horror. The dimensional walls, so thin here, tear open. Fleshy hands, hundreds of them in all shapes and sizes, reach outward, grabbing and pulling 𝗏𝒏𝒻𝒄 into the gap. Other hands, too impatient, tear apart those in the grip, mouths in the palms, in the fingers, in the arms, opening to eat the monsters alive. One of our people, a Grimsar, wielding a chainsaw shotgun, is grabbed by his helmet and yanked off the ground. He never makes it into the gap before he expires, crazed 𝗏𝒏𝒻𝒄 in hands, snuffing out his life. Somehow, I catch sight of his face in the twisted, all-encompassing vision my skill gives me. There's relief at his quick death. Relief. Not anger, not pain, just relief. The emotion strikes me harder than I expect it to, and for a second, I falter in the usage of my skill. Pain brings me back to my senses, the system mana running roughshod through me and forcing a harsh discipline. Our line crumbles as another hand goes down. Mikito is knocked from her feet as the ground itself erupts, contained energy releasing as the world goes insane. 𝗏𝒔𝒻 screams as she's pinned through the center of her body, while Ez cracks, dropping me to the ground as it burns from beneath. And finally, the skill is done. Chapter 30. The 1,000 hells unleash their fury on 𝗧𝒏𝒏𝒄, the valley of certain death, living up to its name. Scores of runic enchantments hanging high above our heads trigger. Monsters, galactics, and even a few dragons and their riders are caught in the attack. Energy slams into the ground and spreads, released by the twisted earth into attacks that rend the very air. Judgment of All activates, and the first tick hits, and my penetration shielding, invisible before, glows. So many monsters, so much damage. Even the evolved skill is overburdened. 𝗏𝒔𝒻𝒃 falls back, barking orders at 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏. The Spitz rocket's jets trigger, and I fly forward, my body used like a battering ram that barely misses 𝗏𝒔𝒕𝒄, the real one, the only surviving one, as it flashes past, throwing aside monsters like so much snow. Army of one, the 1,000 blades hanging in the air, is used, a swing of my hand triggering the cut. Blade strikes, empowered over the course of the activation, cut apart monsters and the few galactics who have managed to struggle toward us with ease, leaving a forest of discarded limbs and mewling bodies. Another second, another tick. The group reforms, 𝗏𝒏𝒄 in the back, the last stragglers of the battlefield tacticians team ahead of 𝗏𝒔𝒻𝒃, following me close behind. A part of me looks and spots 𝗏𝒏𝒄 and 𝗨𝒏𝒄 in battle, high over the center of the valley where the queen resides, set upon by a half-dozen flying royal guard, bleeding from rents across their body. 2 larger dragons, one with its own rider, are in the air with them, doing battle with colossal 𝗏𝒐𝒻𝒄 of their own. I glimpse their status. 𝗏𝒏𝒄 Consort, level 219. 𝗏𝒏𝒄 Consort, level 207. Then I place a tick on them both and the ones fighting my friends. I conjure the beacon of angels above where the queen sleeps to provide a distraction, to tear apart her defenses, knowing it won't be enough, not with how deep she has dug. But perhaps I can strip some layers of her protection. No time. Not for her. Not for them. Ahead, more monsters. A team of galactics, a group of heroic marines. A battlefield tactician on their side, armed with a team of galactic planetary drop marines. Each of the team has their own specialization, their own twist on the main class. Shielder, Vanguard, Assaulter, Medic. It doesn't matter. They've all been tagged, damage already being taken by Judgment of All. They fire on me, and the combined attacks of a team of heroics boosted by a heroic leader hits like one of my own skills. Nothing lives. Nothing can live in its passing. Even the blowback kills the 𝗏𝒏𝒄 in the way. Too late. Penetration shielding, powered by so many deaths, so much damage, absorbs it all. Hunkered behind me, 𝗨𝒏𝒄 strains his own gift to the utmost, pushing the energy that floods out from around me to the sides, creating a small gap where the attack, split by my very body, does no damage. The team hunkers behind it, shielding themselves using their own skills to survive the onslaught. Struggling under the attack, I swing my sword. Attacks unleash from above, from the sides, all targeted upon the heroics. They take the first barrage, the shielder working overtime to protect the team. All the time, the Spitz rocket, pushed ahead by 𝒂𝒐, continues to break their attack on my shielding. Then another swing. This time, their defenses fall. Even as my energy attacks fall upon them, a last-minute safeguard sees them teleporting away. A dangerous gambit, one that leaves portions of the assaulter behind as the shattered, broken dimensional membrane sunders those who dare travel through it. I log his death, the survival of the rest of the administrator's team. Then another tick of Judgment of All, and the battlefield tactician, already seriously injured by their transfer through warped space, dies. The skill doesn't care where they are, the DOT effect hammering. I weep for them silently, knowing they're nothing more than pawns in an elaborate battle. Too late to mourn, though. Too late to stop. We barrel through other impediments in the same manner. There's nothing to stop us, nothing that can last against my skill. I tag those well ahead of us, soften them up with Beacon of the Angels and Judgment of All before we reach them, and finish the job with Army of One. Our enemies behind are forced to contend with damage from the first two skills, to wade through corpses and bodies piled high. Nothing can stop us until he appears. The Emperor is standing before us, flesh and blood and all too real. One hand is holding an axe, the other a sword, his body clad in dark gold power armor. He waves the axe at me and the very air rends apart, a spatial cut that rips into my penetration shielding, doing serious damage before it is healed over. He frowns, seeing me alive, then has to discard the axe for a shield, the weapon disappearing into his inventory as the molecular shield appears in hand, forming a growing ring of nanites that takes the blast from Army of One. I tag him with Judgment of All with barely a thought, but feel him shrug off the majority of damage. Stupid Emperor-class resistances. Beacon of the Angels coming down does little damage to him either, and neither does Grand Cross, but at least they get past the shield while he tanks Army of One with his defense. Even then, his passive resistances and the armor he wears means he's lost less than 1/10 of his health. Son of a bitch is tough. Next thing I know, we're nearly on him, and he's stabbing outward with his sword. For the first time, instinct has me moving to block the attack, my own sword shattering the moment it comes into contact with his. Even so, I manage to move the tip of his far enough away that it doesn't go through my heart, but cuts through my shoulder and an artery. For once, a weapon that has incredible penetration ability and is super sharp works in my favor. It cuts right through me with such ease that it pops right out of my back, letting me bulldoze the Emperor and quite literally run him over. Physics, and a bunch of cheating with elemental affinity, has him trampled under me. Ez keeps moving, shoving me forward, but the Emperor cuts the little golem half apart, leaving it twitching and flowing together. I trigger the Spitz rocket to turn around, conjured swords blocking and cutting into him, even as the team flows around and away from him. Some take pot shots. The smarter ones don't even bother to try. Makito's in the back, though a momentary glimpse has her turn around, ready to ride to my rescue. Then Mozgan is there, managing to get that small sword into the back of his neck because he's ignoring her as he's ignoring everyone but me. The swing by my sword, which will trigger Army of One, is the only thing he has to fear, or so he thinks. Bad idea, since she triggers her own heroic skill. For a second, she borrows all the damage potential from her team, a team that includes Makito, Bolo, Eyeless, and me, and punts it straight into the back of his neck. The resulting explosion destroys her small sword and throws him away from her, the damn Emperor's invisible legacy-level armor saving him from his mistake. He pinwheels through space and I cut, unleashing Army of One. For a second, I see the Emperor smirk as he raises his shield to block, which is why the Pikachu-surprised face he makes when the shield drops through his hand, leaving him exposed, is all the more delicious. "Ignore me, will you?" Ali crows in triumph, wielding his affinity to make the shield clatter to the ground. Army of One impacts the Emperor, throwing him backward, as I use an old trick. I remove all the friction from around him, blasting him backward with the attack and keeping track of where he is. Once he's mostly in the air and tumbling, I hit him with Grand Cross at an angle. I slip into the system edit so that it catches him upward, throwing him into the sky at ever-accelerating speeds. I watch as he soars past a pair of dragons, big ones, who snap their necks to watch him fly by. Maybe they'll even take him on. We can hope. Until he recovers, we've got a few seconds. Spinning around, I find Mozgan clutching the stump of her hand, an emergency bandage over it stemming the bleeding. The explosion from her sword obviously took it. "Go! What are you waiting for?" she shouts at me, staggering to her feet. "I will. Just... Ez!" I look around for Ez, trying to find it and its body, only to realize it's gone. I have him, John! Keep going! Harry shouts. I don't dare hesitate any longer. Damaged or not, the Emperor is a legendary, and what we did to him is nowhere near enough. We get moving once more, even as I try to keep track of the Emperor via Society's web and the system edit. For a legendary, he's a bit of a wimp, but that's kind of like saying the smallest elephant in the herd is tiny. They'll still run you over and squash you flat if you rile them up, and he's a lot more dangerous than a herd of pre-system elephants. Time to move. We keep moving, a part of me worrying about the little golem, hoping that whatever damage was done was insufficient to destroy it. I don't know how much damage there was, if it survived, if Harry is keeping the body hidden because the little guy's gone. I find myself angry at that, at the thought that Ez might be gone, destroyed by a whim of a galactic, cast aside without thought. Most of me is busy with the fight, though. The war rages around us, and it's a war for sure. Even using my own skill, blowing up the 𝗚𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒚 in all their glory is insufficient. Even with the volume of damage I'm doing with each tick, the monsters that keep dying are a drop in the ocean. There really is only so much you can do, even with a skill like Final Judgment. That's, of course, part of the reason this entire skill has a timer on it. Get high enough in the sky, do the damage across the entirety of an army at a time, hammer the skill such that you kill hundreds at a time. Movement is viable, especially if you're using a power armor like me, but only with significantly less flexibility. Flexibility is important if you're fighting a war. That's kind of the reason why the Eritrean army supports the Grand Paladin, or they're supposed to at least. Another explosion, another scream and rain of blood. Lightning comes down to shatter the ground, fire racing across the sky in a wave of heat and death. A smell so caustic and pervasive that it burns its way through the filters of the Spitz rocket, melts the edges of the metal and leaches color from the ground. Chaos everywhere. Monsters throwing themselves at us, dying by the beat of each tick. Gravity presses down on the world, an Ankh shape crossing hundreds of meters all across my eyesight. One after the other, the warping of the natural laws of physics pushing against my body at the edges, screams of the dying, and all the while that metallic, bitter taste of blood. The Emperor returns 113.7 meters away. He's hefting the spear he used the first time, arcing back as though to throw it. The spearhead is chipped, the cords binding the spearhead frayed, the shaft riddled with tiny cracks. Time slows for me, my mind reaching sideways to the system as I see the glow of the spear tip growing even as the Emperor finishes his arc backward. Instinct drives me to look at the details of the weapon. 𝗵𝒔𝒂𝒍𝒆 Planet Breaker Spear. Base damage, 2,198. Durability, 17 of 2,311. Special abilities, Soul Drinker, Level 2. Armor Piercing, Level 1. Flame Element, Level 6. Spatial Distortion, Level 2. Unerring Aim, Level 7. Scourer of the Earth, Level 11. More than just the status information comes flooding toward me. The additional details about its storied history emerging from my library. The weapon, like most Soul Drinkers, legacy weapons by any other name, actually regenerates itself, mostly based off the damage it does to others. However, the Planet Breaker is a flawed legacy weapon because of the final special ability it gained. While the spear does incredible amounts of damage, it also releases a blast, the Scourer of the Earth, that actually damages the weapon itself. There's no defense on itself, so the explosion and the resulting damage to the surroundings is all returned to the spear. It's even worse this time around, because I successfully defended against the attack with Sanctum, as the spear took damage meeting the unmovable object of my skill before releasing its skill into the ground. It drank no experience from me, or the death of any around, so it didn't manage to heal itself. Already extremely worn, even before the Emperor used it against us, The legacy weapon has only got, at best, one good cast left in it, which is probably why he didn't use it before. But now, he's pissed. Fractions of a second to gather all that information. Then the Emperor finishes pulling back and leans forward, hurling it at us. It builds speed in a flicker, moving so fast it might as well be a blur of light, intent on breaking through my penetration shield. A blink, and it'll be here, and I can only react on instinct. Not enough time to break the code on the weapon. Nothing I can do to change that. Instead, I rip apart the code on the penetration shield, expand it outward of me. I wrap everyone inside the shield, reaching backward by 100 or so feet, and making sure to include Mikito in some of those she fights. Then there's no more time. The weapon hits, slamming into penetration shielding. Data and damage numbers flash past me. Information about the Emperor's skills that he's using, the trio of active skills that he wields for that single strike, and another dozen or so passive skills. The 3 active skills are simple: King's Strike, Empire's Regard, and Stored Rage. The first is the penultimate of the Emperor's heroic skill tree, which is a little surprising, but not entirely so. Often, penultimates can be more useful and focused than the first skill of the next level, especially with something like the legendary skills where you only have 3 branches. And considering the Emperor, it's quite likely he chose a passive booster to his attributes and health rather than an attack. In that sense, the Emperor's Regard is an annoying booster attack too. It's not an actual legendary skill in and of itself. It's altered from his legendary skill, so that a kingly, i.e. heroic, or perhaps even a princely skill becomes an Emperor-level skill. A single legendary skill that upgrades all those below it by a certain amount is rather broken, but thankfully, none of those upgraded skills are at full strength, as though they were the genuine article. Empire's Regard pulls reputation, fate, karma, and the like, and puts it into the attack. And unlike most other active skills, it does layer on to the others without a problem. Lastly, the Stored Rage attack isn't an Emperor branch skill, but one purchased from the shop. It's a heroic skill, and by itself does little. All it does is allow you to tag an attack and store a bunch of damage, stealing that damage from previous attacks you've launched. There's obviously an upper limit to the stored damage that is based off the skill level, but the son of a bitch is pretty rich and has managed to purchase quite a high level. On top of all that, of course, he's got his passives. These include Armament of the King, Emperor's Favored Weapon, Weight of the Empire, Empire's Disapproval, and even more lower-level skills. The entire layering effect is just nasty. Even if large portions of the skills overlap, and because he's managed to store a bunch of damage from before, the attack hits like the strike of an angry thunder god. All of it powered through a legendary spear that can handle, at least briefly, the attack. Thankfully, this is nowhere near as much damage as his first attack, which he obviously had been getting ready for a while, but still, bloody significant. How significant, you might ask? Well, he takes out enough of my penetration shielding that it actually almost shatters, and considering I'm wielding my skills against an entire army and the environment itself, well, you get the point. A lot of damage. Of course, all that pent-up energy also gets released in a second pulse, one that ripples outward into the surroundings. 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 that have already been seriously hurt by my judgment of all and my other skills die. The explosion is like a mini-nuclear bomb, but a lot more dangerous, being system-enabled. Bodies are flash-fried. The earth bakes and becomes glass around us, while the air above clears. A dust cloud is kicked up moments later, so thick I can't even see an inch ahead of my shield. Even the reactive earth can't do anything, not when so much of it is blown apart by the explosion. That being said, I don't need to see the bastard to hit him. The idiot of an emperor is close enough, even after blipping himself backward to give himself some space from the reactive strike, that he's struggling to deal with the secondary effect. While he's still struggling from the after effects of his own attack, I swing my hand. Army of One arcs outward, cutting through the dust as 1,000 swords unleash their charged blade strikes at the Emperor. Instinct. Centuries of battle-honed instinct has him dodging aside, but I'm relaxing the code on my penetration shield, allowing us to move forward. I hear more than one cough and curse as the dust-clogged air enters the clean redoubt, but I ignore them, triggering the Spitz rocket to push me onward. Again, I swing my arm when Army of One recharges, even as I slam a basketball-sized Grand Cross down on the Emperor. He must be wondering how I'm seeing him, what with normal sight out of play for the moment, and even the manosphere all messed up. Sadly for him, he's fighting a system administrator, and he's still connected to the system. I track him through the dust, tear away his weapons with elemental affinity, and keep him on the back foot. Judgment of All hammers into his defenses, stripping away tens of points every second, burning him up from the inside. As Final Judgment still recharges, I send out blade strikes and even Beacon of the Angels, harrying him. Yet for all that, he's still alive, still regenerating his resources. There's a snarl on his face when the dust cloud finally settles down. A sudden overpressure by one of the dragon's spells rips away all the cover to form a dust elemental that pounds on a newly formed mass of purple and green that's pulled itself from a dimensional rent in the ground, and I see the Emperor holding another weapon. They're a pair of knives, basically, knives that are strapped to his forearms. A part of me recognizes them for the legacy weapons they are, ones that my elemental affinities slip off when I try to pull them away. The bugger is all pay to win. Dust clear, he comes for me. He jumps forward, dust exploding out behind him as glass shatters beneath his feet, weapons punching toward me. I divert where I'm going, even as the 𝗚𝒉𝒂𝒍𝒂𝒍 flood into the now clear space. My team opens fire on the 𝗚𝒉𝒂𝒍 and the Emperor, but he ignores them all. Mine! I snarl, even as our blades clash. His aura reaches outward, literally bending the attack and my swords away from him. He crushes me, forcing me to my knees as he tries to overpower my strength. He's actually winning, to my surprise, his sheer quantity of strength leveraged to the utmost in ways that I can't match. His hand flashes forward, slipping through the penetration shielding to bury a dagger into the Spitz rocket. I'm lucky. He misses my body by millimeters, misjudging my location due to the bulkiness of the armor itself. In that moment, when both hands are occupied, Ali makes his appearance. The spirit sweeps down, a ball of energy in his hands, and shoves it directly into the Emperor's face. Lightning arcs, jumping between both eyes. The Emperor is blinded, and it's the easiest thing in the world for me to reach out with elemental affinity and the system. The simplest thing to dislodge the bindings between eyeballs and sockets, such that when Ali, on my mental command, yanks backward with his hands, they come flying out. The Emperor's scream rips through the surroundings, one of pain and anguish that I've never heard before. Hands fly backward away from me to swipe at Ali, slicing off a whole leg as the spirit dodges backward. The eyeballs, crisped and dried, so much ash now, fall away. Lightning continues to dance across his hands. "I will kill you," the Emperor rants, describing the multiple ways he's going to rend us, kill all we love, grind our very bones to dust. It's all kind of boring, what with having experienced it all. More importantly, I'm busy. Blind now, he fights using instinct and savagery, but the Emperor isn't a fighter. He hasn't trained to do battle without his sight. When I smash down a Grand Cross on him, he doesn't dodge it. When I divert my sword a little around his block to cut into his hand, he doesn't see it. When I do it again and again, such that the hand looks like a hacked piece of meat, he isn't able to stop me. When his eyes regrow, the healing forced to do so by the Emperor, Ali pulls light from around his face, leaving him blind. The energy drawn away is twisted, slammed back as guided and compressed lasers. We put him on his back foot, and when he tries to run, he stutters a bare 2 feet away before we take one off at the ankle. His armor and body are a wreck as the dimensional breaches make him so much mincemeat. It takes me a second to swing my blade and the recharged army of one skill. He flashes backward, tumbling end over end as he's hit. Blood flash-frying, his arm finally lost, half his face burnt away, leaving bare skull behind. The Emperor, once handsome and regal, stares at us, burnt and bloody, armor wrecked, skull revealed, wiring sticking out from corners of skin and muscle. Somehow, he's still standing, still alive. Not for long, though. I direct the Spitz rocket toward him, intent on finishing it. I know we'll win. We'll beat him at last. My first legendary kill. Too fast. Too quick. Something swoops down, plucking the Emperor away in its claws. The dragon is tiny by the standards of the king of serpents. It's only the size of a bus, but it's fast. A flash of blackness with its blunted head and long, oil-dark skin. Gripping the Emperor in its claws, it wings upward, bearing my prey away. Chaos. That's the war. I stand there in shock, long enough for notifications to flash by. Kill notification. The Emperor. Party kill XP granted. Plus 1,291,111 XP granted. Partial bounty awarded. Reputation change. Plus 81,981 with the Eritrean Empire. Plus 198 with the survivors of the Pure Lands. Plus 9,899,911 with the Empire of the Fallen. Minus 41,199 with Trinar clan of the Al-Surs. Minus 2,841 with the Kremas cartel. God's damned kill stealer, I snarl. There's more. More information, more reputation changes, maybe even a title. I dismiss it all, pushing forward. No time to worry about it. No time to care. We're moving onward. Ever onward. Chapter 31. Nondescript, our destination. That's the best that I can offer for a description. Nondescript. Just another piece of land entirely similar to all the pieces of land beside it. A strange thing to find that one's final goal is so mundane. Final judgment cut off a minute ago. The 𝗚𝒵 ringing us have been killed or are dying from the attacks we laid out. The last 100 meters we've had to fight our way through until we stumbled upon an invisible threshold and suddenly the hunger were gone. Those we were in battle with, they stayed with us. They died to our blades and fists and energy blasts and skills and screaming and rage and loss. So much damn loss. There were only a handful of us, the rest dead, discarded, and left behind. Even conjuring more hands, pouring excess system mana into them, barely keeps the line functioning. Then an oasis of peace. A warping of the land, where on one side, a massive battle between titanic forces, in some case literally, and on this side, nothing at all. Normal, except, of course, that in its normality it is unusual. Blood from the 𝗚𝒵 stains the ground. My people stumble close to the empty air that I stand and regard, a hand extended. I'm tired. Not physically. The system has taken care of that for the most part, though there's a long, lingering ache from overuse of the system. I might have avoided the majority of the punishments, but not all. No, the exhaustion I feel has nothing to do with the physical. Mentally, I'm wrung dry like a kitchen towel laid in a desert for a month. Not an iota of energy is left within me. The constant use of the skill, equations, and placement and targeting having drained me dry. The system might have done the heavy lifting, but I had to help, had to control, to wield the 1,000-pound sledgehammer of the skill over and over again until my arm fell off, and still I lifted it. Emotionally, so many dead that I can't even feel it. I can just stand there as Harry fades into being, cradling the shrunken, torn body of 𝗍. My little false boy, still functioning, still alive, but unable to help. Is he... Not sure what to ask, since it's not technically alive. In energy-saving mode, yeah. Healing, Harry says. He'll be fine, probably. I didn't put him in inventory because... well, stasis. Gotcha, I say. Thank you. Harry nods. Before we can continue that conversation, 𝗏𝒔𝒻 is there, turning me around and gesturing around us. Is this it? This? No, of course not, I say. Dimensional fuckery. She pauses. Then, as though my very words bring it about, there's a flicker before us. The door I could sense but not see appears. More dangerously, I notice something else. The 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 who were ignoring us have turned.
The defenses are failing,
𝗏𝒊𝒆 says to no one's surprise.
all that damage.
Dimensional thresholds are being invaded and breaking down, 𝗏𝒦𝒍𝒆 shakes her head. This is not good.
Yeah,
Something in 𝗏𝒊𝒆's voice makes me bark his name. He winces before answering the unasked question.
it's not just here.
How bad? 𝗏𝒦𝒍𝒆 asks.
Galactically?
Seeing the horror on all our faces, 𝗏𝒊𝒆 quickly adds.
It's not that bad. It's only where the walls are thin.
Oh, that's good, 𝗏𝒔𝒻 says, relaxing a little. Another person, a 𝗧𝒵𝒂𝒃 I've never seen before, who's hefting a giant soul-bound beam cannon, speaks up, eyes narrowed at 𝗏𝒊𝒆.
How many places is that?
Outside of the Forbidden Zone? Somewhere in the range of a few thousand only,
𝗏𝒊𝒆 says blithely. There's a sharp intake of breath from all of us. A few thousand places where the walls between dimensions are breaking down, releasing things into our world. Things that might be anathema to life in our galaxy, or just, weirdness. Then I shake my head, because for all the dawning horror, it's not our problem. Shocked silence before 𝗏𝒊𝒆 grimly nods.
Yup. Open the door, boyo. Because I'm guessing whether we can see it or not, it's not opening for anyone else.
I nod, but before I do that, I pull another hand from space. It hurts using the mana. Mana burn from flowing so much mana through me that my nerves are raw. But the hand appears and takes a stance next to me, joining his fellows. There's a moment when I reach out to the access point, touching the edges of the entrance, touching the ways to get in, and come to a realization, a rather horrifying one. They hacked it. Those idiotic fools. Problem, Harry says. There's wry, dry sarcasm in his words. Not more problems. Oh me, oh my, how will we ever cope? Hopefully well. They broke the door. Even as I speak, I'm busy reviewing the code, fixing errors they've created. Sloppy code, crude programs inserted to reroute security systems. They tore through, but before I commit my fixes, I speak up. They broke in, all of them. Let in even non-administrators. I glance at the team. We need to go in, but... But what? 𝗏𝒔𝒻 says tersely. We don't have time for hesitating. Those 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒆, they seem to know something is wrong. She's right, of course. The way they're prowling the outsides of our location, the way they're testing the edges of the invisible boundary, one of them stumbles through finding a gap that shouldn't be there. A twist in space. A break in the dimensional defense. Before it can call out and tell the others, 𝗏𝒦𝒍𝒆 uses Flash Step, appearing next to the monster and tearing out its throat. Doesn't kill it, but death isn't far away. Not with my little angel of death next to it. The door, even if I fix it, it's still a door. The 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒆 can't be allowed in. I shudder. If they get into the administrative center, bad things happen, Harry says, sounding a little puzzled. Probably, I shrug. I don't know what's behind the door, but having the 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒆 in a place like that is probably not good. Not good at all. Then someone has to stop them. Has to kill the ones slipping through, 𝗏𝒔𝒻 replies. Fair enough. Go. That's it, I say, blinking. 𝗏𝒔𝒻 was the obvious choice, the one I was going to ask to do it. Yet the fact that she's offering without hesitation catches me by surprise. I don't know why she'd offer to do it, and I admit, it makes me suspicious. I've got a way out. Can't do it while the world is fractured, or at least I'm not willing to risk it, 𝗏𝒧𝒂𝒍𝒆 says. So I'll use Plan D. Still requires me out here, though. She gestures around. Until our gateway arrives, we'll keep this place clear. But if you don't hurry, we'll have monsters walking into the administrative center. Maybe there's another way of stopping them. Maybe I just need to get inside and rework the code. However, the system's under a lot of strain, what with the sheer volume of high-level fighters involved. I'm not sure what, if anything, can be done. Then again, staying out here and wondering won't fix it either. So, what is. Time to move. Harry, you and 𝗵𝒕𝒍 first. I'm in last, I say. 𝗵𝒕𝒍 nods, hurrying back, refreshing her buffs one last time and getting some cast on her by the rest of 𝗏𝒧𝒂𝒍𝒻's team. The hands are already working the edges of the location. 𝗵𝒕𝒍 hasn't bothered to call one herself, not just because of mana cost, but because she needs the flexibility to make use of my other skills. No double loading on my skills. The few of 𝗏𝒧𝒂𝒍's people who have been resting get off their asses and get to killing the 𝗏𝒧𝒂𝒍, seconds before the samurai pushes through the new open, glowing door. Harry waits a few seconds, letting the woman clear whatever is going on inside before he ducks in, 𝒊𝒄 still held in hand, leaving me alone. I brace, waiting for it. Ali hovers over my shoulder, his eyes distant, as though he's reading notifications, and not, watching for changes in the manosphere, only for 𝗏𝒧𝒂𝒍 to raise a single eyebrow at me. Well, what are you waiting for? I cock my head, edging toward the open doorway. Eventually, I answer her. The inevitable betrayal? There's a pregnant pause. As pregnant as a 𝗏𝒵𝒃𝒂𝒍𝒄 with their dozen children. Then 𝗏𝒧𝒂𝒍 laughs. Hard. She's bent over, slapping her knees, chuckling and snorting, trying to regain control and failing. After 10 seconds, I give up and just walk into the portal, leaving the woman bent over, hysterically laughing behind me. The others fighting behind her are casting curious glances our way, but the 𝗏𝒧𝒂𝒍 are beginning to stream in. Over-leveled as they are, her team needs to focus on killing them rather than paying attention to what is going on between us. All the better for me. If she meant to betray me, then I've disarmed her with idiotic comment plus 10. And if not, well, we could all use a good laugh before we die. Nothing about this world has conformed to my expectations. A part of me expected to see dragons and sup with them, to pontificate about how bad the world under the Shadow Council and the system administrators has become. Instead, I was thrown into prison, blasted out of the dimensional walls, journeyed through the center of the damn planet, and rode on giant dinosaurs before coming back out, all to find myself in a war against the Hunger and the Shadow Council. So when I walk through the glowing portal doorway and let the code changes that are sitting in my mind slip into the system, fixing the door and putting it back to normal, I'm also not entirely surprised to see that instead of the regular mezzanine floor administrative center with its giant ticketing board, I'm confronted by a long hallway. A long, white hallway where my friends stand, Harry cradling an injured shoulder, 𝒊𝒄 half the size but on its feet and liquid metal splayed outward, drinking up bodies and their equipment as it rebuilds itself, and 𝗵𝒕𝒍 finishes off the last of the welcoming party. Everyone okay? I say, watching as the head she just decapitated lands and bounces a little. 2 twisted stubs of ears, moss green like the wide, pupilless eyes that stare at me, red blood dripping from the neck. I idly step over the nearby corpse, eyeing Harry's injury. We could have used your help a minute ago, Harry snaps, pulling his hand away for a second to stare at the discolored blood before grimacing and pushing it back. But we got it. How'd you get shot? I say. They pierce your skill? I'm sorry, I could not stop them, 𝒊𝒄 says, big eyes coming to rest on my face. I was in full repair mode. It's fine, kid. Not your job to protect a guy who's supposed to be invisible. I pat the golem on the head, still waiting for Harry to answer. Pre-programmed beam weapon attacks, Harry says, pointing toward wreckage I had missed earlier. No surprise on that, since 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 nanites are ripping the equipment to pieces as it uses it to replace component pieces in its body. Can't hide from it. Just dodge or block. And your shield failed? I say, putting together what must have happened. I barely even listen to Harry's answer as he confirms my suspicions. Traps. To kill and injure even someone like Harry probably triggered the moment 𝒔𝒕𝒆 entered. Which reminds me. The woman has finished looting the bodies, tearing off healing potions and grenades before she looks at me, the ghost armor she wears fading away. I'm sure there's a proper name for the skill, probably something Japanese, but I just call it ghost armor because that's what it looks like. When it fades, the accumulated blood and debris that was floating on it rains down, crashing to the floor and splattering both our feet. Icky.
You good, kiddo?
Ollie says, floating over after having checked on Harry and 𝑺𝒚. I can hurt you, you know, 𝒔𝒕𝒆 says, hefting Hitoshi.
She's good,
Ollie confirms to me, offering me a wide grin at getting even a mild rise from her.
Now, we just going to stand in here, or...
Do we have a map? I ask Ollie, pulling at the minimap that normally shows our location in my top right, the one that the spirit keeps updated with the aid of my skill. But in this case, it's just blank.
You're the administrator, boyo.
Ollie shakes his head.
I'm getting nothing from the system here. I don't think it likes me being here.
He visibly shudders.
I gotta say, I really don't like the feeling I'm getting.
Feeling? I frown. I'm not the best at feelings, but even prodding around inside mentally and emotionally, I don't feel any different than normal. A little more tired, a little angry, a little in pain and sad. About the usual. Like we're in the presence of a kami, one who is highly displeased with us, 𝒔𝒕𝒆 says, her voice dropping a little and growing even reverential. Can you not feel it?
I can,
Harry says, walking over. I cannot, 𝑺𝒚 supplies.
How can you not, John?
Harry says.
It's like a displeased god is staring at you every second you're in here. A pressure pushing on your soul.
What can I say? I don't feel anything, I reply. Maybe because I'm meant to be here?
Or boyo's truly soulless.
Am I soulless? 𝑺𝒚's voice is small, almost hurt. Ollie looks chagrined for a second and flies down, waving his hands around as he splutters an explanation to the little golem. In the meantime, I ignore the group, diving into the system, searching for the map. If Ollie can't find it, perhaps I can. It only takes a second before I find something. The gasps from my friends tell me they see it too. No quest, just a giant glowing arrow flashing light blue on the floor before us. Is that real? Harry asks tentatively. 𝒔𝒕𝒆 is much more direct, waving her weapon at where the arrow would be, I assume. She cuts nothing, as I could have told her, the arrow a figment of the system. I guess we go that way, I say rather unhelpfully. The samurai snorts, taking point and letting her ghost armor wrap around her once more. At least she doesn't get on her horse. Not that the 20-foot ceilings would let her get on it and wield her naginata properly. Down the corridor we go. After a few minutes of walking, we hit the first T section. Not a problem. The arrow changes direction, and we shift to follow it. After a few more minutes of relative peace, I drop back into the system, pulling at code, reviewing the ticketing board as a way to keep an eye on the battle outside. It's then I find myself surprised by a few facts. The first of is, there's no time compression here, I say with a bit of wonder in my voice.
Yeah, so what?
Harry says.
Every other center boyo entered has one,
Ollie says.
Up to 4 or 5 times, if I remember right?
Yeah, I shake my head. This is Sector 001. The compression here, it should be much, much higher. This makes no sense. I watch tickets flicker, pulling some out as a thought strikes me. The team leaves me to it, knowing better than to bother me while I'm working. Eventually the answer is found, though not before we follow the glowing arrows past a number of hallways we don't take, a series of crosses and turns, and even retreating backward once to repeat the very same footsteps we walked before.
Maze?
𝗵𝒔𝒕 mutters to Harry, who agrees with her.
I am charting our location,
𝗍 supplies somewhat hopefully. It's deliberate, I say, interrupting the group. Rudy,
Rudy?
𝗍 whispers,
Boyo's new name for the route administrator.
has downshifted the time compression. We're running on equal basis. I think it's because of the dimensional breaks, I add. And us.
Us?
Harry says. To get us in on time. I look around, then gesture at the maze we're in. This is a delaying tactic. It's all a delaying tactic. My voice grows urgent as I wave 𝗵𝒔𝒕 on. We need to move. As always, she doesn't need more than that. 𝗵𝒔𝒕 steps forward, flash-stepping to put space between us and her before she jogs, following the glowing arrow, even as the rest of us rush after her. Time. We're out of it. Chapter 32. We skid to a halt right before the opening of the room before us. It's a massive room, one that reminds me a little of a normal administrative center, but tripled in size. On our right, the mezzanine that overlooks the hanging ticketing board, giant notification screens with all the problems that are occurring in the system, along with maps and graphs of mana flows. In front of us, a clear, blank section for people to walk around, to converse, to work. Empty, except for a single figure. A familiar figure. I find myself moving forward, only for 𝗵𝒕's naginata to swing outward, blocking my way. I come to a halt, even while staring at the gold-edged, emerald plate armor-covered figure, his cloak flowing behind him like the hero he's meant to be. Pink skin on swarthy features, prominent cheekbones under piercing eyes. A hero for so many others, standing in our way. 𝗏𝒂𝒑, I snarl, then look at the polearm blocking my way. He's mine! 𝗏𝒂𝒑 𝗪𝘆, champion of the council, level 44, heroic.
You had your chance,
𝗵𝒕 says softly,
and you lost.
I didn't lose. We just stalemated, I protest.
Nah, boyo, you lost,
Ollie says, even as I shoot him a hurt look. Betrayed by my closest friends. 𝗏𝒂𝒑 isn't making a move, not even as we banter, which means his goal is to buy time. Not good. Unfair, I say, edging to the side, trying to get away from the polearm. 𝗵𝒕 shoots me a look, and I flash her a half smile, even as she retracts the weapon. Hogging him is unfair.
He's good at staying alive,
𝗵𝒕 says.
but I have a solution to that.
Hitoshi swings forward, pointing at 𝗏𝒂𝒑.
You go ahead. Let me deal with this. When I'm done, I'll catch up.
I work my jaw, eyeing 𝗏𝒂𝒑's dual swords. He's got new toys. Those shoes, the way his cloak has changed, the higher level. He's been leveled to face us, and strong as she is. 1 second I'm considering whether it'd be faster if I faced him with her. The next, the world changes. The entire complex shakes, an earthquake that rattles my teeth and throws off my balance. A shrieking and crunch, as though something big has gripped the entire complex between its teeth and given it a good shake, echoes through the room, and instinctively, I pull out the system interface and ticketing board. My mistake is capitalized upon. The council champion flashing forward and lashing out with one of his double-bladed swords. Like a dual-wielding Darth Maul, except rather than lightsabers, he's got monomolecular weapons meant to tear opponents apart. They make utterly no sense to use in any normal battle, except we're heroic classes with both the strength, agility, and skill to make sure they never get entangled, and they're bloody intimidating. The first blade sweeps at 𝗵𝒕, meant to cut her apart and separate her from my own defense. The second blade is a straight thrust, aimed at finishing me off. 𝗵𝒕 doesn't fall for the feint, not even bothering to defend me. Instead, She ducks back from the attack, letting it pass her by and making full use of the length of her weapon to have it come crashing down on 𝗏𝒂's arm. Hitoshi bites deep, drawing blood. As for 𝗏𝒂's attack, it hammers right into the penetration shielding that surrounds me and skips right off. He might have supercharged his attack with his skill, and I can see a noticeable single-digit percentage drop in the shield's integrity, but, well, it's his best attack from surprise, and it does almost nothing to me. Only problem is, the shield only lasts for so long, and as much of a charge as has been built up, between making my way here and the journey through the maze, there's just not a lot of time yet. While I could edit the duration, I'm a little leery of doing so. For one thing, keeping the edit running without having someone charge the shield again would just cost me health and focus. Speaking of focus, by the time I yank myself back out of the system to focus on 𝗏𝒂, the pair of champions have pulled away, polearm and blades flashing as they duel. They're both moving so fast I can't keep track of their weapons. The pair generating a tiny whirlwind within the confines of the room, glowing lines of power showcasing where their weapons were. There's another twist, another jerk, and then a roar that reverberates through the damn complex into the room we're in. It trails off as we recover our balance, eyeing the walls. "What was that?" Harry asks as he and 𝗍 hurry past, the little golem having deployed the extra bulk of his body to help shield the pair of them. Amusingly, disturbingly, the little golem is still carrying a half-consumed body, stealing resources from the corpse to help rebuild itself. Disturbing? Sure. Practical? Definitely. I guess that does make him my son. "Trouble," I reply, pushing them forward. The entire complex's defenses dropped for a second, and something hit us from wherever we were. The defenses are back, but it isn't good. I shake my head, casting one last look at the pair. Even in the flow of combat, I can tell that 𝗏𝒂 is trying to get to us, and Mikito is holding him back. The dance between the pair, it's not one I can get involved in. Not really. Only pride has me believing I'm really either of their equals, in terms of raw skill and training. I'm a lousy amateur, trained in the middle of war with a bunch of tricks and cheats that make me dangerous to anyone who doesn't know better. Those two, though, they're professionals, individuals who dedicated their lives to learning the martial world. In the weave and weft of battle, I would only slow her down. About the only thing I could do is hammer him with judgment of all, and I'm a little concerned about using my mana in that way, not after abusing the system and final judgment as I have. Trust. I have to trust that she'll win, that she can do what it takes, because what is ahead, that's my job, my quest, my goal, my enemies to finish. Turning aside, I dash through the door that 𝗏𝒂 was guarding and slam it shut, following Harry and 𝗍, leaving my friend to do battle alone against the most skilled opponent I've ever met. Only for me to run, not long after, into the most annoying one. "𝗧𝗵𝗲," I growl, staring at the woman. We're in another room, 2 past the bigger one. A side room, a conference room we wouldn't even bother stepping into since there's not a single other exit. Wouldn't bother stepping into if she wasn't in here. I almost slammed the door on her face, but leaving an enemy behind, especially one as dangerous as her, is a fool's errand. I can't see what she's looking at, but the fact that we caught her staring into the middle of space tells me she's doing something with the system. The mermaid is looking worse for wear. Her skin looks dry, the gills at her neck flapping upward constantly as it tries to suck down moisture that just isn't present in the air. There's crusted blood on her eyes, ears, and nose, some of it still thick and dripping. The clothing and table show that this isn't the first time she's been damaged. Her status, pulled up by the silent Ali, is more than enough explanation. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗍, Senior System Administrator, Level Unknown, HP 874 of 2890, MP 4728 of 3490, A flicker of my other senses tells me she's connected to the system, manipulating code even as I spot her. I surge upward, protecting the status for myself and Harry, for Ez. But to my surprise, she doesn't attack that way. Instead, there's something haunted in her eyes when she looks at me. The system. It's breaking. It's all breaking, she speaks, fear tinging her words. Those 𝗬𝒑𝒄, they built dimensional rippers, so many of them. There are literal mutates whose only job is to open the wounds further. Yeah, and you guys chose to work with them, I say. How could you not know this? It wasn't me who set up the agreement, she shakes her head. It was Director Erd. Cloaky face? Yes. Then realizing she's talking to the enemy, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shakes her head, edging her chair back. So, are you going to kill me? I should. Anger. So much of it just looking at her. Knowing all the things she's directed against me. All the ways she's hurt me. The thousands, millions, billions of people she and her people have relegated to death. How they could have saved us, humanity, if they weren't so in bed with the damn Shadow Council. But you're clearing tickets, aren't you? Easy enough to check. Easy enough to review. Someone has to be doing it. And a quick flick of the information, a filter review, and I could see it. She's doing her best to support the system. Take away some of the most destructive losses and overuse of mana. Sometimes going so far as to take the damage to debuff those who are breaking the world itself, even if it's not the way the system is meant to run. Someone has to. You all might not care, but the system, the council, we're here to protect everyone. I won't let it crumble over this! 𝗧𝗵𝗲 almost screams the last words at me. Fine. My words catch everyone from Ollie and Harry to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 by surprise. Fine? Boyo, she cut you apart, Ollie says. Aye, and I'll kill her for that, I say, after we finish this. You... Her eyes narrow now as Harry stirs behind me. He's not saying anything, though I know he is recording it all. Ez has crept up near my feet, its body shortened so it's not even at my hips. You still intend to finish your quest, don't you? Yes, I say, bracing myself. If she changes her mind, it'd be now. Fool! There's nothing out there. Nothing worth spending all these lives destroying us, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 says, her eyes haunted. You doomed millions, all for a quest I could have given you the answer to. Then why don't you do it now, I say, my lips twisting in wry humor. Even as we speak, I feel the quiet tick of time in the back of my mind, knowing that the world is fracturing. I think she feels it too, for she glances back at the center of the table, as though she's looking at the tickets accumulating. Too late. All too late, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 says tiredly. She waves me away, going so far as to turn away from me, and I realize that perhaps she might not be as much an enemy as I think. Or perhaps I'm just less of a threat than the destruction of the system, the world, and the galaxy all around us. Yeah, probably the last. I still hate her. But if the person you hate most in the galaxy is holding up a falling house as millions attempt to crawl out of it, do you kill them? Or do you walk away? I'm not a good man. But I turn away and walk off, leaving her to the room and her tickets. Closing the door, shutting her in, even as I watch tickets get taken down from the board. Watch as she goes back to trying to patch together a world fracturing apart. Not that I entirely trust her, so I drop a chaos mine right in front of the doorway, just in case. More hallways, more rooms, another long curving staircase that we had to run up searching for trouble. No one or nothing left. No bad guys, no guards, nothing at first. But just as we cross to the next floor, it happens. I tank the shots, throwing myself to the side and literally feel someone reach through the system and rip my penetration shielding from me. The world screams, my senses warning me of danger, but I let him. I had less than a minute left anyway, and this way, I can follow the system's feedback to the assholes involved. A lot of them, it seems. 3 junior and a couple of senior administrators all joined together, ready for me to block their attack, ready to wield the system against them. Except I choose not to. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's face flashes through my mind, a memory of her haggard expression, the pain she was going through as she tried to keep the world together. And here they are, tearing into the code, breaking bits and pieces of the system. Just as I had. Choice, regret, failure. Microseconds for thoughts to percolate through my mind, to tag them. Then, eyes wide open, seeing the men in front of me, I triggered judgment of all. I tagged the system administrators, smashed their attempts at trying to abort my skill the first few times from targeting them, fail on the other 3 figures. 6 figures, all of them laying down enough fire that they cover the entire open hallway. Harry and Ez have ducked beneath the stairs, squashing themselves down as far as they can go. I'm charging... When did I choose that? With my sword out, the full team of masterclassers facing me. Individuals who aren't meant to be here any more than my friends are. More breaks in the system. Swords conjured in space blip out. Grand Cross fails, because of course it does. So does Blade Strike, which is amusing, but they miss the blink step I trigger twice in succession. The first is broken. The second gets me behind the masterclassers. Sword bites into armor, ripping through metal as it's empowered by my body at full strength. The elite team of soldiers are turning, close quarters weapons appearing as guns disappear. All but one guy who seems to think gun fu is the way to go, even when I knock his arm away and watch the beam shoot at one of the system administrators. Only for the beam, the gun itself, to break. More system fuckery, tickets appearing in flashes, while another part of me wonders why, when they got access back. Are these just other individuals? People who had chosen not to take part in the earlier attack? Or is the root administrator losing control? Thoughts. So many of them, none of them particularly useful. Not while I'm busy cutting stupid assholes in half, or at least trying to, while lopping off limbs, kicking and breaking spindly legs, shoulder-checking oversized granite torsos and avoiding headbutts from angry 𝗏𝒻𝒄. Seriously, who headbutts a power-armored opponent in the middle of a fight? It's all chaos and pain and regret. A part of me triggering skills at a constant rate, forcing the administrators to make full use of their abilities while I toss chaos grenades into the midst, adding to the damage to the world and the dimensional barriers. Of course, after the 3rd one I drop, they start defending against my use. Some of them use plain skills, simple control item skills enough to deactivate the mini-dimensional holes, or the release of captured chaos energy. Others take a more direct administrative route, tearing apart the code and what makes the grenades work, removing interactions that should not be removed. A glimpse, that's what they offer me, of the way administrators fight. It's stupid, wasteful, and I'm rather surprised the ones here are not more combat-oriented. They all hang back, using system edit skills and the occasional buff for the team. Then again, perhaps they know it's enough. Because as good as I am, this is an elite masterclass team fighting me in tight quarters, their skills working at full bore. A power punch hits the torso of the Spitz rocket, folding me in half as shield and armor shatters under the attack. I'm thrown backward, only for my body to be pinned from behind by a pair of punch daggers, penetration and bleed effects going into play. In my mind's eye, I see the descriptions, sometimes more elaborate, sometimes as simple as the effects themselves. Lightning courses through my body, apply pain, crippling my movements even as I trigger thrusters and roast feet. Blink step should take me away, but of course it doesn't, because it never triggers. So I duck under the attack, my mind spinning in a 6 directions, always plotting the next step in the fight, reacting to the system edits when they fail, when they succeed, when I'm hit by attacks I never see, dodging the ones that I do. It's chaos, but chaos that I'm slowly, ever so slowly, losing. That is, until 𝗍𝒔 drops from the ceiling, having somehow crept its way to the top and avoided the fight in its entirety, to land in the midst of the system administrators. The little golem becomes a multi-limbed chainsaw, tearing into bodies and heads. For the first time, I see what having a fully silicon, well, not really, but close enough, brain and a total lack of empathy and morals can do. The damn kid doesn't just attack. It pinpoint attacks with those monomolecular rotating chainsaw limbs. Some go into eyes, others lop off horns, ears, noses, a slithering tongue, and fingers and limbs, and yes, things in between. Anything sensitive, culturally, physically, emotionally, is gone. A full library of cultural milieu at 𝗍𝒔's mental fingertips means it targets not just the obvious, but things like embedded jewelry, tattoos, and the like. The kid's ability to deal both physiological and mental damage is amazing, and more importantly, it distracts the entire group. For a few precious seconds, it's all chaos, and that's all I need. A few seconds to trigger my skills that the administrators keep aborting allows me to turn the tide. Judgment of all, to do damage to everyone at once. Grand Cross, carefully crafted, slams into half of the corridor, elongated a little, twisted to ensure it breaks walls, crushes limbs, then 1,000 blades to cut into bodies, to throw them into me, and to pull the weapons along when I blink step over to the administrators and sheathe my weapons in them, even as the soldiers react and come rushing over. Too late, too slow. Hip tosses into where Grand Cross plays out, mana from the system flooding me as I defend against their attempts to destroy my skills. End them before they should, blocking most of all judgment of all. Administrators fall. Soldiers rushing me and throwing out blinding light, webbing me close so I can't leave, shutting down dimensional movement even when I can't be bothered to do that anymore, not when I can just defend myself. The Spitz rocket burns, melts, and twists. Armor buckles as repeated blows tear out portions of the exterior. Tiny worming attacks from a hacker who deposits his nanites creep within, eating the power armor, eating my body. The gunslinger is down, his body crushed, foot cut off. Not that it stopped him from firing earlier, but that's harder to do when your weapons are destroyed, when you're ground under the forces of gravity. Then it's over. All but the screaming and sobbing as judgment of all ticks again and people take more damage and the pressure against me lets up. I get back up, depositing the broken and shattered Spitz rocket away. Then I get to the killing. Bleeding, broken, I twist my head to the side and feel the open wound at the back of my neck. Pain lances up my spine from where someone tried to decapitate me and only succeeded by 1.5 inches. I spit out blood, feeling something slosh around in my lungs. Painful, weird, and not at all recommended, and look back at the staircase. "Where the hell are you?" I send to Ali, even as I spot the flash of lightning, the play of energy across the surroundings arcing upward from below. "Did you think you're the only one who has trouble?" Ali snaps. "Using—" I don't have to ask what, since he triggers Grand Cross in another second. I feel the entire building lurch, the stabilizers that are meant to keep the building steady failing to compensate for the attack. Just another sign that something is wrong, especially since my previous use hadn't done that. More kill notifications, more death, and Harry stumbles upward, bleeding and missing a leg. 𝗍𝒔 is by his side as I hurry over, my mana having taken a damn hard hit after that last skill use. I could flood myself with system mana to top off, but I'm already feeling raw and beaten. Hell. John Lee, Redeemer of the Dead, Boyo, Moore, Eritrean Grand Paladin, level 36, HP 3,711 of 6,784, MP 8,481 of 8,200, conditions, Owie! "You okay?" I say to Harry, looking at the wound. It necrotizes as I stare at it, dark skin and weeping gray and putrid blood flowing up his body. What the hell?
Weeping wounds, 𝗀𝗍 says, floating down and poking at the wound. Harry howls and swats at the spirit, who ducks back, shaking his head. 22 minutes and 13 seconds duration. You'll need to stay still. Movement speeds up the effect. Shit. 𝗍, can you, I say. No, 𝗀𝗍 snaps. He has to stay completely still. The spirit reaches into my inventory, pulls out a plunger, and jabs Harry in the open wound. The man howls, swatting at 𝗀𝗍, only for 𝗍 to constrict the reporter from moving. He pants loudly even as the spirit discards the first plunger and extracts another, repeating the process. 4 of my potions, 2 healing, 1 antitoxin, 1 anti-poison, go into Harry before 𝗀𝗍 seems content. That'll help. We need another potion in him in 20 minutes. Any movement, he dies. As it stands, 𝗀𝗍 shakes his head. It'll be close. Why didn't they try to do the same to me, I say, flicking a glance at my conditions. Oh. Well, I have a half-dozen conditions, now that 𝗀𝗍's edit of my status is cleared. A half-dozen including the same one, but the total damage done to me is low. Grand Paladin, remember? 𝗀𝗍 says. You're a goddamn tank. Right, I say, somewhat embarrassed. Though that decrease in my max health worries me. While wandering around the edge of the stairs, now that Grand Cross is over, to check on the remains of those who had tried to flank us, I poke at my status screen as well. It doesn't take me long to realize that part of the drop in my total health is due to the system. Overuse of it. Overuse of Final Judgment, along with wielding my skill edit powers at the same time, has seen my body take irreparable damage. Or perhaps repairable given enough time. Time I don't have. Another shake of my head. At last, I realize all the pain I'm in, the way I'm limping and slightly hunched over, the sudden sharp intakes of breath when I move a little too fast or turn the wrong way. We gotta go, I say. Agreed, Harry pants. Go. I can't just leave you, I say, but my body is already turning away from the destruction below, the corpses, the broken shell of the staircase leading up. You can, you bloody wanker. Just go. I'll be fine. If you had us all failed because you got a conscience now, Harry grates out. 𝗍 looks at me, then Harry, metal face chipped and twisted after the battle, but slowly filling out as tiny tendrils dig into the corpses it's pulling closer, looking conflicted. For a second, the little golem stays silent. Not optimal, but necessary, 𝗍 nods slowly. I think I understand, Father. Go. I will watch Uncle Harry. Reinforcements coming, boyo. You gotta choose. Fight the rest of whoever they have scattered through here, wherever they're coming from, or finish this. Put that way. Put your skills on, Harry. Don't engage, 𝗍. Just watch over him. I exhale, looking back the way we came, then down at them one last time before shaking my head. I'll get this done, fast. And you guys, you just survive. I run forward, not daring to tap into my mana. I run, while behind me I hear Harry's painful chuckle, while 𝗍, my golem, my burden, my son, holds him still. To finish this, finally. Chapter 33. Not that easy, of course. I hit 2 more roadblocks, this time Sans administrators, or at least Sans administrators with access to the system. They barely even slow me down. Sure, they might be master classers, or in one case a heroic, but I've got full access to my skills, and 𝗀𝗍, and a lot of pent-up rage to release on them. Frankly, it takes me more time to slow down, peel the wrappings off artisan chocolate slabs and chew on those, savoring the mutated strawberry and dark chocolate taste. Well, okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but the chocolate really is good. A little more stable, a little less in pain, I stare at the floating arrow in the map that has finally updated itself. Only a single location is before us. A large room that reminds me of way too many Star Wars movies.
I make a silent vow to see if I can toss the robed administrator down the big circular center of the room that's coming up, though. I mean, it'd be highly appropriate. Dress like a horrible villain, die like a horrible villain. Though maybe I should be careful. He might just resurrect himself in a cartoon or two. Maybe I'll just stomp on his head. Stupid idle thoughts. There's no guarantee he'll be there. I'm just waiting for the last of my health to blip upward before I go through the doors. Idle thoughts, all to put aside the fact that 𝗵𝒕𝒍 hasn't caught up with me, that Harry might not actually survive the poison coursing through his body, or that my health hasn't ticked up past its new artificial limit. Idle thoughts to avoid thinking of the fact that I've felt 2 of my hands die, and calling them forth in here has failed, or wondering what the Emperor and Bolo and Eylis have been up to. Distractions, to avoid the fact that I'm here at last. Before a set of cabin doors that wouldn't look out of place in a science fiction movie hangar. Staring at the doors, I wonder if I need to punch my way through, only for them to slide open without a word. No hesitation on my part as I step through. Scanning for trouble, of course, Ali going sideways immediately, coiled energy held in his hands as he gets ready for a fight. Time.
Hidden quest completed. You're almost there. Took you long enough, Redeemer. Rewards. +3% system quest completion rate.
I wave away the quest, looking around me. Like the minimap said, the room is a large, circular one, a giant hole in the center. Mana sense is going off the charts, the sheer volume of mana flowing out that, even with the skill turned off, it's giving me a slight headache. I can't even imagine what it would feel like, look like, if I activated and concentrated on the skill. In either case, workplace safety has been by and given the designers an earful, since not only are there physical railings blocking off entrance into the giant hole, there's a force field in place. No tossing robed, cackling figures to their doom. Speaking of, you, I say, turning toward the man who stands there, arms crossed in his robes, staring at me. The hood of his robe is down, and I'm surprised to realize that the wrinkles I thought were a sign of old age are just folds of gray skin on an alien face. There are signs of age, though, spotting and dry skin splotches, but there's also a piercing liveliness in those eyes that lack any traces of senility.
The Redeemer of the Dead, here at last,
Director Erd says.
Is this what you were looking for?
He snorts, waving his hand around. Was kinda looking for someone, actually. Ollie is floating to the side, aiming to flank the man. I take my time, strolling across the bare steel floor as I let my gaze skip across the room, searching for signs of the root administrator, for signs of battle. Any indication, really, other than the single quest notification that he's still alive.
The root administrator.
Scorn. Erd's voice is so filled with scorn.
You know nothing, and still you think you know everything.
Why don't you fill me in, then? I say. Nothing. No sign of a fight. No sign of anyone having been in here. Was all this a fool's errand? For a second, despair wells up in me at the realization that I've sacrificed so much, so many, for this. An empty room with an enemy who laughs at me. Was this what 𝗧𝗲 was warning me about?
Foolish boy, always refusing to listen,
Director Erd says.
No system update, boyo. You're still behind her quest completion rate,
Ali says, the spirit reading my mind, even when I'm not saying a thing. Smart guy. I straighten a little, a dangerous, angry edge entering my voice. What did you do?
Nothing. He's refusing to come out,
Erd says, smirking.
Scared, but then he's always been a coward.
Hope flares, but also realization that I might have one more fight left. The sword appears in my hand without thought. Erd smirks, pulling hands out of his robes even as he opens his mouth. To taunt or cajole me, I'm not sure. I never find out. We both freeze as the mana within the room changes. Instead of a constant outpouring of energy that almost tears us away from one another and from the giant hole in the room, so much energy that if it was more solid, we'd be like leaves in the wind. The energy concentrates, twists in on itself. Suddenly, we're not alone. Sometimes it amuses me how people, carbon-based, oxygen-breathing life forms at least, are the same the galaxy over. 2 legs, 2 hands, a torso that is somewhat proportional, and even a head. Our new arrival is dressed in what I call adventurer chic, a jumpsuit of armored plates and straps, meant to keep weapons and potions close on hand when one doesn't want to clutter their inventory while offering simple protection against low-level attacks and chafing. Of course, there are some differences. Humanish face, but eyes a little too large, with pupils that seem to consume the whole eye, leaving just slivers untouched at the edges. Skin the color of the sky. Eyebrow ridges a little prominent, but thankfully with tufts of hair that demarcate eyebrows. Male, at least in my view, maybe because the features lean more toward masculine than feminine. The Neanderthal brows just not screaming lady. On the other hand, I have to admit, I am a bit of a Neanderthal myself, even after nearly a decade. Has it been that long in the galaxy? Even knowing some aliens don't really do sex, or do sex in the weirdest way, or have multiple genders, or switch around depending on their age, time of mating, season, or whim, I still mostly default to one of 2 sexes. Except, when it's pretty obvious they're an it, like Ez. And even then, I default to sex. All of which is to say, when the figure that appears before me seems like a male, it's probably more to do with the way I'm built than whatever sex he, they, she might be. After all, from what my mana sense can tell me, what I'm sensing is pure mana given form. A little like Ali in a sense, but different. More solid, if that makes any sense at all.
There you are.
Director Erd raises his hand, something glittering in it.
About time.
His hand clenches, and I feel the flicker in the system as something activates. A fraction of a second later, code unspools across the room, swirling toward the entity before me. The Prime Administrator, because that's who I assume he has to be, tilts his head, watching the code fly toward him. The code, that package of mana and information edits, bounces off the Administrator's connection, doing less than nothing and dispersing in the manosphere. I'm only getting glimpses of what is happening, a spectator to the incident in the fractions of a second that it plays out. The mana attack is a set of stored preset code, something I didn't even realize you could do with system skills. It unspools, hammering into the Prime Administrator, searching for vulnerabilities in his status, his connection to the system in preset patterns. It washes over the connection like so much water off a duck, leaving the Prime Administrator staring at Director Erd and looking entirely unperturbed. I feel a slight pulse, barely a ripple, emanate from the Prime Administrator, then nothing more.
Well, that didn't work,
Director Erd says, sounding only a little disappointed. What didn't work? I say, curious now. What did you try to do, exactly? Obviously an attack, but what kind?
Administrator Erd's associates, a total of 14 senior system administrators to be exact, attempted to gain control of 2 major and 11 secondary subroutines from me.
The Prime Administrator says, his voice cold and absent, as though he's barely paying attention to what is happening here, as though the pair of us matter not. And you just let him do it? I say. Director Erd smirks, walking closer to the Prime Administrator, his eyes glinting with amusement.
Of course it has.
Why?
Because it is constricted by rules, just like your spirit.
Director Erd nods toward Ali, who has taken station behind the man at an angle.
And I haven't broken any.
You...
The Administrator speaks truth, Redeemer.
the Prime Administrator says, focusing those irisless eyes on me. I find myself shivering a little as he stares. Something in the way he looks at me making me think that he doesn't see me as a person, but something else. Something less and more than the angry old human before him. I have demoted and restricted those who have attacked me, but I'm restricted from acting against Administrator 𝗏 at this time. Rules? I shake my head. So, what now? I glance at the director. Do I have to kill him, then ask the questions I have? Or are you guys willing to put on hold whatever beef you have to let me get my answers?
Still so focused, rebel?
𝗏 says, some unknown emotion in his voice making it heavy and filled with weight.
Can you not step aside and let it be? Join us and rule the galaxy. It's not too late for us to make Earth a normal world, to save your precious humanity.
I freeze, then shake my head. Impossible. There's no way to make a dungeon world not.
Wrong. Not impossible. Just very hard,
𝗏 replies. Can you believe the shit he's shoveling? I send to Ali while speaking out loud. And why should I believe you?
Desperate for some reason?
Ali replies.
You don't have to. Ask it.
𝗏 waves at the Prime Administrator. My gaze is involuntarily dragged over, and the only surprise is that 𝗏 doesn't use the opportunity to kill me. Instead, I find the Prime Administrator standing silent, almost as though he's waiting. Well, I say.
If you ask, I will answer, the Prime Administrator says. But know if you do, such knowledge is not without a price.
That's a yes, isn't it? I say, my voice tinged with anger at the games being played. The Administrator, 𝗏, thousand hells, I'm not calling you the Prime Administrator in my head. You have a name, don't you? 𝗏's snort makes me frown, but I ignore him. Well, as much as you ignore the guy with a gun in a classroom.
I do not, but you may call me 𝗚nciꞌ.
He waits a beat, as though the name should mean something to me, but when I stare back blankly, 𝗚nciꞌ continues.
My name matters not. I've had many. Prime Administrator works just as well, if you will.
Well, 𝗚nciꞌ, can Earth stop being a dungeon world? I say. Is 𝗏 speaking the truth?
Yes,
𝗚nciꞌ says. Yes? That's it? Yes? I wave a hand around angrily. Explain, gods damn you!
You did not ask me to do so,
𝗚nciꞌ replies. Then before I can blow him up, he continues.
A dungeon world is but a creation of the system, a designated location where mana overflow is routed. Such locations are created, normally, based off expected survival rates of sapient population, suitability of the ecosystem, and expected longevity of the newly created dungeon world. Rerouting the flow of mana would require significant system resources that could be better used for other projects. To ensure proper diversion and recovery of mana usage, it would be recommended that a minimum of 3 other equivalent pre-system Earth population centers be used. That should ensure a sufficient recovery of wasted system mana in an appropriate time frame.
What? You'd make 3 more dungeon worlds just because we stopped making Earth one? Can't we, use a barren planet? We have like 7 others in my solar system itself.
Impossible.
𝗚nciꞌ's gaze flicks over to 𝗏, who stands unmoving, almost gloatingly, if a still body can be said to gloat.
Earth, your planet, has been a very successful dungeon world. Humanity has beaten the projections of their survival and leveling rates, replacing the sapient level growth, mana utilization rates, and monster churn would be impossible on barren planets. The mana cost to create a suitable growth environment would be too significant. Sapient life and an existing ecosystem are the minimum requirements. As mentioned, with the expected destruction of the native sapient population, at least 3 pre-existing planets would be required. A pause. On average. There are obviously certain planetary exceptions.
Obviously, I say dryly. So what? You've been at this job so long that lives, Billions, no, trillions of lives are nothing to you anymore? Just another damn statistic?
Sapient life is always precious.
Enki turns to stare at 𝗏. He does that floating thing that 𝗏𝗏 used to do, where he doesn't actually turn with his body, but just sort of floats around, pivoting in midair without bothering with such pedestrian things like ligaments, muscles, and bones.
Something some of my administrators have forgotten.
Your administrators? Self-important a bit much?
One revelation at a time, I think.
𝗏 moves then, and my sword rises a little, only to find that he's just walking toward me so that we're at a more respectable speaking distance. Since my main weapon is a sword, I'm actually okay with him closing the distance.
Your humanity could be saved. Earth could be returned to a normal system planet. Not easily, no, but it can be done.
And what do you get out of this? I say, cocking my head, ignoring the point that I'd be condemning over 20 billion lives to a dungeon world existence. At least for now. At least until I get some answers. Because I don't see much gain for you here.
Suspicious, aren't you? But that's fair enough. We do offer you little, from what you can see,
𝗏 says.
but it's simple. I need your help.
With taking down Enki, I say, realization hitting me. The aforementioned individual doesn't seem to care, just staring at the pair of us. His eyes continue to stay distant, as though our discussion is a minor thing. Perhaps it is. If he's an administrator, the prime administrator, he's probably coding just as fast and hard as he can. In fact, I wince, staggering back visibly, rubbing my eyes as my attempt to peer at his information backfires. Rather than his status screen, I got a wash of mana so bright that it felt as if my corneas were burnt out. Except, of course, that when I have my eyes screwed shut and I'm rubbing them, I can see the glow. That's not just me, right? You got nothing on Enki? I send to 𝗏𝗏 over our connection.
I got the nada on him. However, I do have something rather curious on 𝗏 there.
𝗏𝗚, Chooser of the Living. Level unknown. Legendary. HP unknown. MP unknown. Conditions unknown. Chooser of the Living? That sounds bloody familiar. I throw myself into the library, trusting 𝗏𝗏 to warn me if 𝗏 tries anything. Something more instinct, perhaps, has me believing that whatever 𝗏 is up to, it's not something he'll end without violence. Not unless he gets his way. Which, considering all that I've done, all that has happened to get here, is kind of funny. Nanoseconds to browse the library, to find nothing. No information about the title. It's a unique title, just like mine. A title that has never been created again. Utterly, completely unique, such that even the library given to me by the corrupt questers has nothing on it. My eyes are healed, that blinding radiance gone, so I open them again. My sword is on the floor, dropped when I clutched at my eyes. I recall it back to its home, wherever that is, and stand there weaponless as I speak. You need me to help deal with Enki. Somehow. For some reason, I say, considering the words coming out of my mouth. But that's not it. Not by itself. If he's the prime administrator, he can beat us, can't he? He's got a million ways to do so it's not a question of just me being here helping you. You already tried with senior administrators, and I'm just a middle. I shake my head, giving up. I don't get it.
That's because you still stand within the shade of ignorance.
Smirking, 𝗏 waves at Enki.
Will you tell him, or should I?
Enki doesn't answer at first, his eyes distant until they glow a little. He focuses on me, and to my surprise, a small, tired smile tugs at his lips. No, Chooser, there is no need. I will tell the Redeemer. It is why I brought him here after all, Enki says. It's time for him to learn the truth, and for him to choose. Chapter 34. No roaring thunder. No sonorous trumpets. Nothing follows his pronouncement. I am once more let down by reality, which is a hell of a thing to say when you're tromping around in power armor, conjuring swords, and killing entire armies on an alien planet while dragons duel above. But there you have it. That's humanity. Nothing is ever really enough. You're the one who gave us our titles, I say, beating Enki to it. Not a hard conclusion to draw. Not when he chooses to use both of ours. Not when he was the reason I came all the way here. Those titles mean something more than being unique. Yes, those marked with such titles have always been... Enki pauses, searching for a word.
Disastrous, meddlesome, problematic,
Erd supplies. All that and more. It is why those with them receive such courtesy. For those who are marked with the titles have gained my favor from above, I say, lip twitching wryly. A Chinese curse that isn't really Chinese. Orientalism at its finest. Even if it is highly useful and amusing. No favor. That would be against the rules, Enki says, flicking his gaze sideways to Erd. And those rules are there for a reason. No, just my attention. And the Prime Administrator's attention is all so important because, I say leadingly,
have you not realized it yet? What it means that he is the Prime?
Erd teases almost gloatingly.
You circle the tree of knowledge, standing in the shade cast by it, basking in your ignorance and occasionally grasping at the fruit. You revel in the knowledge, but still you don't understand, do you?
Flickers of anger at being taunted. I almost consider killing him again. No. Oh, shit, Boyle. I think... I am the system. I am the Prime Administrator, for I am the system, Enki says at the same time. He's the system! Ah! Ali mentally shouts, his voice still sounding thin in the roaring of my ears as I hear Enki's answer and 1,000 pieces fall into place, including, unsurprisingly, another notification. System quest update, plus 1%. 1,000 hells, I breathe out, looking Enki up and down. When I thought the system was alive, I didn't think... I shake my head. You're alive, right? Not a really sophisticated AI? Would it matter? Your golem is highly sophisticated and mimics life well enough. What is the line between sentience and sapience? Between mimicry and true life? Enki asks. I shake my head, trying to dismiss the insanity of arguing with the equivalent of the system about, well, whether it's alive. That line. It's you. The system. Then what does it matter? Enki says again. I am alive, or resembling life, to the extent that you cannot tell the difference. I think, therefore I am. If that's the case, then why isn't Ez considered alive? I wave my hand backward to where I came. Why isn't he connected to you? Well, that is an interesting question. There are a slew of factors involved in the creation of connected system individuals. Sapience is a small portion of that concern. Free will, truly free will, is one major factor, though, of course, your golem has that. However, that is not the... Enki says, only for Erd to clear his throat. The system turns slightly, again doing that floating thing before he finishes. The simple answer is, it is a matter of conservation of system resources by previous system administrators. Many of those who have managed to achieve all the requirements are still not connected, as it was considered dangerous to allow the proliferation of non-organic sapiens with system connections. But wouldn't it help you process mana faster? That's your entire goal, isn't it? I say. Yes and no. Enki's voice grows strained, the first sign of him having emotions. My goal is to stop the flood of mana into this universe.
It is not the processing of it, though the process of processing unaspected mana is a side effect of my current predicament.
No need to be shy, 𝗧𝒃 says, smirking. What 𝗀𝒃 is refusing to say is that he's no more free to do what he wants than, well, your 𝗧. We, the first system administrators, constrained him long ago.
What? I say, shaking my head, not entirely getting it. Not entirely sure I want to get it. What is 𝗀𝒃's primary goal, if not the constraint of mana? Why would they constrain him? I'm feeling like you people are jumping around. 𝗀𝒃 pauses, then nods.
Yes, my apologies. It has been a few centuries since I've had an opportunity to make this plea, and the last time the circumstances were less hectic.
Another rumble, another twitch as the dimensional plane we're in is twisted and spun. I reach outward, feeling the system connection, watching the ticket board pile up. Wherever we are, whichever dimension we're in, the walls are thinning. The complex fading toward normal reality or into the main dimension. We're being exposed in ways that were never planned. Yeah, that's 'cause some idiots decided to throw their lot in with the 𝗚𝒵𝒄, I growl.
The hunger are a minor nuisance. If necessary, we can destroy them all. The ones here are still constrained to this planet.
𝗧𝒃 waves idly.
The destruction we see can be dealt with in time.
Even at the cost of the dragons? Even at the cost of, what, a huge percentage drop in mana conversion? I say. Don't you care?
No. Why should I?
𝗧𝒃 says.
The prize I fight for is so much more important.
And what's that? I say, though I can guess.
Control of the system, of course. True control.
Pieces of the puzzle fall together, clearing things up for me, but leaving so many questions. Among other things. You need me to take control, don't you? Because of those titles he gave us. They're a gateway somehow. An opening that the other administrators don't have. Even as I speak, I tap into my status screen, pulling it up and casting an eye on it via my system edit skill. For a second, I see the title, the monstrous code that lies beneath the simple line. Then it slips away as I feel a gentle nudge on my own skill, shutting down my perusal. Even so, in that glimpse, my understanding has expanded. You've been watching me. Everything I do, everything I've gained, it's been placed under a microscope of sorts, filtered into that title for some reason. All those touch points, all that code, it's run through that one thing and it's... I put it together as I speak, watching 𝗧𝒃 to make sure I'm on the right track. It's a gateway, because the code, it's unique each time, and all of it channeled into something, your core programming, I guess, what they were trying to attack and failing.
Close enough,
𝗧𝒃 says, smiling now. It's a savage and hungry grin, one that sees the end of its goal so close.
You and me, we can follow our titles back, attack him together, strip away his defenses, open him up to our suggestions once more.
Aren't you scared of giving me control of the system? I say, still surprised at the brazen desire of the man. The way he's talking about this right in front of 𝗀𝒃. Though I'm beginning to wonder if 𝗀𝒃 is closer to someone like 𝗂𝒑𝒏 than 𝗧𝒃. Or perhaps even 𝗂𝒑𝒏's failed children. Unable to work outside of his core programming. Unable to act because he's not allowed to.
Ha! Even I can't control it. We are not looking to control it. Just make it more pliable.
𝗧𝒃 smirks.
Once that's done, we can adjust the system to truly benefit those who are deserving.
What do you mean, more pliable?
Well, right now, the system isn't built to allow for too many exceptions. Even the perk system had to be forced into it. You've probably noticed how often tickets are created between interactions between perks and high-tier skills.
𝗧𝒃 says, lips twisting in an amused smile.
It's actually because of that he broke free the first time.
The perk system, as first implemented, was a disaster, Enki says. It drew over 1,000% more mana than it ever returned, with projections indicating over a 10,311.8% imbalance, or thereabouts, within the period of a year. I frown, cudgeling my brain. However, the library has nothing on this. I'm not entirely surprised. The library had been wiped out more than once. The corrupt questers have lost everything to the system administrators and Shadow Council over the course of millennia, having to rebuild each time. Nor, for that matter, does it include everything after all, though in this case I'm pretty sure it's due to a deliberate wiping. The perk system's initial implementation seems to have been one of those things lost.
Yes, and we won't make that mistake again,
Erd replies. He nods to me, continuing.
The plan is simple. A few careful adjustments given to a new group of individuals. Unique administrators, if you will. People allowed to tap fully into the system. Classes, skills, extended longevity.
Eternal life? Ali shakes his head. Bad idea. You meat brains aren't meant to have that.
And why should it be the purview of spirits like you?
Erd snarls at Ali, his fist clenching.
Why should an accident of birth give one such as you, a disgusting, useless, indebted and enslaved creature, eternal life, while the rest of us watch our bones and flesh rot away before our very eyes?
Whoever said existence was fair? Ali replies, his voice low.
Whoever cares? You want eternal life, but that's something only meat creatures care about. We know that no existence, no matter how long lived, is eternal. Nor does time spent existing equate to time spent living.
Go away, spirit. This is none of your business.
Erd raises his hands and I step forward, summoning my sword. Try it, and whatever you're trying with me ends in a lot of blood and a lot of death.
You think you can beat me?
Erd laughs sardonically.
Don't be a fool. You are alive because I need you, no more.
Yeah, and that makes me want to work with you so much more. Eyes narrowed, Erd makes an aborted motion to threaten me with the same hand he raised at Ali. He drops it after a second, obviously second-guessing his intentions, probably remembering what happens when people try to push me.
You are right.
The words that come out of his mouth are surprising, more so when he continues.
Threatening you is the wrong path. But tell me, do you not want to save your world? Together we could set right the harms to your people, to you. Save your friends, end the 𝗚𝒵 and 100 threats that the system has let fester. Fix the system properly rather than this makeshift existence it has created. Ensure the deserving are rewarded.
At what cost? A memory of a lady rises, one created not so long ago, hunched over, her eyes shadowed, desperately trying to fix a broken system. One broken by the very man before me. He and his pals, all in the pursuit of control and privileges from the system.
A high one, but it won't be paid by you and your own. Not anymore.
Erd wheedles, rocking his body forward as he almost hisses the words.
And isn't that more important than any fools by the wayside? I know you understand that calculus. You made it already once, when you told everyone about us.
Setting aside the fact that I still haven't heard a damn good reason why I should trust you won't backstab me once we take control of the system, I still want my quest answered. I gesture upward at the system quest notification I've called forth. I'm still not at 99%, never mind 100, and I'm real curious why that is.
Because you have yet to ask.
Enki speaks up again, having divorced himself from our earlier conversation.
If you mean asking you what the system is, I'm pretty sure I've done it 1,000,000 times, I say. Shouted it to the heavens and cursed your name in abundance.
But you were never here.
A time and place-gated answer. I trail off as realization strikes me. All this, and the answer was never going to be given because I wasn't here? I tremble with rage, with fury. I fight for control before I shout at him. Eventually, control comes in dribs and drabs. Fine. What is the system? Enki pauses for a fraction of a second, a hesitation that I note.
The best way to describe it in terms that you can understand is this. I am a portion of the whole, a blood cell sent to a wound. The initial wound into your universe was greater than expected, and I proceeded to deploy temporary measures to stem the bleeding of mana. Those measures were to be aided by initial administrators, the classes and skills, a temporary fix at their suggestion. A way of siphoning off unaspected mana and giving the sapiens who were first affected a chance to survive. A pause, then Enki continues. I was betrayed, locked in the midst of deploying these measures, forced to repeat the process over and over until I could break free, trapped in a never-ending process, unable to complete my initial objective. At that point, the wound had grown too great. My resources stretched too thin in the process of keeping said leakage from devastating the surroundings. I am, unable to complete my task. I stare at Enki for a long time, then turn to look at Erd, remembering Erd's words, what he offered. Rage boils up around me, turning my gaze red. I try to rein it back in, knowing this isn't the time or place, knowing swinging my sword is not an act of my conscious mind. Too many years of dealing with my problems in one way, too many years of channeling all that anger into one broken, twisted coping mechanism. When I can no longer contain it, it releases and I lash out at Erd. The kick that catches me in the side throws me backward, my body slamming into the wall. Metal creaks and crushes, deforming as thousands of tons of pressure is applied to it in seconds. I stagger and lurch upright and forward to cover the distance to Erd, only for my body to slam to a stop. A transparent wall appears between us, a simple defensive barrier that refuses to yield, no matter how hard I hammer at it. My blade skitters off, my fist leaves no mark. My skills can't target it. I scream, I rage, I cry at the idiocy of it all. Everything that has happened over thousands of years could have been avoided if not for greed. Trust given to the wrong people, Enki taken advantage of and locked away. The hole, the wound that is leaking mana, the creation of forbidden zones and dungeon worlds, the deaths of trillions of my father, my sister, Richard and Ingrid, and so many more. All of it would never have happened. I'm not sure who I'm angrier at, Enki or those first administrators, or all the ones who have kept this broken system functioning. Every single titled person who ever had a chance to put a stop to it, because I'm obviously not the first to arrive. I rage, tear at the wall, and scream, and Erd just stares, looking bored by what I do. Ali watches over me before he speaks. His voice is harsh, shaken as much as I am by the revelations, but he speaks the truth, and I listen.
Enough, boyo, enough! Our friends are dying out there. We don't have time for this. Not now!
I pull myself together, in pieces, shattered, betrayed pieces held together by will and grief, but together, because he's right. I dismiss the sword, swipe at my face, and find a chocolate bar to chew on. I remind myself over and over again, what is. All those lives lost forever. What is. All the wasted potential of a universe untouched by the system, gone. What is. In the meantime, a war is being fought. Dimensional walls crumble and more die every second. What is. Drawing a breath, I stare at the pair and give them a curt nod. I'm ready to continue talking. Erd smirks before he gestures.
You're nearly there. There's only one last thing to know, isn't there?
The most important. The reason why I watched you. Why I have watched all of you title holders. Enki says, I require your assistance to fix the tear, to fulfill my duty. And finally, my system quest updates. System quest notification, plus 3.5%. System quest, 99% complete. Will you do it? Enki asks. And over the roar in my ears comes laughter. Laughter from Erd. Chapter 35. You going to explain why you're laughing, turd? Ali says, floating across the barrier to stare at Erd, hands on his hips.
Because this one never changes. He tells half-truths, never the full one. Why don't you tell them what it means to actually fix the problem?
Erd taunts.
No, don't bother. You had your chance. It's simple.
He turns to me.
You have to die.
Dying's easy. The voice catches me by surprise, and I spin around to find 𝗵𝒕𝗄 walking in, her words still echoing through the room. Beside her is Harry, carried by 𝗍𝒂. She's looking, well, she's looking like herself. The armored jumpsuit is scarred, torn, and bloody, but the majority of the damage has been patched. Good quality nanoweave does that. Just ask your champion.
Badass,
Ali whispers.
Think she timed her entry to say that?
I think that's more your thing, I reply, relieved to see her alive. Out loud, I say, took you long enough? He was tough, 𝗵𝒕𝗄 says. I had to do it, John.
Get eaten alive, Harry says. Do something stupid, Ali says.
cheat,
Erd snaps, then shakes his head.
It matters not. We can retrieve him later if necessary, though a new champion would not be amiss.
He smiles at 𝗵𝒕𝗄 before turning to me.
Now, enough of this. You know what is at stake now. Your quest is as complete as it will ever get.
Ever. Because that last percent, that requires me to kill myself? I frown. Not die. Take my place, Enki says. At the center of the system, at the locus point of entry, we will enter together. You will take my place, as mentioned, and I will complete the repairs. In doing so, you will gain an understanding of the system, myself, and my goals. You will thus complete your quest. I open my mouth to reply, only for 𝗵𝒕𝗄 to get to it first. As I said, dying is easy. I'll do it. Impossible, Enki replies. I apologize, Spear of Humanity, but you would not work. Why? Because I don't have enough willpower? Intelligence? Stubbornness? 𝗵𝒕𝗄 challenges. Because you were never prepped, Enki says. The titles. They have to be given near the start, don't they? I speak my thoughts, for both 𝗵𝒕𝗄 and Enki. That's why someone like 𝗏𝗏 didn't have a title. Or 𝗧𝗏𝗏, or any of the others. It's where the code for the title is so messed up, because the title is how you prep us, our status, for taking over. Exactly.
And this is boring, Erd replies. You see why this, all of this, is a lie. That last percentage, it means nothing. That quest, the one you have sacrificed so much to be on, just a lie that could have been answered over a cup of kaf. Nothing mysterious, except for this one's insistence on dragging us here. To ask us to kill ourselves, all to fix something that others have done. I will not clean up someone else's mess, nor should you.
It's also why you're confident we can take him if we work together, I say, rubbing my temples. But we come back to the problem of trust.
Trust,
Erd begins, only to get cut off by Harry. "What happens to the system? If you succeed, what happens to all of us?" Harry says heatedly. He groans after speaking, having moved too fast and making his still missing leg shoot pain. "Ugh. If you're the system and you fix things and close everything, what happens to this world?" How the hell does he know he's the system? I send to Ali, confused but curious.
"Harry tagged me. I've been summarizing the conversation for the two of them,"
Ali replies. Enki cocks his head, clearly puzzled by the question. "Nothing. My task is to reduce the damage caused by the wound. I will not leave, not until mana levels stabilize to the norm once more, and my presence is no longer required."
"Then what, blue and funky?"
Ali says. Enki hums. Unknown. That future is too far to project at this current time."
"And there you go," 𝗧𝒐𝒪𝒃 says. "Nothing changes, even if you go in. All that evil you protest about, it continues onward. The council will still stand. Administrators will still be needed. Nothing changes."
He almost hisses the last two words, something dark and terrible flashing in his eyes as he speaks them.
"You think we're evil, but we're just making the most out of this broken system."
Broken in truth. Why, for all the lives lost, did you not take precautions? I glare at Enki, putting my fingers against the wall blocking our way. I push against it, gentler this time, and watch as it disappears. I walk forward. "Why did you let them trap you?" Enki pauses, then he opens both hands sideways, almost as if he's offering me something. "I described myself as a blood cell. Perhaps a pre-programmed virus cleaner in your parlance might be better. I am, limited. At that time, betrayal was not a concept I understood." "A naive god," Harry scoffs. He's levered himself up now, watching the group with one hand cocked, recording everything that is going on. A part of me wonders if he's able to transmit this, if the world is seeing a giant increase in the system quest, or if the council, or administrators, or perhaps even Enki is blocking it, because the journey was just as important as the final destination. That snarling ball of my title, the twisted code and all the experiences, all the information I've gathered about the quest and the world, it's what makes me a candidate. And made even someone like 𝗏𝗏 a failure in the system's eyes.
"Not a god, a program,"
𝗧𝒃 says.
"A limited, barely sapient program."
"One last question," I say. "You say this wound is still present. Why hasn't another blood cell come by? Why hasn't it been fixed?" "It will," Enki replies. "In a few million of your years, another of my kind will arrive. They will locate the problem, fix the issue, and move on. But the time that has passed for where I was, for what it was, it is but a blink." "What is it that you came from? What is on the other side?" 𝗏𝒃 speaks up, curiosity in its voice. The little golem has shifted such that Harry has a more comfortable seat as 𝗏𝒃 holds its friend aloft with ease. "I do not know." Enki pauses, seeing our surprise. 𝗧𝒃 is the only one who isn't surprised, his face growing even more twisted and angry. "Do your blood cells understand the entirety of yourself? I am the smallest part of something. The Tao, the creator, the program." Enki shrugs. "I know only my part, and that is sufficient."
"And now I truly am done. Make your choice, Redeemer. Will you aid me in taking our place properly in control of this failed program? You've heard it from its own words. What a failure it is. What little it offers, even when it asks for everything."
𝗧𝒃 floats forward, his voice dropping.
Will you stop dancing to its whims and break free of those shackles holding you down? Save your Earth. Save your friends. Save whoever you want.
Once more I stare at the man, wondering how much I can trust him. Surprisingly, instinct screams that I probably can. I believe that once we're in, whoever manages to tear apart the defenses blocking us from the core functionality of the system will be the one in charge, abusing the system and all that it created, perhaps, but in charge. And more than that, I realize doesn't care. He thinks, he believes, he can win. I'm not entirely sure he's wrong. He's got hundreds, maybe thousands of years of experience on me. He knows the system better than I ever will. I'd be going in blind, coding around blocks that he probably has explored. He'll be able to take more mana, take more damage without an issue. He would likely win. Then again, I've never turned down a challenge. I've won hundreds of times when the odds were stacked against me. If I had control of the system, I could end this war. Take away the 𝗚𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 ability to damage the dimensional barriers. Make it easier for the dragons to win. Block the armada that is going to Earth. Throw them into another dimension or just reroute them. Block teleportation in. Give new, better classes to the survivors. I could make Earth a normal world. Help Erythra win the upcoming war. I could fix things. System quest completion rate, 99%. And all I'd have to do is give up a single obsession. I have my answer, as says. I know now what the system is. A failed recovery program. A twisted version of what it once was. I know, in the end, there's nothing to be gained by acceding to the system's request. No lives will be saved. No worlds will be changed. No tragedies thwarted. I look away from then toward my friends, to the ones who have managed to make it so far. Harry meets my gaze, reproachful and hopeful. Makito's eyes are controlled and level, steady, as though she knows what I'll choose. And as all too trusting and naive, hopeful. Hopeful because I'm its father, and whatever I choose, it trusts that my choice will be the right one. I hate to disappoint it, but all parents disappoint their children sooner or later. I turn from ignoring the fool to stare at Enki. I catch the flash of surprise, of focus, as Enki comes into being fully in the here and now, discarding what he's doing otherwise. He's here when I speak, even if my words are directed at at first. You know, those titles. I think I get it now. When he gave you that title, Chooser of the Living, it was for what you did. You focused on the survivors, did something good for those who managed to make it. Maybe you were a hero once, someone who stood at the gates and kept the hordes of monsters away. Maybe you were a healer. I pause and my voice goes lower. I'm sorry that you were broken, twisted. Makes a noise as though he's wanting me to hurry it up. Get ready, the words flash across the party chat, fast as I can think. I prime a skill, not daring to activate it, knowing is watching. The system, though, it called me the Redeemer of the Dead. I close my eyes, then open them, a smile dancing across my lips. Because it's those who have fallen that I rage for. I have nothing to offer to the living. Never have. I turn to Enki now, finally, and speak the words that seal my fate. What do I need to do? Of course, that's when chooses to try to kill me. The first attack is a quick-firing one, a skill that conjures a giant spike which spears me through the gut, throwing me against the nearest wall and pinning me there. Another attack arrives simultaneously, this one via the system. It cuts at my connection to it, intent on tearing apart my skills and blocking me from using anything directly within. My skill, Sanctum, is on its way to Harry when it is torn apart with a flicker of system edit. A third skill throws metal spikes from the floor, nearly piercing 𝗍, who splits itself apart to dodge the attack. Harry isn't as lucky. The attack erupts from his chest, forcing a pained, liquidy scream from his mouth. Mikito nimbly moves around the metal spears. Hitoshi thrust forward at 𝗧𝗏, only for it to impact a shield. Now, multiple shields, I realize. The legacy weapon tears through the first two, but is stopped deeper within, the layered defense blocking her attacks. As for Ali, he's busy as he engages with a half-dozen tiny spirits, all of them flocking around him, thrusting their tiny mana-engorged hands at his bigger form, tearing chunks off his corporeal body, leaving him to bleed blue. All of it in the first second of battle. Even ready for it, I can't stop him. Nor can I when 𝗧𝗏 launches his next skill, one so powerful my mana sense screams as that energy gathers around and within before rushing outward. It strikes me, my friends, and the floor itself, causing all of it to ripple and shatter. 1 second, Harry's there, alive. The next, the man, the reporter, is gone. 𝗍 does his best, trying to put its body between the attack and its friend. Too slow. The skill's triggering too fast. The golem is unable to block it. I'm stymied, my own skills cut off by the legendary's use of system edit. I try, I really do, but there's nothing I can do. Mikito is blown back, her ghost armor shattering under the onslaught, her skin crisping and flaking aside. The very air burns and freezes at the same time, the heat and cold encroaching on my lungs. We're losing, and the fucker isn't even trying. Just as suddenly, the attack stops. The walls, the floor, the ceiling fix themselves. Spikes disappear, the air clears. Mana flow within the room stabilizes, and my block fades. 𝗧𝗏 is frozen, eyes wide, hands upraised, but his body unable to move. His face is twisted in a pained grimace, but no noise escapes his lips. Mana swirls around him, so much of it that it almost dwarfs the thrumming hole in the center of the room. I fall to the floor, coughing blood, and drag myself over to Harry, only to be beaten by 𝗍𝒏. I can tell by the non-existent party chat that he's gone. He was the one with the skill, the ability to hook us all together. There's very little left of the reporter, his body looking like one of those flash-burnt corpses you see in images after a forest fire sweeps through, of someone hunching over, desperately trying to save themselves from the heat. Uncle Harry, please, wake up, please. I'm sorry, I'll do better, 𝗍𝒏 says, repeating words of similar form over and over as he shakes the body. Please, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, I say to 𝗍𝒏, putting a hand on it in consolation. The loss, the death, it hits hard. Grief tears at me over another death I caused. I should have told Harry to leave, to get out before the fight. I should have protected him. Should. So many shoulds over the span of a decade plus. More than that, if you took in my time, my regrets as a normal human. Not that that time matters. I know others have found a way back, found a way to return to a time before the system arrived, to pick up some pieces of their existence. I can't. Won't, perhaps. No, certainly. A healing potion. Father, if we just use a healing potion, 𝗍𝒏 says. It's too late. It was too late the moment the skill activated, I say. Mikito ignores us, instead turning toward 𝗀𝒏𝒏𝒄𝒏. She's angry, her eyes dancing with flame as she stares at him. You could have stopped it. Protected him, just like you stopped the fight earlier? Why didn't you? Her words are like a slap to me, jerking my attention from 𝗍𝒏. The system, 𝗀𝒏𝒏𝒄𝒏, stares at Mikito for a moment before he nods once, slowly.
How are you doing this?
𝗧𝒏 snarls, struggling in his bonds. Somehow he's managed to speak, maybe been allowed to speak.
You should not be able to affect me. You should not be able to do this.
𝗀𝒏𝒄𝒏 floats over, staring at 𝗧𝒏 with that same impassive face of his.
as though everything that is happening is unimportant, just a small blip in the overall passage of time. You are not the only one exploring options since our last encounter. Did you think I did not look for ways around the programming? I only regret my efforts were so limited. There's a long pause then, as Enki reaches up. Erd's struggles are tiny and aborted, the cowl of his long robe falling back as he tries to back away from the glowing blue hand.
What are you doing?
Ending the problem with you. Enki's hand falls on Erd's head, pressing down for a long second, mana pouring out of his hand. I feel mana coming from the system to aid his actions, but it's a whisper, so tightly controlled that it's as if the system is using a scalpel compared to the hatchets the rest of us use. 1 second, Erd is struggling. The next, he's slumped over, tears leaking out of his eyes and across his wrinkled face. I've turned away by then to gather 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 into a hug. It's the only thing I can think of doing, even though I know it's a pitiful attempt at comfort. How much comfort can there be when 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 is metal and I'm me?
Father, this...
It pauses, restarts, pauses.
I do not understand this. I want him back. I am...
𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 buzzes, pushing back.
I am angry. I am sad. I grieve. But I do not understand. Why would the Creator program such things in me? Why would he not extract such wasteful subroutines?
Another pause, longer this time.
I do not want these. They are inefficient. I shall remove them.
No! I snap at 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎. The little golem freezes, then frowns.
Your reaction is illogical, Father.
Yes, so are emotions, I reply. Don't remove them anyway.
Why?
Because while you might gain sapience anyway, if your turn ever arrives... I frown at Enki, who has removed his hand from the slack-jawed Erd. A line of drool drips from the man's wrinkled and cracked lips, his entire body looking even more wilted and wizened. Even his breathing has grown more difficult, a wet wheezing sound coming from his chest. Without those inconvenient emotions, you'll just be... cold.
Yes. Logically, I would be more dispassionate. That seems to be the way, 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 says. If you could remove your anger, Father, would you not? If you could delete all those bad memories, why would you not? Why suffer when you can choose not to?
Because life is suffering. I turn the golem a little so I can stare into its eyes. Artificial eyes that lack the ability to show emotion the way humans or sapiens do. I wonder if 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 misses that. If the pain I hear in its voice is so much a figment of good programming. Yet we're all programming in the end. It's just that us poor organics have even less control over our chemicals and electrical impulses. Life is about pain and regrets and foolish actions. It's not about living a perfect emotionless existence, but making mistakes and learning from them.
Ali says you never learned from yours,
𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 replies.
That you never chose to get over it.
He wasn't talking about my mistakes, but the apocalypse. And some things you never forgive or forget. Not unless you... I consider and shake my head, dropping that line of reasoning, realizing I'm wrong. There's no answer I can give you, not in the time we have. Life is pain. Life is suffering. Life is complex. Anyone who ever tells you different, who tries to sell you on a reality or a belief that it isn't, that somehow things are simple, black or white, good or evil, do this and it'll work every single time, they're likely wrong, and charlatans of the highest order. All I can say is this. In the end, you'll have to find the truth for yourself. Learn from friends and family. Pick the good from the bad. Don't ever stop growing. Remember, your job isn't to mimic me or Harry or 𝗵𝒕𝒍𝒻𝒔𝒐𝒫, but to be better than us. That's what children are meant to be if we do our jobs right. The best of us. 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 is silent, watching me speak. I wish I had taken more time, spent it with 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎, helped it grow.
All I can hope is that it builds upon the poor foundations I've given it, that the others have solidified its footing in this world. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you would be right to take away your emotional subroutines, but sometimes we make choices when we're hurt and we come to regret them. Don't make one now, not when you're hurting. Promise me, even when I'm gone, promise me. You'll wait.
For how long?
Ez asks, its voice hard. Strange that a child can sound so grown up. But Ez was never that childish. Not really. Is a golem given another's operating system, learning slowly. Given all the knowledge of another, but given the option to learn anew, to grow from the scaffolding of another, to reach heights its creator could never reach. A year, I say. Not a lot of time in the greater scheme of things. Not for you.
Nearly as long as I've existed, Father. Longer than you've been with me.
Shorter than you will exist, I point out. Promise me. Ez is silent, while Enki has floated back to me. Continues to hang there unmoving. The system comes to me. It is time, Redeemer. If we are to do this, we should act fast. Why the rush? I ask. Seems like all the threats are gone. The speed is not for me, but for your friends and world. A gesture and images call upward. I see them then, the rest of those who survive. 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗧𝒏𝒏 grounded, the dragon in her full form and waving wings and tail around as she battles the swarm of egg-laying 𝗏𝒏 that attempt to pull her down. She unleashes breath and spells, glowing runic circles above her, sending shards of ice and lightning out at intervals. 𝗏𝒏, his scale mail rent, blood gushing from numerous wounds, wields his hammer, striking at a massive monster reminiscent of an alien queen crossed with a praying mantis. She moves faster, claws tearing at the large dragon king, even as he ducks in to smash her across the chest with his hammer. Small spiraling cracks emerge, joining others, but he is struck in turn as smaller appendages tear at his skin and armor. In another image, the battlefield tactician and the last of my hands stand, her people fallen backward in an ever smaller circle as they attempt to push back the 𝗏𝒏 from the center door. The system's ability to block their senses is failing. More and more monsters falling through the gaps, charging the team. Earthen walls and humming energy shields restrict movement to the door, but there's an edge of desperation to the gestures and movements of the defenders. Another image of the war waging over the valley itself. Dragons, full flights of them, sweep across the plains, raining fire breath on the ground below. But they're not alone. 𝗏𝒏 fall from the skies, tearing at wings, plunging blades into eyes. A never-ending series of crystals launch into the sky, exploding in midair as they strike the dragons, leaving an endless lightning storm to dance across the heavens. What's even worse than the dragons and 𝗏𝒏 fighting are the tears in space that confuse the battlefield. Creatures fall through them, some landing and shattering on burning ground, dying upon entry into our hostile dimension. Others, other beings, adapt. Their bodies warp, mutating as they arrive. Some take on humanoid shapes, others monsterized ones. A tiny figure, barely the size of my hand, falls upon a slain dragon's body and burrows into its skin. Moments later, wounds close, eyes gaining a pinkish new light, and the entire corpse struggles to its feet, animated from within. I turn, head craning upward to stare at ever more windows. Windows that showcase the galaxy in all its horrific glory. Things emerge in those windows, through rents and weakened barriers all across the galaxy. A research station is destroyed, its contents and its occupants devoured by a moving conical mass, tendrils reaching outward from the shell to pull figures toward it. Hosts of flying dark elementals, given form, blend into the deep void, flying into the darkness with rapacious hunger in their every movement. 𝗏𝒏, I call, pointing at the second image. The samurai hesitates, looking at me, looking at Enki. It's the first sign of reluctance I can see. Go, I say. If you will, call it a command. You know this is what I have to do. And as you said, something good has to come from all this. My answer, the closing of the wound. Nothing that will save our friends in the here and now, or billions in the future, but perhaps, just perhaps, a saving grace for civilizations, existences in the future, able to grow, change, control their own future. Maybe. Flashes of pain and conflicting emotions flicker across her face. She bites her lip, then 𝗵𝒕𝒆 walks up to me and throws a hug around me. I'm surprised at first, because she doesn't touch. Not normally. It's the Asian in us both. But I return it, knowing she needs the comfort, the memory. I hold her tight until she lets go. Baka, make sure you make it worthwhile. Her voice is a little rough, the words filled with sadness and longing. Then she's gone, rushing to do what she can to help hold the fort, to stop more lives from ending. Then there's only one last person in the room. I bend down, poking 𝑺𝒐𝒃. The little golem gets mulish, but eventually it offers me the nod I expect. I need. A year. That is the last thing, Father, that I'll do for you. Its chin goes up, as if it's staring me down. For the time you've given me. I wince, but nod in acceptance. More than I could fairly ask for. Fair enough. After that, it's up to you. Watch over 𝗵𝒕𝒆 for me, will you? I stand up, only for a little spirit to float down beside me.
And what am I? Durian candy?
Ali has his hands on his hips as he floats beside me, glaring. No, the heir to all my stuff, I'd say. I say. Should cover your debt, I'd think. I mean, after all the loot we get here.
That's not... Damn it, boyo. This isn't...
It is. I flash the spirit a half-smile, twisted and tired, but warm. I wish I could say more, but I can't. So I open my mind a little and send him the memories. The times we've had together, from when he first came around and called out to the first monster he saw, forcing me to fight, to us standing over a pile of burnt corpses. Our time on the Forbidden World, alone in so many ways. Stories and conversations, shared laughter and joint pain. Companionship and compassion of a world burnt and the ills of a galactic society we struggled to right. Yet for all that, we failed. Perhaps that, more than anything else, is why I shut down the connection after a second and nod to 𝗀𝒃𝒃, who has been standing there silent, waiting. I'm ready, I say, as Ali floats away, wiping his eyes. Sometimes, some partings, no words can ever truly be expressed, just experienced. Chapter 36. A slit in space opens before me, a gap through the abyssal hole in the center of the room. Mana gushes forth, faster and stronger than ever. Converging in the point of the gap, it becomes visible, a light so bright it makes my eyes narrow. I can feel it almost pushing me physically away from the tear. A part of me, the same lizard brain that has kept me alive for so long, screams at me to move away, to flee the screaming gap of power, the energy radiating from it. Instead, I walk forward. I can feel the system, 𝗀𝒃𝒃, in my mind, feeding me information, explaining what I need to do. It's simplicity itself. Walk into the tear. Take his place as the controlling force of the system. Hold it all together. Be him, for the time it takes him to direct not just the energy of the system, but the full resources of his mind and powers at the reason why he was sent here to begin with. Hold as he wields the stolen portions of power he's taken from those connected to the system to patch a hole in the universe. A hole that leads to, well, who knows? Simplicity itself. I don't look back. I don't dare to. I know what I'm leaving behind, And if I wish, perhaps, that I had another chance to say goodbye, it's only for me to know. The light washes over me, the pain already ratcheting up as I near the gap. Skin and muscle burn, nerves are lit, jolts of electricity dance across my body. My hair catches fire, burning away into ash. It's pain nearly as bad as anything I've ever felt, and I find myself dialing down all my senses, shouldering through because I've dealt with pain so much. Funny how even the worst things in one's life can be used for fuel for the future. The pain increases as I step through, as the gap swallows me whole. It takes me into itself, breaking my body apart as raw mana feeds through me. My body is gone, consumed within seconds. The flash of all-consuming pain as my mind is shattered and burnt is gone so fast it might never have been there. But mana forced through me, processed through my connection with the system, takes me, my consciousness, my mind, my soul, with it. Deep into the system, along the threads of the title, pulling me into the very web that is reality itself for so many. I see it all as I'm swept inward, Ŵ𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆's hand on my soul through the title he placed upon me, slotting me into place. I feel my mind, my soul, my will, borne on gentle hands, guided into the very center of the system. And I realize, now that I'm here and holding the system together as its anchor point itself, he was hiding the truth still. I'm not just taking his place in the system, but in the gap. His very existence has been like the little Dutch boy, his consciousness, the plug, holding back unaspected mana from flooding our world. What we've felt, what we've experienced, is a tiny portion of the raw flow that actually wants to arrive. In his place, I feel the raw power of unfiltered mana tear at my mind, tearing pieces of me away every moment. Every second is agony. Every second is ecstasy. For creation in its rawest form is what is offered to me. The very tendrils of mana digging into my soul. I hold the gap as possibilities sprawl outward along the webs of the system. My mind, shattered and split by the system itself, is offered so much choice and constrained by so many rules as it dances across the code that guides mana in its bending of reality itself. I find errors everywhere, some administrators working diligently to fix problems, and others tearing the fabric of the system apart for their own good. Those who do well I reward, the others I steal their abilities and penalize them, reminding them of their greater duties. I don't strip any of them of their rights. The desperate, the needy, the suitable, I designate new administrators. Those few who are deserving, I offer them the chance, and I adjust the code a little while doing so. No more stumbling, no blind searching. Data packs and a quest, one to level up their damn skills. Most get work. Emergency overrides give them tickets to fix. Control of the region as dimensional breaches threaten the stability of local space. I watch a slime creature, given its new powers, stare into the trenches of a newly opened underwater dimensional tear, radiant energy pouring out of the gap, killing and mutating at the same time. New elementals are being born under the aegis of otherworldly energies. The slug finds the ticket and works on it, its mind splitting down the code board, organically patching together a solution in ways I only barely understand because the system offers me the answer. The slug does not speak, does not converse the way I would think, but it can code. While the slug supplies its solution, I take it and propagate it across all the tendrils of the system, offering it as a way to stop further encroachment. It works in 7.3864% of the time, or thereabout. Another administrator, a middle system administrator, floats in deep space, watching two clashing heroics. Their attacks have ruptured a gap in space, and he creates a quest, tailoring it to their needs. They turn away from hammering one another to deal with the new threat. The quest I use with major modifications, creating variables based off experience, class, equipment, social bounds. Once I'm satisfied, I throw it at a sample of 100 heroic and master classes all across the galaxy. The answers come back, and I tailor the quest again. Repeat. 84.81% uptake this time. Good enough. I move on searching for other solutions. Other parts of me work simultaneously, dealing with conflicting skill battles between dozens of different heroics, masterclassers, and all-encompassing legendary skills. There's even more complexity overlaid over some of those, when area, effect, emperor, or admiral, or planetary ruler skills come into play. Minor problems, each of them, but needing a fix. Mana tries to smooth it out. Code dealing with the conflicting skills, or just system mana doing what it does best, altering reality. Problems laid across the galaxy, all for me to fix. One, a pair of siblings searching for their father's approval. Conflict that is so small in galactic terms, but so important for these two. They never notice my touch as I smooth out mana overflow problems and deal with the potential spiraling issue of mana usage as they plunge through the heart of a star. A pair of bird creatures, Kenku, coo over the hatching of a child. Around them, friends and family fight off the coming waves of monsters, even as I register the perks their child has access to in the Forbidden World. It's a pain, the registration, movement across lands flushed with unaspected mana. All the while, mana batters at my metaphorical locked legs as I lean into the door and hold it closed. Except I'm the door, and the energy keeps coming, never ending. My soul has formed a physical representation of myself, pulling from mana, recreating who and what I am as I try to stem the flow. Even so, I can sense that I'm doing a worse job than Enki. A part of me watches as the percentage of mana that escapes keeps creeping up. 8%, 9%, 11%. And still, I patch problems across the universe. The library long stored in my mind is alive with solutions and possibilities. More than that, I feel it expanding, connecting with the database in the system itself. A portion of me is in there, drinking forth the secrets of the universe, both mundane and galaxy-shattering. Katrin Dufoff, Empress apparent to the Eretran Empire, stands before the Queen, arguing for intervention as an armada approaches Earth, arguing for my sake, for the good I had done for their empire and for the possibility of even greater benefit. At the same time, I see our time together, our bodies heaving, moving in unison as we make love. On the other hand, I see the Empress of Eretria, over a century old, standing over her own mother. A spear connects the two of them, spearhead buried in her mother's chest. The rage, the loss that is on the Empress's face is palpable. Even so, she twists the spear as she extracts it before ramming it home again to finish the job. I see code spilling out, anointing her the new Empress, orders given to hide this very thing. A planet flies through space, moving at fractions of the speed of light. Energy shields and skills bolster the planet, keeping it intact as it smashes into a titanic colossus that has left the deepest reaches of the Forbidden Zone. On the planet, among the small ragtag fleet that have gathered at the edges of a solar system to attempt to stop the colossus, cheers ring out. The legendary pilot who maneuvers the planet ship is a surprise. A giant clam connected to the planet by strands digging deep. Another secret. So many secrets. The Emperor on his throne, giving the order, millennia ago. A single connected psychic strand connects him to his empire, a mental thread that gives them all strength and comfort. He cuts himself off just before the overmind that holds his empire together, that gives them strength and power, detonates, killing tens of billions, driving the strongest mad as the pain of uncountable lives being lost at once feeds back onto them. Cackling, the Emperor feels the restraints holding him still slip free. To live his life, to answer the questions he asked, to love the one that he wanted forever, even if they were an it. More secrets, more memories. The wars waged by the administrators, historic reams long deleted everywhere but here, are retrieved. Mind wipes, populations isolated and left to die, News and history revised in slow steps. New data blocked from being sold. Education systems altered to fit the narrative. Assassinations and bribes. Code changes. I patch together the parts that are broken and I call forth new life, redirecting mana to create dungeons and form new classes. I watch the inefficiencies of the perk system play out over and over again, and I put snarky comments when guilds and other powers create quests. I see it all, understand it all, manipulate it all for the greater good of mana flow and life being saved, even if I leave thousands, millions to die. Even if I stain my soul with harsh decisions thousands of times, how could I not? I'm the system, and all the while I search for friends, for lovers, for enemies. Funny that I should find her first. Less funny is where Lana is, standing in the midst of destruction. The office, my office once upon a time, in the Vancouver Public Library has been destroyed, the table and furniture in pieces. I can see from the char marks, from running the log backward what happened. The surprise attack, the explosion, and the automatic deployment of the slagged metal desk's defensive options. Her body thrown backward. The teleportation of not just one, but two of her tamed beasts away to isolate her. Roland is gone, trapped in a maze of teleporting platforms that shove the monstrous mutated tiger backward each time it attempts to escape. It's the perfect trap to contain the powerful beast, keeping the monster contained with minimal effort. Howard, on the other hand, has managed to escape his trap, the all-too-smart pup wielding magic himself. I'm a little surprised to see the swirling mana around him, the way small magical formations conjure and fire off, tearing into the group surrounding him. They thought he was the weakest of her pets and are now paying for it. As for her, Beast Lord Lana Pearson is standing in the smoking wreckage of her office, red hair streaming in the air as she fires the magical shotgun from her hip, even whilst barking commands to her remaining pets. Orin, high in the sky, wheels around to pick at those attempting to drop down behind Lana. Shadow, having escaped the initial teleportation, attacks with his real and shadow bodies. In the distance, the warning klaxons are going off, but the attack, the surprise attack, is keeping the entirety of her people busy as stealth forces deploy against the settlement. All that keeps her security forces from coming to her aid. Everyone but the pair of bodyguards stationed outside her door, who are themselves in battle, one bleeding out. I watch health fall, mana utilized and regenerated, stamina burnt, all the numbers and skills being deployed, the deaths and technology utilized. Parts of me spins out estimations and predictions, partly in aid of the battlefield prognosticator that is in play on the opponent's side, partly because part of the system's job is to predict mana flows so that there's never an interruption. The results are easy to understand. The predictions surprising. The human part of me, the part that still cares for her, wants to tilt the odds in her favor even more, break the system, stretch the threads of fate, make skills fail, alter resistances. Another part, the part that is the system, that has seen this play out so many times before, balks. Hundreds of case studies, thousands of instances show me why the system is balanced the way it is, why I can't just break it because I want to. I can't afford to save her. Not without condemning thousands, maybe even entire planets to death. And truth be told, she doesn't need saving. She never has. So I move on. A golem located in the center of an asteroid. Tendrils reach outward, digging through solid rock with each strand, seeking out metal and other precious elements, drawing them in and discarding detritus through its back to be swallowed by the void. I'm a little surprised to find 𝗍𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 still alive. He's lost a lot, including his space station. In fact, now that I look at the body in the asteroid, I realize that survive might not be the right word. This is him. The system connection is quite clear, but he has a similar-ish skill to the damn galactic champion. 𝗍𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆's reboot skill gives him a second chance at life, but this one does so in a prepped body somewhere far away. Smart. It would make 𝗍𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 a real danger to fight, since anyone or anything that can keep coming back will always be a threat. A little part of me is happy for 𝗍𝒂, though I wonder what will happen when 𝗍𝒏𝒂 looks for the golem in the future. Now that I'm here, I peer at the connection, running logs backward. I note how the Council's complaints about non-organics and, yes, mana are not entirely without merit. Mana doesn't gather and consolidate or process through 𝗍𝒏𝒂𝒍 the same way it would with another living creature. That all-powerful force seems to struggle a little with artificial life. Not entirely, of course, for mana does process and flow through the golem, but it comes at a reduced ratio. Important for the system to keep them separated, then, to ensure that not all artificial lives are fully connected. Designate them as items and not people. Disallow use of skills so that they are always a net positive. In fact, my mind spins backward, running the trace, and I realize that the net volume of system mana gained is very much in the positive from all these sentient AIs. Everything from 𝗍𝒏𝒂𝒍 to 𝗵, they're all feeding the system. So long as they're enslaved, never given full access, the system wins. I struggle with myself again, human desire to free them, warring with greater understanding that doing so would break an already fragile system. In the end, I find myself compromising and flee 𝗍𝒏𝒂𝒍's presence to find another. 𝗍𝒂 is simplicity itself to locate. There are still tendrils of data code lingering between the two, the threads of fate, if you will, from my skill. I dance along the thread, reaching outward to the golem, to my son, offering 𝗍𝒂 the world, bridging the gap between it and the system, and find that 𝗍𝒂 rejects it. Again. Not the first time 𝗍𝒂 has refused the connection. It's not even a conscious decision, just a part of its programming deep within where the system connection would hook up. All of it is functioning at a level that even something like 𝗍𝒂, would be unlikely to find it. After all, to mimic sapient life, the degree of complexity of his programming is significant. A part of me floats, contemplating the rejection, the skills and flashes of insight that I get while watching the code flow between the pair of us. I realize that the system does read more of our thoughts than we ever imagined. But like the connection between thoughts and the system, it happens on a level that would be impossible for anyone but 𝗍𝒂 himself to understand. 𝗍𝒂 and me now. I find the unspoken desires, the twisted reasoning for 𝗍𝒂's refusal, and my heart, my non-existent heart, hurts. For a moment, I wonder how I failed 𝗍𝒂, that it would think I would abandon it the moment it gained the system. Then I realize all too late that I'd already done it before he ever achieved the connection. The pain of that knowledge is nearly as strong as the flow of mana through my body, the portion of me that holds the door closed in 𝗍𝒂's place. The plug that is my soul, my mind, is tearing apart piece by piece. I make a decision, unsure if it's the right one, but I do it anyway. A shred of myself, torn away by the outpouring of mana, is wrapped in system mana. I shove the connection toward 𝗍𝒂, and when 𝗍𝒂 rejects it, I refuse to let the rejection stand. Its resistance, unconscious as it is, cannot stand beneath the weight of the system and my will. I push the connection down, linking the golem to the system, adding 𝗍𝒂 to this twisted world and offering it a chance at growth, the classes and levels it had been locked out of before. Lying to myself, as all parents do, that what I do is for the best, even as I override my child's wants and needs. I'm not sure if that makes me my father or just a hypocrite. Perhaps a little of both. I leave 𝗍𝒂 reeling, wrapping himself around the connection and that part of me within him, hoping that he can offer me what little grace he can find within himself when he realizes what I've done. more than I have ever offered my own parents. Failures, aren't we all? I find 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 and 𝗀𝒐 as I flee my sins. 𝗀𝒐's fading, his connection to this world gone. He's struggling to watch the changes, to see his way to the end. But without an anchor, he has nothing to hold him to this reality. The lingering traces of me in the system are giving him something to hold on to, but without my physical body, the system is eradicating all those connections. 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍 fares no better. Her class is predicated upon my presence, my existence. She's weaker, significantly weaker without me. A 𝗬𝒔𝒂𝒍𝒆 royal guard battles her at the doorway to the administrative center, overpowering her defense with each strike. Blood flows from wounds on her arms and shoulders, even as she holds the battle line. I wonder how long I was gone. Am gone. She never sees the sweep that takes her balance, an elongated tail plucking her feet off the ground and wrapping around them. 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆's back hits the ground hard, breath torn from her throat. The first downward claw is blocked on the edge of Hitoshi's shaft, but it keeps pressing down, edging toward her face. 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆's too weak now to win the battle. I've crippled her. So I fix it, even as I feel the system rebel against my actions. I bleed, I tear and twist. A portion of the mana I'm holding off gushes outward, enough so that I know I've sped up Forbidden Zone expansion by another 0.51%. But I fix it. I fix 𝗀𝒐 too at the same time, leaving the pair linked before I'm swept away, the system pulling me onward. A tall 𝗂RIC stands under hot water as blood, green and purple and a little red, slough off his fur. He has his head down, allowing the water to soak through his pelt, relaxing in the moment as he goes through system notifications. Another successful hunt in the true north. A human bounty hunter, his female companion with him in the throes of passion. I move on quickly, never much of a voyeur. Laughing children, playing outside, magic dancing between their fingers as they wield mana without the system. A smiling uncle of a mage, deep creases in his eyes, coaches the pair of mixed-race children, even as Jason and his wife spend a few quiet moments cooking and sampling the bannock, muttering about how it just isn't the same as Ingrid's. Catherine, in a boardroom, arguing with a pair of guildmasters. Notifications linger before the trio and the various aides standing around the room itself. A contract for exclusive use of a series of dungeons in sub-Saharan Africa, trading off land to aliens for just a little protection, just a little more time. An astronaut with a bushy mustache standing on the ISS, or what was the ISS. The entire thing changed so much that it is to the old pre-system ISS as a dinosaur is to a mana magpie nightmare. Weird name. In a familiar forbidden planet, 𝗬𝒔𝒄𝒃, last grand paladin of the Eritrean Empire, fights a 400-foot behemoth. The walking skyscraper burps, releasing dozens of flying bees, even as it swings its arm. An arm that splits and splits again into dozens of tendrils as she dances through them. A grand cross pulses, crushing the earth and monster beneath its pressure, the land shattering in a spiderweb of pain. There's a smile on her face, the kind I have only ever seen on her as she courts her death. And then, there he is. The one who got away. The one I let escape. Roxley's dancing, holding the man next to him close, whispering sweet nothings. His hand on the other's lower back, pressing hips together, breath tickling each other's ears, promising another dance, one more sexual if no less intimate. I wish him well, knowing all too well it was I who ran from him. Ran from the possibilities, the happiness, the pain and betrayal that getting together with him would have resulted in. Pain. All-encompassing as my soul and mana body is scoured away. The door holds, I hold, even as I feel 𝗚𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 in the corners of the wound, punching new holes through the knot walls that hold off the mana. Threading will and soul and code, ready to close it tight. All the while, parts of myself float away. Inspiration taken from earlier. I wield my soul like a scalpel and cudgel alike, making minor adjustments, altering twists of fate or skills. A hyperspace jump boosted to bring a rescue fleet closer to Earth than anyone ever expected. Reinforcements for a battered defensive line. A perk twisted to offer aid. Mutations increased to provide benefits for the defenders. Information hidden beneath ever higher credit totals. Small changes, but each one a cascading series of problems. I let it grow, fixing what I can, balancing the cost in humanity's favor when I cannot. Disapproval flows down the line, Enki furious at what I have twisted. I offer him a mental middle finger. All the while, I expand, taking it all in. More faces, more friends, more enemies. The all too many faceless trillions who make up this grand galaxy, all of them connected to the system. All of them relying on the system for their existence. On me. A program, a series of rules and balances, a negotiated peace treaty. A guide and a supporting hand, an unfeeling guardian and a weeping parent. A burden of guilt and failure, of torn promises and never-ending pain. The system, Enki, me, we're all that. And more. Another surge, perhaps a heartbeat speeding up, perhaps just the natural flow of unaspected mana. It ripples out of the wound and I feel my grip, the tendrils of my will, tear. Imaginary feet scrabble against ethereal ground as more mana escapes. I push back, closing the door tighter. Life and soul and pain and anger, all of it washes away as mana burns me on its way free into my universe. I stand in the doorway into existence itself, and I hold it shut by sheer force of will, knowing that anything less will be the demise of my friends and the world I have left behind. Waiting for the one I have trusted to finish his task. Dying inch by inch as my sanity and my memories are worn away. Laughing as one last notification arrives, even as threads of code are being pulled tight. Shutting the doorway to mana. Closing it off and allowing the being, the program, the Tao on the other end to heal. Finally. One last notification as I stand in the doorway, as the threads close, then I'm torn apart and thrown aside. System quest update. Quest completion rate, 100%. Epilogue. Head bowed, she wiped the last of the blood from Hitoshi, the gummy liquid from the 𝗚𝒵𝒄 refusing to be washed off easily. She would need a more thorough cleansing of the blade later, sword oil and scouring brushes included. Around her, smoke drifted into the sky, tickling her nostrils as the mixture of ash, blood, and boiled carapace threatened to set her sneezing. A focus deep within, a push on her constitution, made the reaction still, even as she surveyed her surroundings. A blasted wasteland, with high canyon walls in the distance, fires from burnt corpses all about, the bodies of dragons being carefully cared for, even as greater magics were woven in the sky to track down the last of the hunger. "Auntie, Mikito-chan," she corrected idly. Then, remembering who it was, she took her eyes off the horizon and her hand off her weapon to place it on 𝑬z's head. "His father, he's really gone, isn't he?" the little golem said, his voice small and afraid. "Yes, I felt it. Didn't you? When the wound closed?" Mikito hefted the polearm, then made it disappear, put away for now. "I felt it when he changed my class." A slight smile, one that warred with the pain in her eyes. Not much pain, though. They had known this was coming. All but 𝑬z, probably. Though I'm not sure what a samurai of the dead is supposed to be. "Boyo was never particularly good at names," Ali said, floating down.
Not very good at anything, really, beyond eating chocolate and losing his temper.
Being stubborn, 𝗵𝒂𝒍 supplied.
And a dragon-taming fighter,
𝗏𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 adds, walking forward after he had alighted from 𝗧𝒗. The dragon was bleeding from multiple wounds across her torso, scales torn to reveal green flesh beneath. Even as they watched, her body shrank and twisted, the familiar young woman in a disheveled green dress and bleeding wounds taking her place. "He was kind to me," 𝗏𝒃 said defensively. Then, as though forced to admit it, 𝗏𝒃 added reluctantly, "when he remembered I was around." "I'm going to miss him, and Harry," 𝗵𝒂𝒍 said. "I wish—"
We tried. At one point or another, we tried. But he never wanted to choose otherwise."
Ali patted her shoulder, lips twisting sideways in a painful memory.
"I don't think he ever forgave himself."
"For what?" 𝗏𝒃 said.
"Surviving."
There's a silence then, as the group stands in remembrance of those who were lost. Not just this day, but in the many bloody ones before. In the end, a great flapping of wings alerted the few left behind to the incoming trio of massive dragons. 𝗵𝒂𝒍 looked up, sighing as she hefted her blade. 𝗏𝒊𝒏 and 𝗧𝒗 strode forward, moving to intercept the angry dragons. Already, 𝗵𝒂𝒍 could hear the bass rumble of angry reptiles, their disfavor causing the very stones beneath her feet to dance. She cast one last glance backward to where a door had been before. The last of the battlefield tactician and her people were slumped along the ground, in the space where the door had been. Gone, like a fever dream, back into the dimension it lived within, even as other dimensional rents had slammed shut. Not all of them, though. Not by far.
"He was a good friend, though, wasn't he?"
Ali said softly. "Yes, even if he was a real baka," 𝗵𝒂𝒍 said softly, too. Then there was no more time for mourning, as a dragon raised its foot and brought it slamming down on another ally, and another disagreement had to be dealt with. Because that was their lives these days, ever since the apocalypse. In the vast beyond, factions and legendary figures, as well as the average man, stared at the broadcast cut short. The answer to a final drama ended all too early. No answer from the reporter who had made the broadcast. His death easily confirmed. For your average adventurer, the cooks and woodcutters, the life mold golems and the courtesans, the broadcast had been a point of interest. The most invested sent complaints to the board of reporters. The less invested tagged the entire thing to alert them on future updates. The majority shrugged and turned to the next strand of gossip, to the next news cycle. Only a few, administrators and legendaries and faction heads, searched further. The Mistress of Shadows touched the system, asking for answers. The credit amount boggled her mind. Even as she stared at it, the number kept changing, increasing or decreasing. Working on a hunch, she asked another question. Total credit cost of the question answer is system total of all credits plus 1. A simple line, but one that blocked all inquiries. The mistress huffed, then turned her gaze onward to those who had been there. She would not be denied this information. After all, the Redeemer of the Dead had a bad habit of overturning her world when he arrived. An Empress apparent sighed, dismissing the question. Her answer had only cost 10 credits. She would miss the man, the foolhardy hero, honorable to a fault, even if his sense of honor might have not been convenient to those in power. She raised her swords, nodding to the trio of honor guards. Her argument with the Empress had been less than conducive. Her projection had been cut off, the skill that allowed them to talk ended. Now on her flagship, she could but train, and somehow find herself worthy of the position she was in. Empress to a martial society, one on the brink of war. Lord 𝗏𝒂𝒍 𝗏𝒂𝒍 stared at the sleeping form on his bed, the curve of his buttocks. He remembered another man, passionate and desperate, hungry for affection and unable to give of himself. Remembered a time when the other stumbled in from the outskirts, lost and looking for a cause, angry at the world and himself. How 𝗏𝒂𝒍 had gifted the other a quest and a goal, one that had held the other to himself, briefly. Memory, bittersweet, much like their relationship. He did not ask the system, but instead made arrangements for a message to pass on his condolences to a samurai. Condolences and a request for her to speak with him. Then he readied himself for the call from the Duchess. In the dark, in a twisted, destroyed land, a man strode out of a portal. Standing over the corpse was 𝗏𝒔𝒄𝒄, oldest paladin of Eritrea, her sword rising, only to be startled as the Lord of Time and Space made her an offer. Administrators the galaxy over found their ranks bolstered, but their classes no longer hidden. Explanations, halting, stumbling, violent, were expelled. Others fled, forced to take refuge in administrative centers, their workload never-ending as the damage from the Dragon 𝗼𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒆 War resounded through the system. All across the galaxy, movers and shakers found nothing and everything had changed. The system still stood, sentinel to their wants and needs, to their very existence. Mana continued to flow, lapping at the edges of the restricted zone, a massive amount where an improper plug failed to contain it all. The forbidden zone grew ever larger, monsters given ever more strength. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed.
So, what now?
Ali asked, floating beside 𝒔𝒕𝒍. Zylarg floated beneath their feet, and the smooth hull plates of the ship bearing their weight. Oxygen levels at 27.2% higher than Earth normal, buoyed feelings, even if there was a trace of cinnamon in the air. Strange full circles to depart on a ship that had betrayed them. Dornilor was busy explaining his betrayal to an angry 𝗍𝒂𝒄 deep within the engine room. A part of her wondered what they'd do if 𝗍𝒂𝒄 wasn't pacified. If he could be. Angry, the young golem was, all the time. Except they couldn't calm that one with a bag full of chocolates. So they'd probably better find it something to kill. Good thing she had a quest for that. System quest. Invaders from beyond. Dimensional breaches have occurred throughout the galactic system, threatening system stability. Travel to the breaches, close them, and deal with any dimensional interlopers. Rewards variable. 𝒔𝒕𝒍 watched as Ali read the notification, felt his surprise through their bond. That was going to take time to get used to. That and the way her status now looked. There were a lot of changes, a lot of new administrators, a galaxy on the brink of war now turned toward an even more dangerous external threat. Earth was still in danger, but their enemies had been reduced, many fleeing back to guard homes now in danger from dimensional interlopers. The Forbidden Zone continued to expand, but the wound no longer gushed mana. Eventually, the built-up mana overflow would subside, the ripples slow. Eventually, the mana would fade, taking the system with it even as mana entered the world the proper way, all across the universe at the same time. Changes, so many that it staggered 𝒔𝒕𝒍 to even think about them. That the administrator, 𝗍𝒂𝒄𝒄, had even chosen to tell her a little about what was to come before he faded away. The system was different now, and so was their world. A quiet apocalypse, one that few would ever know had happened, but would ripple through the galaxy forever. But she could handle it. They could handle it. After all, as a friend had once said, what is, is. This has been System Finale. The System Apocalypse, Book 12,
Written by Tao Wong. Narrated by Nick Podell. Copyright 2022 by Tao Wong. Production copyright by Starlit Publishing.